how you can possibly have feminism in a world. If you're going to keep interrupting me, I'll just ask for time.
I'll ask my question after.
Because if I interrupt you, it's a big problem. But apparently, I can't speak. I need to participate in order for this to be a conversation, Kyla. Pakistan's economy sucks so bad, even though the birth rate is high, is because they are a Muslim nation with the highest rate of inbreeding in the world.
Oh, I forgot brown people. How did I not think of that?
Your field of psychology that you got your degree in is so oversaturated. We have, and it's all
main door.
Thank you guys so much. I appreciate that. I care about how the separation of church and schools votes.
Project at the back. Commentator who's Rachel, as she will go first. Rachel Wilson is an author and cultural commentator whose fearless research challenges conventional narratives about feminism, women, and family. Please join me in welcoming Rachel Wilson. And on your left, we are pleased to welcome Kyla, also known as Not So Erudite. She is a thoughtful commentator who brings psychology, social science, and careful analysis to debates about gender and culture. Please join me in welcoming Not So Erudite. All right, I am setting the timer for 5 minutes. One last thank you to our sponsor, Yonaguni International Cuisine. Check them out in the description box below. And with that, I have the timer set for you, Rachel. The floor is all yours for 5 minutes.
James, Kyla said she's okay with 7 minutes. I probably won't need the full 7, but just thought I would let you know that. I'm probably just going to go a pinch over 5.
You got it.
Okay. All right, so is feminism doing more harm than good? I'm going to say, of course, that I think it's doing more harm. Let's take a brief review of what we've gotten so far from feminism and its 6 pillars of propaganda. So feminism inverted the Western social order in roughly 1 century through its 6 primary pillars, and a 7th that I'm going to introduce to you today. We've got sexual liberation, abortion, vilification of men, no-fault divorce, demonization of tradition, and either rejection or reinvention of Christianity. Tonight, I'm going to focus on the measurable results of these pillars and introduce the 7th, what I call the she-economy. So if we look at family structure collapse since feminism became the dominant political ethos across the entire West, we've got 40% of children in the United States no longer living with both married biological parents. In 1945, that number was only 10%. Children living without both married biological parents face more than 8 times higher risk of endangerment, standard maltreatment, which is a fancy term for all types of abuse. We have a fatherless epidemic. So roughly 1/3 of American children live without their biological father. That's a 3-fold increase over the historical norm. They account for 90% of homeless kids, 85% of kids with behavioral disorders, 70% of kids in incarceration facilities, and 71% of adolescents in substance abuse treatment centers. Let's look at unmarried births and the welfare trap. In the United States, only about 5% of kids were born to unmarried mothers in 1960. At present, that number is 41%. At the same time, we've gone from $50 billion a year in annual welfare spending in 1950 to now $700 billion per year. That's a 14-fold increase after you adjust for inflation. By 2010, 90% of all cash welfare payments and half of all food assistance went to single mother households. In 1940, only 6% of kids under age 6 had mothers working full-time outside the home. Today, that number is 58%. So you guys have probably heard all of those kinds of stats from me a lot in the past, but let's talk about the she-economy, which is the 7th pillar. And this is really consistent across all Western nations, regardless of what type of systems they have. As soon as feminism is introduced, not only does it transform the social order, it radically transformed Western economies, shifting them from production-based systems that favor long-term stability into debt-driven consumer economies that prioritize short-term gains. Proponents claim that the surge in female labor force participation since the 70s has been good because it expanded the GDP and created 2-income households. That view is incomplete. With the election cycle coming up, affordability, housing shortages, inflation, and labor shortages are going to be talked about a lot, so this is a good moment to discuss this. So who actually builds the economy? When we look at GDP across Western nations, men contribute about 60% of the GDP and women contribute about 40%. But if you look per capita, men generate 36% more GDP per capita than women do. Women own 39% of US businesses now, but they only generate 6.2% of total business revenue. Keep that one up here. It's very important. It basically comes out that about 22% of all women's efforts in the economy are either directly or indirectly subsidized by men. Critical systems remain dominated by men. First world living standards that allow feminism rest on complex physical systems that largely cannot or will not be staffed by women. Things like electrical grid maintenance, water treatment, food production. And a society can survive a temporary shortage of marketing ladies and HR women and kindergarten teachers, but it cannot survive a shortage of power grid technicians or water treatment engineers. Male labor force participation has fallen to a historic low of 69.5%. So that's almost 1 in 3 men are out of the workforce right now. So what's the labor force cost of abortion? One of the main things that feminists care about. They don't care if they have every other right. They care about abortion. It's their main measure of women's freedom. We've had 63 million abortions in the US alone since Roe v. Wade. If those children had survived and joined the workforce today, we would have an additional 45 million workers in the US economy. We wouldn't have to import them from other nations. The cost of abortion is 425 times larger than the earnings that the mothers would have lost by carrying the children to term. So yes, women make a little bit more when they don't have kids, but it's not even close to what you'd get if they had children who grew up and joined the workforce. So women's achievements in the economy are subsidized. Men pay roughly 60 to 75% of income taxes. Progressive tax codes mean the top earners, predominantly male, fund the vast majority of public infrastructure, universities, and social programs. Women get 60% of all higher education dollars because they are the majority of students on campus now. But if you look at fiscal return on that investment, governments get most of their money back from this smaller pool of male laborers, mostly because they make more money and they work more hours. So it's like a structural transfer where public services, education, and grants that enable women to enter and remain in the workforce are funded disproportionately by male tax dollars. So in conclusion, the irony is that feminism has given us broken homes, fatherless children, rising mental illness, demographic decline, and a generation in which nearly a third of Gen Z was aborted before they could ever be born. The welfare state and the she economy that prop up this illusion of strong, independent women will collapse.
Women built the war machine of World War II. Who won? Where did women build the war machine of World War II? Is that what she just said? Just said.
Because they make more money and they work more hours. So it's like a structural transfer where public services, education, and grants that enable women to enter and remain in the workforce are funded disproportionately by male tax dollars. So in conclusion, the irony is that feminism has given us broken homes, fatherless children, rising mental illness, demographic decline, and a generation in which nearly a third of Gen Z was aborted before they could ever be born. The welfare state and the she economy that prop up this illusion of strong, independent women will collapse precisely because the same policies that empower women into lower productivity roles have starved the next generation of highly skilled,
no one wins in war
that complex first world systems demand. Feminism has done more harm than good, and the data is not subtle.
Thank you very much for that opening, Rachel Wilson.
The only people that win in war are the big government funded.
I've got the timer set for you, not so erudite. That was 6 minutes and 45 seconds. The floor is all yours. We'll start it on your first word.
Sure. Feminism, I'm sure you guys won't be surprised by what I say, has done more good than harm. At its core, feminism is the extension of a simple moral principle.
Germany win?
Women are full human beings entitled to the same basic dignity,
course not.
liberty, legal protection, and opportunity as men. That principle is not foreign to the American tradition. This nation was built on lofty ideas rooted in Christian theology, in Roman law, and Greek philosophy. From those traditions came our understanding of human dignity, citizenship, justice, and government under law. Feminism belongs within that inheritance. Once a society accepts that people possess inherent worth and that the law should protect their liberty, the question of women's rights becomes unavoidable. That is why feminism is necessary. In a nation committed to freedom, some form of feminism is also inevitable. Women did not begin asking for rights because a university, foundation, or political organization manufactured their dissatisfaction. They encountered the principles their civilization already possessed and asked for those principles to apply to them as well. At the most fundamental, the feminism I am defending is the empowerment of women and the promotion of femininity as something worthy of respect and social value. It does not require women to live in one approved way. It asks that women possess enough security and authority to build lives that reflect their talents, obligations,
That's somewhat true there, sir. Atrium?
and convictions. It also
Artium?
insists
Artium?
that
I don't know how to
motherhood,
say it.
care, and traditionally feminine contributions should not be dismissed as a lesser form of human achievement. There is an important difference between protection and dependence. A woman whose security rests entirely upon the goodwill of a father or husband may be safe when that man is good. But human beings are fallible, as we all know. Men can be cruel, negligent, absent, or irresponsible. A legal system should not assume that every woman will always have a benevolent man standing between her and disaster. The ability to own property, retain earnings, receive an education, participate in government, and leave a dangerous marriage are not indulgences. They are safeguards against the ordinary failures of human character. Feminism did not invent abuse. It didn't invent abandonment. It did not create unhappy marriages. It gave women greater power to survive circumstances that already existed. Nor did feminism suddenly cause women to begin working. Women have always worked. I'm sure Rachel will probably agree with me on this. Their labor took place on farms, inside family businesses, in factories, and within the home. Poor women rarely had the luxury of avoiding work altogether. The major transformation was not simply that women entered the workforce. It was that more women could prepare for sustained careers. Education became an investment in a future rather than an accomplishment expected to end at marriage. Women could develop the talents that earlier societies often ignored or confined in a very narrow range of uses. Society gained enormously from that change. Women became doctors, scientists, lawyers, entrepreneurs, and public officials in far greater numbers. Their intelligence could serve institutions beyond the household without ceasing to benefit their families or communities. None of this means that every feminist has been smart or wise. Some feminists have treated motherhood as a burden rather than a vocation. Others have shown hostility towards marriage, religion, men, or femininity itself. I have no interest in defending every slogan produced under the feminist label. A movement that has existed for generations includes millions of people who will contain foolishness alongside those people. But that is not the question before us. The question is whether the broad historical movement towards women empowerment, legal equality, education, and political participation has produced more good than harm. I believe the answer is clearly yes. The anti-feminist case often gathers every modern social problem and places it at feminism's feet. Divorce, failing fertility, loneliness, and declining happiness are treated as the predictable cost of women's freedom. That explanation is far too simple. The same period contained enormous economic and technological upheaval. Industrialization alone altered the household entirely. Urbanization weakened older community structures. Contraception changed family planning. Housing became more expensive, and the economy shifted away from manufacturing, while globalization and secularization changed the character of public face. Feminism participated in the modern transformation, but it did not independently cause everything that follows it. The fact that two developments occurred at the same time does not establish that one produced the other. We should consider the societies people most consistently choose to live in. The world's most prosperous, desirable nations generally possess strong legal institutions, broad access to education, political liberty, and substantial equality between men and women. It would be foolish to claim that feminism alone created their prosperity. It would be equally foolish to regard the relationship.
Yeah, so Not So Erudite here is for feminism, right? She is is feminism doing more good or harm? So she's saying feminism is doing more good. She's saying feminism is doing more harm. So it's a pro-feminism, anti-feminism.
As meaningless. The nations most committed to human development tend to extend freedom and opportunity to women because both commitments arise from the same conviction. Human potential should be cultivated rather than needlessly suppressed. This is part of the triumphant nature of the human spirit. People want to learn and contribute. They want to build meaningful lives that they and their loved ones can live in. A society flourishes when it gives that spirit room to breathe. Great nations do not become great by permanently limiting half of their population. They become great by allowing talent and moral agency to serve the common good wherever they are found. Feminism, therefore, belongs with the broader American tradition of civil rights and equal protection. It reflects the belief that inherited hierarchy alone cannot justify domination. Choice matters because virtue requires agency. The ability to act otherwise. Obedience may reflect goodness, but it may also just reflect powerlessness. We cannot know which one it is when coercion has already decided the matter. The feminism I am defending tonight is not the claim that every difference between men and women is discrimination. It is the claim that women should be empowered and that femininity itself should not be treated as inferior, and that being female should not disqualify someone from full participation in society. That principle has corrected real injustices. It has made women less vulnerable to abuse. And it did, I'll jump ahead. I actually want to extend, Rachel, an invitation. I'm curious if you're open to this, and you can say no. I think you're one of the strongest anti-feminist debaters that is working today. I think I'm also probably one of the strongest defenders of feminism, or hope you would grant me the same thing. We're both intelligent women who have considered and examined many of the same questions, and we've reached radically different conclusions, and I want to understand why. I do not want this to become only a contest of statistics and whatnot, and I don't want to get rid of the debate. However, I'd like to approach the conversation in a feminine way. I want
at time.
Sure.
Well, if you want, I can give you a little, if you have a second sentence.
It's like, sure.
Rachel
sentences.
says yes, go ahead.
By that, I would like to approach it in a feminine way. And by that, I don't mean that I want Rachel and I to sit here and paint our nails and talk about our feelings. Don't worry, okay? You'll get your show, okay? However, I mean treating the feelings beneath, the femininity, the things that drive us beneath, as meaningful evidence for what we're trying to protect. Because Rachel, you and I both want women to flourish. We genuinely do. And that, to me, seems like the proper place to begin.
Thank you very much for that opening statement. Not so erudite. With that, we'll jump into the open dialogue. We'll let this be as organic as you guys would like. Sure. So we'll let you take it from here. I'll only jump in if it gets really crazy.
Okay, so I'm actually very curious about your relationship to feminism. Like, what got you interested in feminism, and specifically concerns about feminism and its impacts on society? Like, what personally in your life or ideologically?
Well, that was a beautiful opening, and I appreciate all the sentiments therein, but none of this addresses the fact that we are about to fall off a demographic cliff that will make all of these beautiful, lofty sentiments mean absolutely nothing. Because as you addressed in your opening, it's not a coincidence that feminism did not exist until the industrial and technological revolutions. You need technology and first world.
My sentiments on, my opinion on feminism are similar to what Paul said. It's bad. It's not good. It's it's just similar to what Paul said here.
world living standards to have this idea that we can just push women into the workforce. Everyone can follow their dreams and do what their heart tells them to do, and everybody should have choices and all that sort of thing.
In the beginning, it was in beginning, it had good intentions. It had great intentions in the beginning, and then it turned into man hating instead of women empowerment. In order for women to gain power, they have to hate the man. They have to hate patriarchy. It's a destruction of the patriarchy in the modern family. So it's bad in my opinion.
But if we don't have enough men to run this first world standard of living, we will be like the only places in the world that are still below replacement birth rates, which would be like Africa, Pakistan. That's where we're going to be if we don't solve the demographic problem. So as much as I would love to talk about how we feel and what got us into this, I'm concerned by the fact that I like air conditioning. I live in Texas, okay? I like power, I like infrastructure, and we won't have that if women don't start producing the next generation of workers who can maintain the standard that allows women to even think about whether they want to have babies or become doctors.
Okay, yeah, if you want to just do the boys' way, we can just do the boys' way.
I don't think it's inherently male to have concerns about the rational, real-world implications of what's happening with feminism.
It's a joke.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah, I don't...
Okay, so let's maybe get into the starting point then for you. So at what point, what's the period you think is most prolific for feminism really changing the she-economy that you described? Is there a window of time?
Would be the 1970s.
What happened in the 1970s?
I'm glad you asked.
You're so welcome. We're
What
tag teaming
happened
this, really.
in the 70s was we had just been through the Vietnam War, which was very unpopular and extremely expensive.
Interesting
and,
take there,
the U.S.
James.
Treasury needed more income tax coming in. And this was at the exact same time that the Rockefellers and the Fords created gender studies. They passed Title IX and started handing out college scholarships and funding for women to go to college like candy. And we saw over 20% increase in females in the workforce just in that decade alone. By the 90s, women were on par with men. And what happened at the same time as that is Roe v. Wade and the birth control pill. So women started
And
only
the gold
having...
standard getting removed. That one's kind of important, too.
What's that?
Well, the gold standard got removed as well.
Sure. I don't
Well,
think
that's economically super important, right?
it's important, but
What
I
do
don't
you mean
think
it's important? We fundamentally changed our
But-
relationship from the gold standard, the petrodollar under Nixon in
but
1971.
that's not why women joined the economy. That's
But that
not why
might
women
explain economic
started...
changes, no?
No, it doesn't.
The gold standard.
Because what you're not understanding is it's about the birth rate. It's not that women working is a problem if they were still having 2.2 or 2.5 babies per woman. But when you tell women, hey, spend all your fertile years going to college and starting a career and don't even think about settling down and having kids until you're 31, which is the average age that a woman is having her first child now, that's a serious problem. And we have historical examples of countries who've gone through this. Russia is a great one. They made abortion legal and paid for in state hospitals under Lenin. And it was so bad, like the demographic cliff was so bad for Russia that by the time Stalin came to power, he had to roll all of that back. But because they were communists, they wanted to push women into the workforce. You need workers to have communism. Women needed to be working. And they tried to do women workers and pronatalism at the same time. It did not work. They've never recovered
all
their
economies
birth
need
rate.
workers, right? The most important piece of basically capital investment
Sure.
is human
Which is
human
why
capital.
you could also look at South Korea, which is a very capitalist, Western-style economy, but has also been taken over by feminism, and they have 0.7 births per woman right now. There's
So-
not going to be a South Korea in the next 20 or 30 years
So
if they don't turn it around.
I'm curious, what's the number one correlate to declining birth rates in a nation?
Women's access to higher education.
Correct. Yes, women's access. It's actually everyone's access to higher education. So I'm curious, would you consider Saudi Arabia particularly feminist?
Not particularly feminist,
Qatar?
no. But no.
Okay, so the Gulf states also have declining birth rates, but feminism isn't causing that. What's
They-
happening there?
Because they've started They've started.
Saudi Arabia, famous
Yes.
for feminizing. Qatar, famous for feminizing.
They have started letting women work. They've started allowing things like birth
Their
control.
birth rate's
It's
been
more
declining
subtle.
for a long time. Actually, it's below replacement now.
Yes, everybody in first world economies where there's urbanization, industrialization, as I explained, that's what enables feminism.
So isn't it urbanization that we're blaming here? Because I feel like there's an
not
interesting
until
thing.
you push women into the workforce and they stop having kids. Again, if women were working as nurses and still having 2.5 kids per woman, I would have no problem with it. But nothing you're addressing tells me what we're going to do about this.
Well, nothing you're pointing
how is
to
your-
says it all falls at the feet of feminism, right? What you're pointing
Why
to
did
right
the women
now,
stop having babies?
because of modernization through increased education. Saudi
Yeah,
Arabia,
because they're-
I'm so sorry. As much as you want to insist Saudi Arabia is feminist, it's certainly not. In fact, do you know why women in Saudi Arabia are pushed into education? It increases their dowry value. That's why. Because it's like
That sounds like an Islam problem.
Well, Victoria, England did this as well, where essentially they view proof of education as good genetic stock, so it makes that wife a more valuable woman. So
Right,
I
but
don't know what's
nobody had a
feminist
birth
about
rate
that.
crisis in Victorian
Well,
England.
the thing that you have to disentangle here is why is Saudi Arabia having the same problems that you're falling at the feet of feminism? And I'm saying it looks more like modernization might be the problem here. And Saudi Arabia certainly has both modernization, but it certainly doesn't have feminism. So you're going to have to answer
The
the Qatar Gulf
CDC and the
problem.
United Nations both say that the main correlate for declining birth rates is sending women to college and sending them to work.
I didn't
And
disagree with that.
As a mother
That's just
of
not
5,
feminism.
as a mother
necessarily.
of 5, you cannot have more than maybe one child and work full time because you have to outsource motherhood to daycare, which
Why?
is expensive. What do you mean, why?
Why do we have the runaway cost issues in America?
Runaway what?
Cost issues in America.
It's not runaway cost issues. It's the
It's
fact
not?
that
It's not affordable right now. It's
you
tougher.
can't make daycare cheap enough for it to offset the cost of a woman working full time. That's math. How are you
typically
going to make daycare cheap enough that a woman can have 5 babies and work a full time job? And why would you want that?
Well,
Why don't we want mothers? Any mothers here love having to send their kids to be raised by someone else all day? Do you
well,
guys
the question
like that?
again, you can narrativize, but the question I'm actually trying to pose you and get an answer to is what changed in the 70s, as you claim, where women started becoming dual income earners? What changed in families? What was going on? And you were like, the gold standard.
Are you asking
that doesn't
what?
matter.
No, I'm telling you exactly what happened, and this is not me. This is the U.S. Department of Labor, the U.S. Department of Commerce. All the sources in my slides say that in the 70s, the reason was because we had a huge income tax deficit because of the Vietnam War. At the same time that they had passed birth control legislation making it legal, and not only that, making it free and cheap and socially acceptable. We had Roe v. Wade, now everybody can get an abortion, and at the same time, you start pushing through the culture through a massive propaganda campaign, through things like, remember the Stepford Wives movies, remember the Mary Tyler Moore show? The 70s were just saturated with girl boss empowerment stuff. And I was born in 1980 with She-Ra and Madonna and, telling women that motherhood is a ball and chain, that the smart girls go to college and have their own money and they don't need a man. So you've got this cultural propaganda campaign. You've got government money subsidizing college, which is why it's so expensive, by the way. And then you've got birth control and abortion. Okay. So the trend becomes, go get your bag, go get your career. Men are icky and bad. They're going to abuse you. Children are a ball and chain that are going to hold you back. You need to go to work.
Sure.
And that's what women do. They
still haven't gotten an answer to the Gulf states. Seems like that one is just
still haven't gotten an answer to how you're going to do feminism with no more babies.
Rachel, you have to let me talk for us to have a conversation, right? I'm letting you speak. Give me some space to speak as well, right?
Sure.
So let's talk a little bit about the 70s.
Go ahead, Kyla.
If you want Rachel to just monologue, I can just sit here if you want. But if you want the debate and show, I have to participate too. So let's talk a little bit about the 70s. So the 70s is where, what did you say, what percentage increase?
It was something over 20%.
Until 20%, so 70s to what? What was the 20% point? Was it the 90s, 2000s?
No, just in the 70s alone, I believe it went up.
No.
Female labor force participation went way up in the 70s. It was
So
the biggest jump, and then it continued in the 80s and 90s,
Yes.
and now we have
so-
about equal
okay.
numbers.
So I'm going to show you a beautiful thing that we can do in the world, okay? This is a graph. This is a very, very wonderful graph that makes your point look true. This is your point. Okay, so we've got 1975, we've got 39%. It's from the Bureau of Labor Statistics. Okay, you're going to love it. And by 1990s, we have that almost 20% jump to 58%. And look how steep that looks. Very spooky, spooky graph. The issue with cherry-picked data is that if you zoom out and include all data that's relevant, suddenly spooky lines don't look so spooky. In the 70s, nothing magically happened at all.
Spooky lines
actually.
always look
We had a
spooky.
consistent trend of women since the 1950s going into workplace, particularly married women, because unmarried women always participate in the workforce.
Yes.
If you actually want a spooky graph with a big jump, the major points when women entered the workforce at astronomical numbers, was a 10% leap in like 4 years, is this graph. It was World War II. This is the only notable moment. If you'll notice on this graph, it's all the same trend line. So if you're going to blame
Well, what
everything
happened? Wait a minute.
Hold on, let me finish my thought, then you can attack it. If you're going to blame everything from 1970s forward, you're going to have a tough time because the data shows that it's the identical trend since the 1940s. And if you zoom out 200 years, you get this graph, which is a U. So once you actually look at the whole comprehensive story, your narrative falls apart really quickly because nothing remarkable happened in the 1970s except for one thing, and I'm curious if you know what actually happened in the 1970s.
Well, instead of playing Pop Quiz Kyla, first
Oh,
of all,
yes, it is.
here's my,
It is Andrew Wilson's wife. You're correct. Red Shirt is a bully. She's very assertive, but she falls in the best one. Oh, that was even better. But all of her points are they go side by side, but that doesn't mean that's why. It's all because the rise of feminism took women out of the home into the workforce. That's not an opinion. That's fact.
So good.
it's just your typical debate move.
I just want to be clear.
Did
If you don't
what
know
do you
words,
think happened to this? What do
I'll
you
let you
think
finish,
about
sorry.
this? What happened here? Okay,
I just want to be very clear before
I
we get
thought
to the
we were
personal.
going to take turns. I
Well,
thought we
if
were
we're going to get to the
going back and
personal
forth.
insults, I'm just going to quickly respond.
I didn't insult you. I just pointed
Pop
out that
quiz
your
Kyla.
strategy
A
is to
compliment.
pop
Notorious
quiz your
compliment.
opponent. It's something you do in every debate.
So thank you. The front loading of saying my opponent Kyla will just happen to know way more technological.
She's not good at debating, though. That's the problem. If you go watch any of her other debates, and then go watch Destiny debate, it's the exact same style. We're going to throw 100 things at you, and then hope you can't refute all 100 of them. I'm gonna throw 100 things at you at one time, and then see how many you can keep up with. It's not a great debate tactic.
Done being offended,
information
I'll
and
respond
knowledge
to the
than
actual
me.
point.
I mean,
know
I'll
you
take
wanted
it.
to have a girl debate, but I would like to stick
No,
to
you said the boy
actual
debate.
argument.
So here we are, baby girl. You want the boy debate? We're here.
Yeah, we're doing it. What happened?
So, what
Yeah.
happened in the 1970s? Again,
What
that's
happened?
so magical.
What happened after World War II?
What happened
To all
after
those
World
women
War II?
who went to work,
They
what
s-
did they do?
it
Did
went
they go
down-
back home?
5%.
Yes, they did.
Well,
They went back
5%,
home.
and then look, the same line of best fit from before World War II. Because you know what made women go back into workplace? Access to new technologies that made it easier to go back to the workplace.
Of course.
That's what made them go back.
You haven't heard me say this the 3 times I've heard it. Industrialization and technology allowed for this. Yes, obviously.
But we want
that
to throw it
doesn't
at the feet of
address my
feminism.
point. That doesn't address the point of what you're going to do about the demographic cliff we're about to fall off of.
We can
Do you
get there.
understand how you can possibly have
This is a
feminism in
crazy
a
pivot.
world? If you're going to keep interrupting me,
I'll write
I'll
it
just
down.
ask for time.
I'll
I
ask
am
my
salty,
question
yes.
after you're done.
If I interrupt you, it's a big problem, but apparently I can't speak. I need to participate in order for this to be a conversation, Kyla.
Ideally, yeah.
So
When you monologue for 5 minutes straight, yeah. Typically, I need to
none
be able to
of
respond back.
this, we don't have to spend 40 minutes on what happened in this decade or why women worked. The point
You
of
certainly don't want to.
Again,
Yes.
the point of everything we're
Hard for your
talking about
narrative.
here is that, yes, thanks, James. Nothing you're saying addresses the fact that we are about to have a collapse of our first world standard of living. This economy in the West, and it's ubiquitous across all Western nations. In fact, it's so congruent across all of them that it's kind of crazy. Like,
They both kind of got off their points, and they're just bickering back and forth at this point. They'll get back to it, but it goes off the rails and stays off the rails pretty much the entire debate.
Statistics Canada has the same GDP numbers that the United States has, that Australia has, that Western Europe has, which is when you push women to go to college and have careers and have their own money and be financially independent, they listen and they do that. And they say, if that's what's expected, I'm not going to have kids. Now, again, we can go back and prove this is what happened in Russia, and it didn't matter how many pro-natalist campaigns they had. Women said, if I got to work full time, I can't have 3 or 4 kids. It doesn't work. You look at South Korea, same thing. They don't have communism. They don't have pronatalism. It's a capitalist Western-style economy, and they can't even reproduce the Korean woman.
Okay.
It's a serious problem that arguing over the gold standard or the 70s or women should have choices. First of all, they've always had choices. Second of all,
just less.
if you don't address this problem, you can kiss feminism goodbye. You won't have it anymore. It won't exist.
There's this really famous, actually you introduced me to this researcher, Joseph Miller, because you cite him a few times. There's a great conversation that the anti-suffragettes had where they insisted that, oh, by God, if the feminists, if all this happens, the world is going to collapse. People have been insisting that the world is going to collapse in the next 10 years. I mean, they're climate people as well were insisting that we were going to die in the next 10 years as well. It's just fear-mongering that's not typically based in reality. Now, I know you want to run away from counter information that is disconfirming of your narrative, but you still need to deal with the Gulf states, right? Qatar having declining birth rate. It's not feminism.
Is
it's
that a first world
modernization.
country you want to live in?
No, I want to live here, which has feminism and a booming GDP and one of the best countries on the earth. That's why I'm here.
Well, what are we going to do? Yeah, it's great. It's great right now, but your field of psychology that you got your degree in is so oversaturated. We have, and it's almost all women. It's like 88% women.
Not going to deal with the Gulfs, though. We're just going to run from that one. I'll just come back to it. It's fine. I'll write it down.
You have to hear.
I'll write it down. It's okay, James. I'll write it down.
You have to be able to hear-
Adderall.
Good one.
It doesn't address
Don't leave, Cynthia,
the
come back.
problem that you have, which
Red
is
Bull,
the
though.
paradox of pushing women into work and telling them to be career women like you, and then they don't have children. How are you going to perpetuate the next generation? Do you realize that the complex systems first world economies rely on can only suffer about a 5% loss of skilled male workers? And right now in this country and all across the West, we have all of the Gen X and Boomer men who know how to run complex water sewage treatment centers, keep the power grid up and running. These are highly skilled things. You can't just get someone from Pakistan, put them in a 6-week course or whatever, and make them a power lineman. You can't do that. These men are not replaceable. We have to start having babies, or you're going to have short-term boom. That's what we've got now, at the expense of long-term stability. And it's not fear-mongering, it's math. The World Health Organization, the UN, and Elon Musk talk about it all the time. Hey, we're already seeing supply chain shortages. We're already seeing problems in keeping up the infrastructure. Trump ran on the fact that most Western nations, including the US, have shit infrastructure. We have water lines in LA that are 100 years old, blowing up all over the place. 6 or 7 of them in the last 2 weeks?
Okay, we have to do a timer at this point. I don't even.
So
if you want to, I want to talk to you. And if we want to talk to each other, we have to go point by point. If you monologue at me for 5 minutes straight with multiple points, they're all valid points. I want to talk to you about all of them.
I just have one question. How are you going to solve the birth rate crisis?
Answer mine first. How do we do that?
There's no future without more people.
How do you reconcile the fact that you're claiming in the 1970s feminism infused a bunch of women to the workplace, but we actually see the largest boom of women. Hold on, I'm not done. I'm not done.
It doesn't even matter for my argument.
The largest boom of women entering the workplace is right before the golden age of capitalism in America, right? That's what we see when the American currency becomes the gold world reserve currency. So if you want to blame it at the 1970s, my question to you again is, what actually magically happened? Because based on all of the actual data, nothing transformative happened. Manufacturing was starting to die by the 1950s, right? We have the Triffin dilemma, which is a much better understanding if you don't know the word, just ask, just saying, okay? The Triffin dilemma is a huge issue that causes massive trade deficits for America, and it causes an issue where people are always going to want to invest in America because, frankly, we're the best. We're the best at everything. So again, if you're going to say it's the 1970s,
that's a straw man.
It's
My
not a straw man to say
yes.
that you said the 1970s is when this took off, the she economy
and I'll
happened.
tell you, no.
That's not a straw
That was
man.
not in any way a pillar or linchpin of my argument.
So it's the 1950s?
No, birth rates have declined since industrialization.
You're
Since
right, like the 18...
It accelerated.
Wait,
It
isn't that like the 1870s?
I have already...
Maybe you mean those 70s.
Okay, when she's done, then I'll talk.
All right. I do want to make sure there's not too much interrupting. So if you
Let's
want
do a
chance-
game. We both talk for 2 minutes at a time. We'll have timers. How about that?
So condescending.
I appreciate that, but
Keyboard
I'm
warriors.
okay with keeping it organic as long as there's not too much interrupting.
Mrs. Turner, is it my turn to
Well,
speak? Can I talk, teacher, please?
Because you're the only person actually being sane right now. If she talks for 7 minutes straight with multiple points,
Just do 2 minutes. It's fine. I have
well, sure.
one
I just want to
Do 2
let's go
minutes.
point by point.
All right, you guys agree on that? That's progress. All right. You guys
Also,
are both
you're
okay
welcome-
with 2
you're
minutes.
welcome to interrupt
I'm
me, like, when
setting
you
the
need to.
timer. Give me 1 second. And Rachel, you want to go first?
Sure.
Okay.
So the whole you're.
I mean,
totally
you
fighting a
can,
straw man.
Mar.
You
Nobody's watching
completely
you.
Made up this
Nobody-
idea that my whole
Rachel, hold on a second, please. Nobody is forcing you to watch the Wilsons. Not a single person. Nobody came to your house with a pew-pew and go, watch the Wilsons or else. Nobody's requiring you to do that. So if you don't want to watch them, go watch something else. I don't know why. I don't know why we gotta. Why? I don't like them, so I'm just gonna express it. I don't understand.
argument rests on something fundamental changing in the 70s. I'll just grant everything you said. Agrippa's trilemma, whatever you want.
Good one.
Birth rates have been on the decline since industrialization. I didn't say that no women ever worked before the 70s. I said that's the point where it really accelerated and took off.
She's already had 2 bottles of water and
mainstream,
2
totally socially
Red
acceptable,
Bulls.
the norm. Now, if you're a stay-at-home mom, that's the weird, creepy
That's her
thing.
second
when that
sugar-free
changed.
Red Bull.
Doesn't matter. It started in the 1800s with industrialization, urbanization, and women going to work. Yes, that's when the birth rates began to decline. And the sexual liberation stuff, whether it's no-fault divorce, birth control pills, abortion, the overall thing and the only thing that matters in this argument is what are we going to do about demographics? Because it doesn't matter what they're doing in Saudi Arabia. It doesn't matter when the gold standard happened. It doesn't matter when or how women got into the workforce. We are now in a position where all Western nations are in the exact same boat, that when you shove all the women into the workforce and tell them this is what you need to be doing and focusing on, and you need a 2-income household now to survive, no one has babies. Do you think that that's not going to be a problem?
I think that I think that we absolutely
kick
need
it
to
over to
incentivize.
Kyla. Just to be clear, I'm going to give you full 2 minutes. If you want to use all of it, you can. Otherwise, you can kick it back to her when you want
Here's
to.
what I'll say. Let's just talk. If I start listing off like a bunch of points, just interrupt me. It's pretty simple.
No,
I don't know, guys. I know conversations are hard for like the autism in the room, but that's how they can
We're not going
work.
back. It was your idea to do 2 minutes.
It
Let's
was
give this a
sardonic.
try.
Sure, I'll take 2 minutes precisely. Sure, we can do that. It's just gonna be a terrible conversation.
Well, no, what I'm saying is, like, Rachel took 1:40 or so, and then she let you go for your 2 minutes. If you want to use a minute,
I want 10 seconds. Okay? Oh, I know. I'm so fast.
All right, but I'm
It's the
going to
Red
kick it
Bull.
over to Rachel to use 2 minutes.
You just said industrialization is when women started going to work. That's false. Industrialization is when women stopped going to work. That's when women workforce participation declined in the 1800s.
What? Okay, so
Hard for your narrative.
when you talk about women working, nobody thinks that working on your family farm or in your family business with your husband and your dad and everyone, nobody thinks, when we say women going to work, we're talking about dad leaves the house in the morning and goes to his place of business, mom leaves her house in the morning, goes to her place of business, and the kids get sent to daycare or public school. That's new. That's post-industrial. Nobody thinks that agrarian pre-industrial society where you're working the farmstead with your husband is women going to work. They were having 7 babies on average before industrialization per woman. that was fine. Even post-industrialization could have been possibly sustainable had we not introduced sexual liberation, sending women to college, delaying the first birth until you're 31. That is doom. It's demographic doom, and you don't have a way out of it, and you don't have an answer for it, which is why you want to talk about anything else.
Speaking of wanting to talk about anything else, still haven't gotten an answer to the 1970s question, which again,
I granted it.
You can laugh.
I granted it.
It is a hinge point of your narrative.
It's not.
It
I
is.
granted it.
I asked you when.
Right.
I asked you when.
You're completely right about the 70s. I'm just going to grant the, you get the
order in the
caboodle,
crowd.
full point for you. Now,
All
what
right,
are you going to do
folks,
about
I need you to,
demographics?
just so the speakers can be heard, I do need you to keep it quiet in the audience. Is not so erudite. You have 2 minutes if you want to use it. Sure. Otherwise, we kick it back to Rachel for 2 minutes.
No, I'll use my 2 minutes.
Okay.
So the Gulf states, again, so the reason why you're acting like this isn't relative at all is because it's bad for your narrative, right? For example, Japan. Do you think that Japan was like a highly feminist country?
Yes, it's highly modern and industrial.
All right, I'm just going to pull this up, right? And this is just go by the both points here. Red shirt here. Not so erudite has shuffled her paper 75 times. I agree. And she's also drank 2 Red Bulls, 2 bottles of water. Okay? But her point, what she's trying to say is the industrial revolution started declining of the birth rates, right? So if I pull this up here, and it says after World War II, the United States experienced a baby boom, right? Peaking in the mid-60s with around 3.5 children per woman. So that's a lot. That's pretty good, right? And then in the 70s, it was a sharp decline in the 70s called the baby bust, when the fertility rate fell to the 1.7 because of factors including delayed marriage, Rachel's point, widespread contraceptive use, Rachel's point, and changes in abortion laws, Rachel's point. All of her points are spot on when it comes to that. That is 100. So everything that Rachel has said so far has been the historical reasoning for the birth rate declining.
Post 1970s?
Women are absolutely expected to work in Japan.
Post 1970s specifically is when that feminist infusion really came out.
I don't know. I'm
Gotta pick a date. If your whole
I'm not
narrative,
sure exact
if your
timeline
whole-
of Japan.
if we wanna
doesn't
stick-
matter to my argument at all.
If we want to stick with 2
Completely
minutes.
if your entire narrative,
Kyla, if you're asking her questions,
she needs 2 minutes per question.
It's kind of pushing back the 2 minute to her. Do you want to go with the 2 minutes?
So if I ask her one question, now you're going to give her 2 minutes. That's
This
what we want to
is
do.
your idea, Kyla.
I'm not
Rachel
playing this
deferred to you, and she accepted your idea of 2 minute back and forth.
James. This is silly. Sure, I guess every question I ask you, you get 2 minutes. That seems ridiculous, but if that's how you want to moderate things, go off.
Was it you who asked for 2 minute responses?
Sardonically, yes.
And
Yeah.
Rachel deferred to you and said she's okay with it. So that's what we're doing.
Okay.
If you want,
All right.
if you want, you can say, "Hey, can we do 60-second responses so it's shorter?" But you already brought up the 2 minute response
Okay,
idea.
let's talk about the 1970s since you're not going to answer the question and your narrative does hinge on it. Your argument is fundamentally this. In the 1970s, in fact, I believe your quote was, in the 1970s, something changed. And it wasn't these various economic factors that we've
That
been
was my
seeing
quote
for the
on
last
Joe
50
Rogan.
Hold on, we have to
years.
give her a chance. Go ahead, Kyla.
I didn't say that here, but I said that on Joe Rogan.
Correct. You also said it here.
All right. Kyla, go ahead, finish your point.
Okay. In the 1970s, which is what you hinged it to in this conversation when I asked you what time feminism started infusing women into the workforce and the she economy began, you did say that. In the 1970s, the thing that you actually think that was magical that happened is called the Quiet Revolution. That's what you're citing. Claudia Golden's work, which, by the way, I chatted to her before this conversation. She loves your book, by the way. Claudia Golden discovered and coined the term the Quiet Revolution, which in the late 1970s, there was a revolution, not in an infusion of women in the workplace in the 70s. That was the same since the 40s. It's been a consistent progressive trundle up. What was different is women's relationship to work. Pre the Quiet Revolution, work was temporary, acute, and low-skilled for women because they understood they would have to go home and take care of kids. After the 1970s, they went, I think I could get an education and get long-term career prospects. So that's what's changed in the 1970s, that you're blaming all of the economic downturn, which I agree, there's a lot of economic problems on, which is not feminism. The 1970s, the economic problems that started there is connected to the gold standard and the Triffin dilemma.
All right, we can kick it back to Rachel. Both speakers have been told by the audience to shut up. So, Bob, if you can do me a favor, come to the front, is the next time someone does something like that, we're going to take them out of here, regardless of which speaker they're saying it to. All right, Rachel, 2 minutes.
So it wouldn't matter to me and to my argument whatsoever if Martians came down in 1910 and told the women to go join the workforce, and that's when it happened or how it happened or why. It doesn't matter to my argument one bit how, when, or why. It just matters that in every nation on planet Earth, when you send all the women into the workforce in huge numbers, they stop having kids. And what happens is what happened to Russia, what happened to China, what happened to South Korea, which is you don't have a future anymore. There is no next generation to continue on. There is no future if you don't show up for it. So if you think you can continue this first world industrialized type of economy that you moved here for because you love the United States, you said we have problems, I agree. I'm not blaming like economic problems on women. I'm saying, well, it's extremely inefficient and it's basically all propped up by men's tax dollars, as I proved in my opening. But it wouldn't matter. Like, I could just grant everything you're saying. It wouldn't affect my argument whatsoever because we still have this problem, which is, do you want a future with human beings in it, or do you want more crumble cookies and more psychologists and more interior designers at the cost of a future generation that can maintain first world infrastructure and complex systems that feminism relies on?
Gotcha.
I want you to answer that question.
So if your theory of everything, of all these problems that you've outlined, and I agree, a lot of these are legitimate problems. If your theory of everything is to put it at the feet of feminism, as you did in your intro statement, I'm going to say to you, I think things are probably a little more complex than you're giving it granted for. For example, as we've already agreed, although I think you forgot, it's not when you send women into the workforce that birth rates decline, it's education, as we've already talked about. But again, a really big kink in your armor for that narrative is that Gulf states don't have feminism, but they do have declining birth rates. And they don't typically let women broadly participate in the workforce. So what's going on in Gulf states? And the major difference is women getting education. Now, if you want to say that women getting education is feminism, I guess my question would be what your prescription is, that we just don't educate women at all. Because when you want to talk actually about economy, I would totally grant to you that men are the power engines of an economy in every single country. And I think that that's awesome. And I think that it's sad that men, I think, oftentimes don't get the credit that maybe we deserve for their ingenuity into the GDP engine. But the reality of economics is that what matters most for a country is that you are economically competitive against other global nations. Would you agree that the relative competitiveness is what matters when we're talking about GDP?
Okay, so I'll just grant everything you said there.
Good luck with that.
Simone de Beauvoir famously said in an interview with Betty Friedan that if we allow women the choice, most of them are going to want to stay home and have babies. I'm paraphrasing. Which is why she said we can't allow that. We shouldn't allow that. We should tell them that they have to go to work, which is what the CCP did. That's what the Soviets did. That's what a lot of the Asian nations have done. They've said, like China had a one-child policy because they were like, you ladies need to be working, right? What we see every time is that birth rates crash, and those governments have to correct course. All of them have had to try, and what happens is it doesn't work. You've created an economy that depends on two incomes, that depends on women working, like you said. If it's the most important thing to be competitive in the global market, and these countries are having all their females work, then we got to do that too. And what I said in my opening is we're trading long-term stability for short-term gains, and it's coming back right now to bite us in the ass. So, yes, it's very complex, but how do we make babies? And what are we educating women for? Like, when I say education, I have no college degree. I went to cosmetology school, yet here I am with a best-selling book, debating on a world stage, doing all kinds of things, but I did it after raising 5 human beings that are going to go off into the future and contribute.
I mean, in Islam, I guess you can. So go for
I'm
it.
not now, nor have I ever been making the case that women can't learn, be educated. I'm self-educated. We have the internet now. We have more access to information than ever before in history. What we don't need to do is send women to a university, saddle them with an average of $60,000 in debt, expect them to start a career, and then they don't even start a family until they're 31, and it's almost too late.
Sure.
That's backwards.
So the reason why people invest in early on education is it dominantly comes from, again, capitalism and modernization, because what you do early on in life is going to have the most net returns, right? Anybody who knows anything about investment knows this, right? If you, as a young person, invest in education early and you are guaranteed a higher income, that will have net returns for your whole life longer. The reason why men and women are choosing to get married later is, frankly, because of what we've taught them with the Protestant work ethic and being good stewards of their family and their children. The reality is, I'm super happy that you've been really successful, right? You and Andrew are world level. You've got I think you have a massive income at this point, right? That your story isn't everyone's story, and it can't be, because not everyone can be a best-selling author or a world-traveling debater. The reality is that a lot of women who opt for the postponing education typically never go back to it. They never actually end up achieving, and it's really, really hard, actually, to be 36,
This
no
is
background
Rachel
of
Wilson,
education,
and this is
you
Not
haven't
So
worked in
Erudite.
years, to try to vie for now career prospects that will be sufficient enough to fund you and your child. I agree that the dual income issue poses the biggest issue for families, and it poses a problem for men and for women. And the reason that that's happening isn't feminism at all. It's runaway inflation, right? It is dominantly low, it's called the K-shaped economy, right? You have people who are lower income, they have less ability to negotiate wages because it is actually more profitable for businesses to offshore manufacturing because of the Triffin dilemma. If you can build a $2 toy and you can build it in Vietnam for 50 cents, but in America, because workers are more educated and expect higher income and their dollar is worth more, you unfortunately have to offshore it. It's more effective. That's why manufacturing left. It's not feminism.
Well, a lot of early feminists wrote a lot about how once we achieved full Marxism and communism, because feminism is, there's a capitalist side. That's what my first book was about. But the second one is about the Marxist communist side, which wanted to destroy the family so that we could have women workers and we could have communally raised children where everybody's loyalty is to the state. And nobody can pass down private property or anything like that. When you send all the women to work early and you tell them they have to go to college and they invest all of their fertile years, those feminists over 100 years ago saw that this was going to be a problem, and they said, in the future, our main obstacle is going to be biology. We're going to have to overcome biology. We're going to have transgenderism. We're going to have artificial wombs. We're going to need some way of dealing with the demographic cliff that's caused by pushing mothers out of motherhood and into the workforce, because you can't do both. Motherhood is not a nights and weekends gig that you do when you have time and you're not at work. It's a full-time job that deserves full-time attention, and there's never going to be a way around that unless you do want everybody to do the Dave Rubin thing and, just buy designer babies, and we'll just outsource wombs, we'll outsource daycare, and by the way, who's doing that? Just other women. So for you and I, if we want to have kids, our privilege of going to work means some other random woman who doesn't care about our child is now going to be raising them for $11 or $12 an hour. What about her? Is that liberating and empowering for her? Is it liberating and empowering for me to spend all day at work and not see my child take their first steps? Or does it make more sense to tell women, hey, look, you can do a lot in this life. There's a lot of living after 40. But, focus on family first. Find your husband, build your family, grow together. Your husband's income will grow as your family grows. And then after that, there is a ton of stuff that you can do. There's all kinds of other options.
Starting to sound like a Marxist socialist, Rachel. So I'll be the first to grant you that the way that America has its orientation towards mothers, particularly within like capitalism,
the
and the
TDS
way that we,
is
for example,
strong with
don't
this
give them
one.
any maternity leave. I think in many states it's like 2 weeks here, which is crazy, right? There's very little tax credit incentives to make having a family more affordable for the common man, right? So there are many things that I think the government can and should do to make it so that family rearing is more affordable. The reality, though, that you're prescribing for people of the young girl who's at 19 stays
I'm not
home,
interested
gets
in
married,
that
has
crap
kids.
today.
Number one, the reality is that those marriages are the most likely to dissolve. It's the highest divorce rate group is young people getting married. Second of all, the reality is that that young man, he basically will have to sacrifice, if he even wants to begin to having any amount of income to be able to afford his 5 babies, for example. The reality is that man is going to entirely sacrifice his fatherhood, right? How many men here work more than 40 hours a week already? I believe, yeah. 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 How many of you work more than 50? More than 50 hours. More than 50. Yeah, you, sir, too? 60. We got an option. 80. Okay. Yeah. Men work so much. They work so much, and your prescription is that they miss their childhood's first steps. They miss talking to their kids. They miss fatherhood because they're attached to their GDP output to provide for their family because mom shouldn't work and shouldn't work for an economically viable option. That's ridiculous, right? That's actually telling young men, abandon your children for the next 10 years until you've made it. It is.
All right.
Not what it means.
I agree. That's very bad. It's very bad for Rachel to do to men.
What do you think feminism has done? Archroom. It is amplified LGBTQ and the T people. It has amplified that. They're now part of the feminism movement.
All right.
I've
hold
miscarried
on,
twice,
hold
but
on.
nice try.
Relax.
Didn't
Rachel?
stick as well as you hoped it would, hey?
Go ahead, Rachel. We'll
Okay.
give you 2
Okay.
minutes.
So-
All right, in the back, keep it down.
Are they going to be exited or just the ones that are heckling the other way? I mean, he said weird stuff about my children. It's kind of weird.
Is that what he said?
Yeah, he made some comment about me not having children.
Bob, can you find him?
But you
Listen,
don't have children, so
we
he
don't
couldn't
need
make
to
a weird
any of this
comment.
personal, guys.
Yeah.
Totally unnecessary. I
All right.
care about
Help
the
us
arguments and
find,
the worldviews.
I
folks,
miscarried, but thank you for your concern. just
help
so you know.
help us find that person. We're gonna walk him out. Folks. Sorry about that, Kyla. I honestly, I thought it was like they were agreeing with you. I didn't hear what they said, so
You're good.
I agree with you. Yeah, folks, don't bring up people's families. And again, if it's, I want to be easygoing, so if it's like something playful and you agree or something, like I'm not gonna flip out. But if it is malevolent toward one of the speakers, and we're just gonna take you out right now. So, who's 2-minute response?
It's
Go
me.
ahead, Rachel.
So Elizabeth Warren, of all people, wrote a book called The Two-Income Trap. And there's a reason why you could still, post-industrialization and post-technological revolution, have a janitor who could support a family of 6 or something like that on a single income, and now you can't. Yes, there's lots of economic factors, but the biggest one, and the one that's different than every other economic downturn throughout all of history, is that when you push, and this is, proponents of feminism actually say this. They say, oh, it's great when you send all the women and the moms to work, you get this much higher luxury standard of living, you get a higher GDP. But they'll also admit that this does create a reliance on that. So we're building sectors of the she economy around things like education. Women dominate healthcare and education over every other type of job, and then everything else is like cottage industry stuff like Etsy. Like I have an Etsy shop and I have a brownie shop. You guys see like the 5,000 different cake and cookie shops that are in every single mall now. It's like, how many of these do we need? We started offshoring all of our, manufacturing and all of that. This is all bad stuff, but it was made possible. It was made possible by pushing all the women. Now we have all this new labor. Nope. This was what the big industrialists of the Gilded Age did. Get the women into the factories, pay them cheap labor, like you said. This was the beginning. Then you passed the income tax. Now we're taxing 2 people in the household instead of just 1. Then we passed compulsory education systems. Now you have to send your child to public school, and you have to pay the taxes for that too. So the net result of all of these things coming together and creating this new great society is the daddy is your government now. Or the government's your daddy now. Sorry, I switched it. The government's your daddy now.
No, you don't.
And all those men who just raised their hand who work 50, 60 hours a week, how many of you would prefer your wife to go to work and your children to be raised in daycare so that you can work less?
None.
None.
Of course not.
Exactly. So, again,
They'd prefer to be home with their kids as well. I suspect they would probably prefer to be able to know your kids' first words. You don't want to watch your kid walk for the first time. You don't want to be there. You just want it on filmed footage because you're at work.
Andrew worked 60, 70-hour weeks for 12 years and still was a very integral part of the kids' lives.
Well, the issue is it's not a critique of dads and saying that you guys are bad dads. I think you guys are probably excellent dads who love your kids, and in fact, you're working to provide for your kids. But this idea that mom stays home and dad works, it is denying you guys the ability to spend time.
I do not want... Look, I love my kids. They're great, right? I love them to death. But if I had to spend 9 hours a day with them, while the wife was at work and I had to stay at home with them and do stuff do the school stuff with them, I would absolutely lose my mind. I'm not interested in that. I don't want to do that. I'd rather be at work. I'd rather be at work than I would to be sitting at the house all day with kids that are just going to drive me up the wall. How many baby daddies does she have? She has two ex-marriages and 1 full still married. So you do the math.
With your children, you are trading it. Do you know what the number 1 regret of all men in hospice? Do you know what the number 1 regret is of all men in hospice?
In WT, the economy was absolute dog shit under Obama. It was absolute dog shit under Biden. So I don't know what you mean.
Not spending enough time with their kids. It is. And the reason why is because they are told, particularly from this side, that you're not a good enough man if you're not solely providing for your family, even though the reality is that the corporate elites at the top have made it damn near impossible for you to do so on 1 income. What is upper middle class right now? I think it's like $93,000 in certain states. That's a lot of money, right? A lot for 1 person. And the reality is you guys have almost no negotiating wage power, mostly because we're flooding things with like reduction of jobs through
a light G4W. That's the 4th time you've asked that question. And I'm still not going to get into a Trump debate today because we're not talking about Trump. This has nothing to do with Donald Trump. So get the TDS out of your mouth and figure something else out to say. Thank you.
And also because, again, of this expectation that you are paying the cost of fatherhood, so moms get motherhood. And I don't love either of these trade-offs. What I want is a situation where families can flourish, but it's not feminism. It's not some simple, small thing. It's so much more complicated than that. And if we don't have the real conversations about the people pitting us against each other while they're raking in millions and billions, trillions, I think now, at the top, we're never going to solve this issue. We're just going to keep pointing at men and pointing at women and being like, it's all each other's fault. It's like, it's not. It's like, it's bad antitrust law and a K-shaped economy that's
John,
fucking
you're a
with all
fucking
of us.
idiot, dude.
I agree with the problems you outlined.
You're a complete
It's
fucking idiot.
not good. It is a problem, but it's not feminism.
All right. So you might remember in my opening how I said that 1/3 of all American men are not in the workforce. It's a historic low male participation rate. Do you know why? It's not just automation. It's that most of these men have no prospect of marriage or family that they can see. And so they don't see any point. And they're going to stay at home and live in mom's basement and play video games where they can at least pretend to be winning the game of life. Men need challenge. They need to be able to go out into the world and overcome and become who they are. That's what being a man is. And when you send all the women to work and tell them, don't get married, that's dangerous, you'll get abused, which, by the way, is a total myth and a complete lie. All we did with no-fault divorce was shift the pool of abuse from married women to women living with their boyfriend. You are 40% more likely to be abused in a cohabitative relationship than you are if you're a married woman. And what has happened is there's no true solutions. This pie in the sky, like, oh, we'll just have UBI and socialism, and then everyone can stay home with the kids, and everybody can just work part-time. Again, if you value this first world, like, high standard of living, that's not going to happen without the men that go out there and make it happen. And everything you enjoy about this first world standard of living was built by men who were willing to risk death to get the girl and have the family and go out there and risk something and build great things that took multiple generations to build for their future, for their children. And if you're not going to give them children and you're not going to marry them, they have no incentive to do that. That's where the problem is. And you still haven't addressed it.
Sure. So, lots to tackle there. 1/3 of men are not in the workplace anymore. Isn't the GDP still going up? So if men are the most important for that, and they're the highest output, and women are filling in all those spots, why is our GDP still increasing while men's workplace participation is decreasing? Is that maybe because women are able to also be efficient in the workplace potentially and accommodate for some of these things?
We're not doing the 2 minutes anymore. No, there's a lag. There's a lag with birth rate too.
I'll defer to you, Rachel, because
Sure. Well, I'll just answer this one quickly. It's something that a lot of people don't understand about demographics. You can have below replacement rates for quite a long time before you all of a sudden hit, that's why they call it a cliff, because it'll look like, oh, and this is why people say, oh, we're actually overpopulated. There's too many people, and the population is still growing. It's an actual delayed thing where it keeps growing, and then all of a sudden it goes bam, and it hits like this low. And again, I have graphs on my phone I wasn't able to put on there, but if you look at Russia, South Korea, China, places that have tried this, that's exactly what you see with their birth rate. It'll go up, 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 and then it'll sharp downturn, and then they try to get it back up, and it never recovers. So it's like a snowball effect. So yes, GDP is still going up for now. We have maybe 30 to 50 years before we hit serious trouble that we might not recover from for like many generations.
Maybe. I'm sure you don't have a single source for that claim.
I
but that's
just
fine.
said, look at South Korea, look at China, look at Russia.
Well, that would be
They
great if
have
you would
not
tackle the
recovered.
Gulf states. But again, a really big problem with your narrative
Gulf
that you're
states are
pushing here,
behind us,
a big
though.
problem with the narratives that you're pushing here is that the Gulf states are not letting women participate by and large. They are getting increasingly educated, and yet their birth rate is still declining.
Yeah,
So
they're
women
like
not
70
taking all
years
these jobs.
behind us.
And their GDP is booming and growing because, to be honest,
They're 70 years
I do-
behind us.
No,
They'll
it's-
have
I
this
do wanna-
problem a
I will tell
century
you why
I do
it's
wanna-
booming. The reason why it's booming is because rather than allowing women to participate in the workforce at all in Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and Kuwait, what they do is mass migration. They bring in a whole bunch of people, particularly from like Trinidad and Tobago. They bring in all of these low-wage workers that they treat as second-class citizens to prop up.
I'm just going to remind you, people, that this is not a Trump stream. We're not talking Trump. If you want to go talk Trump, Go put Brian Shapiro's dick in your mouth. He will love to talk Trump with you. I'm not doing it. So shut up with the Trump talk. Thank you.
Their economy so
That's
that they
true.
can keep doing these things.
I agree,
so
Camaro.
if you want to get women out of the workforce, you are going to have to fill it with something else. And it's not just going to be just men. The reality is, especially if it's a 50-year problem, you're creating an acute crisis where you will absolutely need to just bring in way more mass migration to replace all of this. But that's just the reality of what you're prescribing for people, right? So again, birth rate going down, I agree. Not great. We should probably try to fix that. But the conversation is about feminism, and you keep insisting it's feminism's fault. But again, the Gulf states easily demonstrate that it's not. Nobody looks at Kuwait and Qatar and goes, wow, the bastion of feminism. Nobody thinks that. Obviously. So your narrative runs
Kuwait
into
and Qatar are
immediately
highly feminist.
counter-competing information. You talked about manufacturing. Again, manufacturing didn't get crushed because of women's push into the workforce. It got crushed by the Triffin dilemma. The U.S. has massive trade deficits. Everyone knows this. So in this situation, when the U.S. dollar is the global currency, everyone wants to bring business here because it's like the hot spot. It's the best place to be, and the American dollar goes far. Manufacturing gets crushed because American workers want higher wages because our cost of living is higher because everyone's bringing their business here and everyone's infusing cash all the time. You have to deal with the real economic issues that are causing the issue, not just blame feminism.
Okay.
Rachel, you got 2 minutes as well.
I'll try this one more time. I'm not blaming every economic problem on feminism. I'm blaming one economic problem, the only one that matters, which is demographics.
Gulf states.
There's a lot of different, they still
not
have
feminism.
above replacement because all the women
They
aren't
don't.
working.
They don't. They are under replacement.
I do the same way
They
that
are
Rachel didn't interrupt you on the
behind
last
us.
one. I want to give her the same.
The whole world is going this way. So all the countries that are still above replacement, which is only a handful, are trending down. And when those people, so you said immigrants, you're right. Saudi Arabia imports their entire workforce. We're trying to do that in the West. And what happens? Number one, all the places we're trying to bring immigrants from are now getting below replacement as well. So you're running out of other people to bring over. But two, when you bring those people over from those cultures where there's no feminism into the West, within one generation, their birth rate drops to as low as the native population in the West. So you bring someone over from Pakistan where the birth rate is still like one of the highest in the world. You bring them to the UK where there's feminism. You send their daughters to college and send their daughters to the workforce. They also only have 1.5 children per woman. So no, my claim, you're straw manning me again. My claim is not every economic problem is caused by feminism. Of course not. But the one that is caused by feminism will be the only one that matters, because if there's no people, there's no future. And you still haven't told me how you're going to combat that. How are you going to have your first world feminist utopia where the men and the women both work part-time, everyone gets to stay home, however we're going to work that, everybody gets to follow their dreams and do what they want?
I think that's called a straw man.
How do we get to do that with below replacement birth rates?
Yeah, we
if
need to solve
women
birth
are
rate.
Hold on
working,
one
they're
second.
not going to have babies, and that's the only part of my argument that matters.
Sure, yeah, I'm tackling, so I can
Taking it
repeat
back
for
over
you.
to Kyla for 2 minutes.
I've responded to this multiple times, which again, declining birth rate is not feminism. It is modernization. This is why Saudi Arabia, as it modernizes, has a decline, which, by the way, is below replacement. Saudi Arabia's is like 1.7 right now. So no, they're not replacing themselves. Birth rate decline is because as you modernize and give people more education, they choose to postpone marriage and they have less children as a result of it. It's really that simple. But
Hey, if
that's
you're-
not feminism. That is
If you're here, make sure you hit that like button and share it out to some of your friends. I think as soon as this one's done, we're going to maybe watch the Andrew Wilson debate, maybe, or one of the other debates. I hadn't decided yet, but make sure you're hitting the like button and share it out to some people.
actually education, that's capitalism, and it's kind of the Protestant work ethic. Because if there's any system that tells you delay gratification, hustle and work hard, make sure you're a steward of the future, it's probably something like a capitalist system with economic incentive to grow, 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 and a Protestant work ethic that says work, work, work. That's what you're actually contending with here. Does feminism have impacts on certain things? Yeah, I think it's made women particularly significantly more choosy in like their partners, for example. But if you look at these bad college women, for example, they're the group getting married more than anyone else since 2010. They are the highest population to get married. Their marriages last longer. They have a divorce rate that's way lower than everyone else, by the way. Their children are more successful. Their children contribute to the economy significantly more. I'd love to get those ladies having children more too. Let's invest in more technologies to kind of help them increase their window of IVF, but I'm sure you're opposed to that, right? There's all sorts. Let's get tax credits. Yeah, let's laugh at it. You guys want to solve the birth rate problem unless
They're not
you
ready
actually
for that
have
conversation,
solutions that are
Roddy.
about modernization, because your actual
Lord have
enemy
mercy.
here today isn't feminism, it's modernization, and we're never going back to monkey, so you may as well give up on that one.
We are never going back to monkey. We're never going to do it. We're never going back to monkey.
First of all, you said it's a capitalism problem along with a modernization problem. That doesn't explain how communist China and communist Russia had this happen to them first before any capitalist nation. Because in communism, it was, yeah, have the babies, but mainly go to work because we need to fill the factories and everybody needs to be a proletariat worker, right?
The people that think Not So Erudite is making lots of good points, she's great, are also in here with, talking TDS and are just being simps because she's pretty. All it is, they're just simps.
They experienced this before capitalist countries did, and to the biggest degree. So it can't just be capitalism. Second of all, telling women to wait to have children because IVF will be there, people who say that haven't looked into IVF and how abysmal the failure rate is. First of all, it's massively expensive, and even if you completely subsidized it like they do in Israel, it's horrific to put women through. Have you ever had to inject yourself with a crap ton of hormones and go through all the things that you have to go through for
I
IVF?
completely
it's
agree.
miserable.
Yes.
And if you wait
Repeal
until
the
you're
19th
40,
Amendment. Stop
it has
letting
a
people
less
vote.
than 10% success rate.
Stop letting people vote. If you want, you do a service for the country, you can vote. If you don't do a service for your country, you don't vote. I like it. Repeal the 19th. Let's do it today.
About the same as conceiving naturally. It doesn't work. So telling women to wait for IVF is cruel and unusual punishment. It's a horrible idea.
I think that's called a straw man. Yeah, that's a great, yeah. Yeah, I think, what did you call that? I think we call that a straw man, because yeah, of course my solution that I've outlined isn't just wait for IVF. In fact, one of the things that I think most importantly has to happen is a college level radical reformation, right? The idea.
I do have a question for my liberals in here, though. What is a woman? What is a woman? If you can mind defining that for me, that'd be great.
Idea that to just like work in mid-level HR, you need a bachelor's degree is fucking crazy. I'm sorry. There's no world that you need to be like Aristotle and, back of the day said that doesn't matter. What you need is more technical schools so that people can get into the careers that they actually want, that are economical, that are pushing our GDP. All these fluffy industries, by the way, are what makes our country dominate the world. So careful what you insult there, okay? These fluffy tech jobs, by the way, sitting there, what's more like fluffy and soy than sitting and like working?
I won the 2020 election.
Men should be sweating, right? By your
I did.
mantra.
So.
I love men sitting on computers. Okay, you guys go off, kings. What you actually need to talk about here is a radical reformation of the education system, which if you want to get on my leftist craziness, join me over here, okay? I'm down for it. If you want to talk about women getting maternity leave and dads getting pat leave and it being required by the company to pay for it and not the government, I'm all down for it. I want moms to stay home for like a year. I want dads to stay home for at least 6 months to a year. It's tradable between the two. I think that's awesome. Norway does it, and it's fucking awesome, by the way. Also, if you want to know, before you laugh about it, the childhood outcomes
go to
of
Norway.
children whose parents get mat and pat leave, you might want to guess it's really fucking good. Yeah, they're really successful children. So I want to deal with the birth rate issue just as much as you do by radicalizing the speed of getting people from education into it. I think the tax that we put on the young in America is insane. I want boomers to stop just gobbling up all the wealth at the top and then holding on to their assets so that it's not there for anybody else. And I think the moment you make life affordable, so it's not $45,000 to have a baby, suddenly people want to have kids a lot more. That's going to be my guess.
Yeah, so this is a math problem, which is why I started my opening with all those infographics for you, because you cannot subsidize your way out of this problem. In order to be able to have enough,
private, but okay.
We're not Norway. This is a very large country. And
Well, I said private institutions would cover it. Well, you at least deal with what I'm saying. Or you can strawman. That's fine. We're doing strawman hour now. Go ahead.
You can't subsidize your way out of this. You can't just, we'll just pay for people to be able to be parents. We'll just give them infinite time off so they can spend more time. I already explained this is a math problem. When you have 1/3 of men in the country not even participating in the workforce, your social safety nets are already about to collapse. You cannot add paid family leave and have everybody working a part-time job and subsidize college for everyone. This is what started the problem. The smart countries that are going to still be here and are going to be dominating in the future, I would wager, are the ones who are going to prioritize producing actual goods, including things like food, their own power. They will have energy independence. That's all male-dominated industries. The smart countries are going to say, hey, ladies, here's some incentive for you to stay out of the workforce early on in life. Have a family. We're going to make women staying home and raising their own children the affordable thing, not some kind of weird government subsidy where mommy and daddy both work, but you get a bunch of government subsidized time off for like the first year or two of your child's life. I don't know if you know this, but they live longer than a year or two. They still need you when they get older. So
my died young, unfortunately.
It would be a lot smarter, rather than to just double down on all the shit that has caused all the problems, to say, maybe this was the wrong approach, and maybe looking into the future, we should prioritize long-term stability and make families independent of the government, rather than continue to double down on government's your daddy policies.
Gotcha. So speaking of fluffy dream worlds, oh my goodness. Honestly, Rachel, I want to live in your fan fiction utopia too. It sounds fucking awesome. How are you going to do that though? Because it seems like, you know, if you want your economy to be successful and booming, it seems like the countries who are best at it went, well, we definitely want all people who are best at human capital to be in the spaces that they're most efficient at. It seems like, you know, we've done things like we've tried to have comparative advantages. So we go, why have one woman at home teach 2 kids when that same woman who's really talented teacher can teach 15 kids, and that other woman who is now not teaching her kids because another woman that is wonderful and that we've regularly and we trust is teaching her children, and that woman can go and do something else successful in whatever way that she would be. Maybe it's making delicious brownies, which, by the way, don't knock brownies, okay? Never knock brownies until you've tried one, right? But when we're talking about the affordability, if you're talking about the affordability crisis, how are you proposing to solve it? Because I'm putting forward real answers, like, for example, tax credits. So tax credits for anything having to do with child rearing. Make anything associated, diapers, for example. Make it tax credit. That's not the taxpayer paying for it. That means you don't have to pay extra for it, right? All these things can be helped to make it more affordable to have children.
That's a good way to look at it, Camaro.
What is your fanfic utopian dream process of economy where women aren't working and aren't getting educated, but we're maintaining a competitive global GDP? What's the system for that?
Sure, I'll tell you. First of all, it's not women can't work, it's mothers should be. Mothers already have a job. They don't need a second job. The constant throughout all of human history still matters. Yes, we have modern technology now. That doesn't mean you can automate motherhood. That doesn't mean you can replace it or outsource it. We should be investing. So like I said, we have this 1/3 of American men who are not in the workforce because they don't see any reason to be. They've been told they're bad, they're toxic, they're never going to get a woman, and they're never going to have a future anyway. So just play World of Warcraft. Why not? Get on government subsidy for your ADHD and your autism, which you're all self-diagnosed with from being on TikTok all day. How about We
leave
incentivize
TikTok out
young
of it,
men
Rachel.
who we desperately need in the trades. We need young men in the trades so bad. It's way cheaper to
You
train
sound
them to
jealous,
do the
Don.
trades than to send them to university. So how about instead of paying them to go to university, giving them $100,000,
See, like
to
my
go get
idea.
some shitty degree?
Okay.
No.
Yeah,
you,
radical
you
educational
send them
reform.
to tech schools to learn the trades, and then imagine how much money you can save when mom stays home. You don't have to pay for a second vehicle. You're not paying income tax from her wages. You don't have to pay daycare, which makes up 25% of the average American household's expenses, by the way. You're saving like 35% just by mom staying home if dad has a great, good paying job in infrastructure and the trades, which we desperately need anyway, instead of letting Jose come across the border and do it illegally.
Man, it's so interesting, Rachel.
I'm not
You're
talking about
so
you, Jose.
much smarter.
And just another Jose. Yeah, you're good. Not you.
It's really impressive. First of all, base for taking my idea.
Go cut my grass.
We're vibing over that one. Radical education reformation. We can all just get behind that one. Like, we don't even need to be mad about that. And I'm with you on that one. Okay, so it's very miraculous how Rachel, in her own divine wisdom, in her own lifetime, has arrived at a economic and societal structural system that I guess nobody's ever thought of before. Like, why hasn't anyone ever tried that? Oh, wait, we fucking did. We actually did try this thing where it's actually more economic for women to stay at home. It's not, actually. The reason why women enter the workforce in almost all most competitive global GDP is because when you increase the local labor force that is highly educated, you do better in the GDP participation. Sorry, that's just...
When you add more people to the workforce, the wages stagnate or go down. They never go up. When you have less people in the workforce, supply and demand, when you have less people in the workforce, the demand goes up, which means the pay goes up. So you're a fucking idiot.
a fact. That's just a reality of human capital. We had the barring mothers. We had it from the 1910s to the 1930s. There was marriage bars. And what happened is we got into war. And we were like, oh, fuck, we kind of need them now. We bring them into war. And then all of a sudden, it's a proof of concept. Women can actually be incredibly powerful forces. They were the ones pushing the manufacturing. It is the manufacturing labor of women during the war that thrust America into the golden age of that economic boom and allowed...
Correct, period. Right, you're right. Look at there. But now, if you add, so you make $54 an hour as a tradesman, right? But if you put 70 other people in your job, in your area, in your job, your pay is not going to go up ever again. They're going to stay low. They're going to go down. Because we can hire 10 people at $20 an hour versus, or, you know, we can hire 2 people at $22 an hour, $27 an hour versus 1 person at 54, and then they hire another one, then it gets cut in half to 13 each. So that's the way that shit works, and it's so stupid.
To negotiate to become the global reserve currency, which I know you seem to not know anything about economics because you...
My mom's new man is in the chat. Hello, my mom's new man.
Bad economic theory, by the way. But just so it's clear, when America became the global reserve currency, that was like the game change. You want to know why you're the dominant country now? It's that. It's that thing specifically. Because all of the nations got together and they were like, who do we think will be most reliable and stable and boom in the next coming future? And it was fucking America, baby. So this idea of, well, why don't we just try this? Thank you, I appreciate it. This new economic system that nobody's ever thought of. We did, and we moved away from it because it was more efficient to do other things.
Kick it over, Rachel. 2 minutes.
So I'm not sure that it was more efficient. As I said, in the short term, yeah, GDP go up.
Nope,
but
not GDP
but at
go
the
up.
expense of what? At the expense of what?
Nope,
So,
competitive GDP. I've said that.
Do you wanna
Well, if you're going to
just stick
straw
with
man me, well, do you want to talk to me or do you want to straw man me?
first of all,
It's
I think
each
you
of
competitive
you-
GDP.
I think
I
you
think
need one of
each-
those special brownies you were talking about to bring you down from the Adderall high. Because
Uh-oh.
you're just like,
Yay, drug insults.
it's like, whoa, let's
If you want to just go to like
do-
weird
Did
drug
you have-
insults and
How
like,
many Red Bulls did you have?
I don't
Just
know, Rachel. Can you
chill.
raise your eyebrows? Give it a try.
All right. We are
Ever tried it before?
we are going to all right.
Yeah.
So this
your
is
Botox looks really good
these
on you,
are-
by the way.
What are we even
All right.
talking about?
all right.
Well, I
let's
know you were
do-
Botox, and it looks great, by the way. Go
let's-
off, Queen.
All
I
right,
love
let's
it.
do a reset.
Okay.
2 minutes for Rachel.
But Who makes sense? What? Who said what that doesn't make sense? Jared, what are you talking about? Explain that.
Go ahead.
Who are you talking
good,
about?
Good stuff there. So
It was funny. It was for the crowd, okay? We were giving some crowd pleasers.
yes, you're a bastion of entertainment. Love it.
True.
Keep going.
That's why you brought me here.
So again, we're trading long-term sustainability, and again, none of this matters. Oh wow, you've got a massive GDP right now. Ooh wow, there's like all of this unsustainable, goofy, fluffy women jobs that I just showed you. The reason I had to have slides was to give people the visual impact of just how much of
I don't disagree with you, Pure. What are you saying? Who are you talking to? And what specifically are you talking about?
women's empowerment is subsidized by men's actual productivity. Women own 40% of businesses in the United States and produce 6% of the revenue. How is that more efficient? How is that better for the future? How does that sustain anything?
Because small businesses
we
don't
get to
provide
have
that
that,
much
you
revenue.
guys.
I don't know what
You
you
get
wanna
to
do.
have that at the cost of not having enough babies to replace anyone, having labor shortages, massive inflation. Like, if this is working so well and it's doing so great, why do you yourself say we have so many economic problems? Now, you don't think it's because of feminism, fine. But everywhere in the world that we push mothers out of the home and into the workforce, the birth rate collapses. And that will have to be dealt with, regardless of if you love having lots of psychologists and crumble cookies and Etsy ladies and whatever.
Yeah, I can tell that you only prepped this point. So I've already addressed that. I
It's
agree
not that I
birth rate
didn't only
decline.
prep this point. It's the only
okay.
point that matters.
Well, you're right. You prepped more, and then I brought just confirming evidence, so you had to run away from your 1970s.
You still haven't told me what we're going to do about that.
I've given you multiple answers. In fact, you've borrowed some of them.
All right,
None of them solve the problem.
All right,
It's a gripless trilemma all over again.
All right, hold on a second. We do have to
Solve
we're
Rachel's
going back to
dilemma.
Do you
we're
want
going
to
back
birth
to
rate?
No. It's not what I said, Pure. And I think you misunderstood what I said. All right. I was going back to the person that said that they were in the trades and they were making $54 an hour. Okay? I'm going to clarify this probably real quick for you, right? If you are in a trade, which is a skill-based trade, right? So that is electrical, plumbing, HVAC, welding, those kind of things. If you can charge whatever you want because only specific people are taking those jobs. However, if you go in tomorrow or today and you double or triple the workforce in those trades, the pay will go down because there will be more people than there are jobs. So the pay will go down, not up. That's what I'm saying. If you double or triple the workforce, the pay will go down. Just like when the reason that that the workforce was men were making enough money to support a husband, a wife, and a family at home was because there was not many people in the workforce. I know it wasn't you, but I was talking to someone else and you interjected with that comment. But when they had the workforce, there was only a certain amount of people in the workforce. When they doubled it by adding women to the workforce, the wages went because they could pay less. That's what I was saying. That's what I was talking about. So I don't know what you were talking about with the apprenticeships, all that stuff. I don't know I don't know where that came from, other than the fact that the guy was saying he's a tradesman making $54 an hour and he supports his wife at the house that's working at home, that's sitting at home perfectly. The union wages will go down if you doubled the workforce, bud. They would have to. There's not enough money in them. If you doubled or tripled the workforce, the money would go down.
Again,
the 2-minute response.
you're the one who uses a gripless trilemma.
We're going to
You
give
just don't
Kyla
realize it.
2 minutes. Kyla, the floor is yours for 2 minutes.
Okay, awesome. So again, when we talk about so why are women-owned businesses only contributing to 6%? I think when you look at booming economies, the Fortune 500 I think probably contributes at least 30, maybe 40% of the GDP in tax receipts. So the idea that it's all these small businesses, all small businesses don't contribute that much to government tax receipts. Welcome to the government, I suppose. When we're talking about goofy, fluffy women jobs, I agree that there's too many Etsy shops, but they're going to die and go under anyways, right? Sure, but the reality is that these goofy, fluffy women jobs were created by corporate infrastructure because they realized things like Ford is a great example of this, right? Ford made HR in like 1910 because big companies need it. They need managers and they need people that oversee people to make sure you keep making work. So if you're so smart in all your wisdom, you have to go to the Fortune 500. You have to go to Elon Musk himself and be like, hey, those HR jobs, really silly, not good for the economy. It's not very efficient. And I'm going to probably look at you and say, I probably know more about what's good for the economy. As I said before, it's not GDP go up, and it's never been. That's always been a straw man of my argument. It's about maintaining a competitive GDP. And the reason why is if you can't fund your military and keep up with the other countries around you, they are going to stomp on you. And that has been shown in recent history. And we need to be aware of it because we have to fund these things. We have to.
Okay. So again, I don't know how else. It's like trying to teach force doctrine to you. It just doesn't stick. You still think it's about like majorities or something goofy.
No, it's about category errors.
It's not. You
It is.
just
Right.
don't understand it. But
I do.
Yeah. Hey,
if you don't,
Coaster, that's a good way to catch a. That's a good way. Go out there in one of the southern states that doesn't have all the left wing regulations, and go out there and punch one of those, whatever you want to call them. I'm not saying the words here, but go out there and punch one, and then if you catch an automatic hole puncher to the chest, you did it to yourself. If you catch the projectile from an automatic hole puncher, that's on you, bud. Go punch one of them, see. Go try it. Go check it out.
have women, what do we need more of? Do we need more women doing multi-level marketing, selling Lululemons and Tupperware? Or do we need women having babies so that we can actually have a big military? Actually, do you remember my slide about if we didn't abort 1/3 of our babies, we'd have 45 million more people in our labor force? You don't
Yeah.
think that's a good trade-off?
Well, my
you don't think
suspicion
that might be
that
better?
that slide probably didn't account
Just-
for the fact
are
that the
you-
women who would be having those children would be single mothers, which
Just
are
to be
also
clear, you were
contributing to the
No, it
welfare
does.
state that we were upset about.
It
So
accounts. So
probably not 45 million.
it did. So
Probably not.
if you have, it's an average of $26,000 of lifetime earnings that women will lose when they have a baby that they would have otherwise aborted. That's the estimate from, I think, Guttmacher and then the U.S. Department of Labor.
I don't trust that.
If you didn't, of course, you don't trust them.
I've read your book, baby girl. I don't trust any of your
Their
citations.
government, it's the government,
None
the
of it's
Department of
been
Labor is the
proven,
U.S. government.
dumbass.
Remember
I'm
when
not
wanna-
pulling
Hypatia was
sources out
killed?
of thin
just
air.
to be
So-
sure that
That was a
All
fun
right.
one.
If you have,
I'm not going
I
to.
don't even know what she's
not doing
saying.
that.
Just to be
She's
sure
So
that
one
we-
more of those
I
comments.
think we're going to go back to the 2-minute
Comment,
segments.
and you're
So-
out of
not
here.
calm.
We're going to
I
go back
am
to the
calm.
2-minute
All you need is
segments.
one.
All right.
No.
So go ahead, Rachel. We'll put it at.
So I'm saying
One-
once again, maybe don't kill off 1/3 of our labor force. That would probably help GDP.
Sure, but probably making
All right,
it
2 minutes.
probably making it so that 50% of our labor force doesn't enter the workforce is also not the best comparative advantage that we can talk about. Like, I'm happy to talk to you about abortion and the problems with it and like how mothers need to be supported more in our society. I've granted you that from the beginning. That's not an assailing on my position because I'm with you that like one of the worst things that we have seen, even with like the third wave feminism, is that nobody looked at mothers and said that that thing is beloved. Nobody looked at a mother and said that that is something worth cherishing and protecting. And you can see it because of the lack of policy created so that women have options and opportunities.
Goodbye,
The
dumbass.
reality is, do we need more
I
of like
warned
babies
you.
and MLMs? The reality is, why not try to find a system where it's a little bit easier to do both?
You can't.
You can. We
Other
have
countries have tried it and it's failed massively. And
Really,
they've had
America's
over a
failing
century.
so much.
They've had
Well, I
over
can
a
see-
century to
are
figure
you-
it out in
just to be sure,
China and Russia, and China has
Kyla, are you-
massive technology
Kyla,
and
are
they
you
can't
done with
figure
your-
it out.
Done with your 2 minutes, or do you? I can't tell.
I'll respond. I'll respond. It's fine. It's fine. This back and forth is totally fine with me. Yeah. So in the case of America, I would say booming countries that are succeeding as a result of the labor force being injected.
Almond's
with
gone.
women
He's out of here.
and
Don't worry about
basically
him.
everyone who wants to work. America is a really good example of how it is working, as what my favorite.
We're not
my
doing
favorite
these
feminist
lies and
said. But
misinformation
there's
out here,
50,000,
bullshit.
right? The economy of America is growing, and it's growing consistently. Trump is doing everything in his power to slow it as much as possible. However, it is growing, and it is, I think, right now it's still 12 trillion over China. That comparative edge matters because for those of you who are in cybersecurity, anybody here in cybersecurity? Okay, a little bit, yeah. You guys know that the main thing keeping us ahead of China in cybersecurity is we have a lot of fucking money because their tech is so much better, which is dangerous to Americans today. It's not just bombs flying over and military troops walking into China and shooting Chinese people. It's cybersecurity. It's attacks on our systems. Just recently, the Hugging Face ChatGPT thing got out. That's what's dangerous. So what you need in a competitive GDP, and your system is saying it's not working. It is working. We just need to continue to find solutions to modernization so moms and dads can have kids too. I'm with you on finding a solution to that, but your answer is pressure women not to go into work, and we tried that. It doesn't work very well for maintaining everything that your society needs, which isn't just lots of babies, because Pakistan, tons of babies, not a great economy.
Go ahead, Rachel.
Again,
Why do you want mothers with young?
here, do you just keep coming after me? Is that what you're doing? I don't understand what you got going on here. Because are you talking to me again? Maybe I'm just reading your messages and I'm feeling attacked because I'm sitting in this chair, I have this microphone. So, are you coming after me again? Are you talking to not so erudite? My bad. If you're going after her, my bad. But I thought you were coming after me, and I was like, we fixing a fight. We fixing a fight in this bitch. But they don't want you, Sky.
Children to be at work all day.
I want them to be able to work at home. That's a great option for them.
How many of them do you think can work from home and contribute to the necessary and productive parts of the
I
economy?
can increase that.
I mean,
Not
I
even
think
high.
HR jobs are increasingly moving to remote positions.
So
I think
there's
like 20
the
to 30%.
solution, just more HR jobs. Everybody be an HR Karen.
Again, you can
Everybody
laugh at
work
it,
in
but
HR.
take it up with Elon Musk.
Do you think Elon
Great
Musk has
economist,
an
Rachel.
HR department because of any other reason than Title IX making women be able to frivolously sue their employers for sexual harassment?
So there can be problems
He
with
would
women
get rid
in the
of his
workplace.
HR department tomorrow if you couldn't bring frivolous lawsuit after frivolous
No.
lawsuit that I didn't get the promotion because Tommy was sleeping with Lisa instead of me or whatever nonsense. Like Title IX caused that. We
No,
did not
it started
have a
in
desperate
1910.
need for HR.
It started in 1910 with Ford because Ford realized that it had more human capital that it could manage with just its direct system. So it built HR
do you mean the same
departments. They
Ford
did it.
Foundation that created women's study?
Okay, Pierre, I was just checking because we were fixing a fight. I was fixing to jump through this expensive ass webcam and come get your ass. I'm just kidding, bro. Appreciate you being here.
Yes.
Do you mean them? Oh, that's convenient, isn't it?
Well, wait, are you really trying to tell me that corporations, by the good of their heart, are making these stupid jobs that are useless, don't help their company, don't help their stakeholders, they don't maintain their fiduciary response, they just love women so much? Oh my God, every CEO out there is just like, fuck the stakeholders, boys. We got to get women in the workplace. Find them stupid jobs. I don't know, make
If
them
you could
fold
stop the meth
brownies or
prattle,
something.
I'll respond. Like seriously, like you're going 5,000 miles an hour about absolutely nothing.
I know,
And
when
it's
you don't
like-
know anything about
it's
the
like
economy, it can be
watching a
tough when I
person
talk
on
about it, hey?
All right, I
methamphetamine
do-
just
I do
spurred
have
the
to-
fuck out.
Red Bull,
All right.
first of all.
All right.
I don't do
Let's-
amphetamines. It's
So
bad for my brain.
no, corporations wanted cheap labor, and the government wanted more income tax. So the Ford Foundation, in their own papers, which I cite in my book that you say you've read, said, let's make women working, let's support feminism, they literally created women's studies departments as a vehicle to push Marxist feminism
In the
into the
60s.
universities.
Yeah.
Yes, and to get women to
HR
buy
started
in,
in the 1910s.
to
So.
get women to buy into the idea that work and being a career woman is empowering and safe, and that motherhood is risky and dangerous and holds you back from whatever. You need to be liberated, but nobody ever asks from what? What were women liberated from? Because the only thing I can see that we were liberated from is intact structural families, our own children, and our own interests. Now we spend our lives working for corporations and paying income tax at the expense of our own relationships with our children, our own marriages, our own communities. Like, how much have we lost from sending women to work for Ford and Elon Musk and be in HR versus them being at home building communities, taking care of each other? The women used to all be home together.
Sure, we've probably lost
we're at
many
3 minutes.
things.
I want to give each of you a minute and a half. That's the last of our 3 minutes of open dialogue.
Okay. So your theory of everything falls apart really hard when you get any amount of disconfirming evidence, right? Manufacturing, for example, as you tried to suggest originally, was dying in the 1970s. It wasn't. It started dying in the 1950s, again, because of the Triffin dilemma. When you want to talk about economics and why people are struggling, we have to have big girl conversations and not just be mad at the other girls and what they're doing. The reality is that we did try the
Maybe
model
you're a fraud,
after
John.
industrialization to keep
Maybe-
women
have you
home.
thought about
We
that? Maybe
barred
you're the
women from
fraud.
workplaces, particularly married women, the women that you would like to bar from workplaces. And the reality is that America was not competing at a large level. It wasn't a superpower at the time. And there's a reason why most Fortune 500, all Fortune 500s, have invented these things. Again, a CEO's fiduciary responsibility, and since we're doing pop quiz, that means a legal responsibility is to stakeholders. Corporations aren't going out of their way to make jobs that are useless for women because they're nice and they love feminism. That doesn't even make sense. The reality of a capitalist is they're constantly thinking about their bottom line. And if HR makes their large corporation work more effectively, that's what they're going to do. This idea of Ford and the gender studies, I'll just grant you, Ford did do that in the gender studies. I don't really care. It falls apart the moment you just think about a timeline. Ford invented HR long before they were pushing gender studies.
Seconds.
So this idea that Ford just had this maniacal plan, instead of actually it was an economic supply response of needing clerical work increasingly in large corporations to make these corporations more effective, I guess take it up with every single fucking billionaire. I don't know what to tell you, Rachel.
With that, we'll kick it over to Rachel.
My wife complains about wanting to quit working every single day.
It's the final
Every day
segment.
she tells me
1
how she
and a
hates,
half minutes for
she
you,
hates it
Rachel.
and she wants to quit
So
working.
first of all, I'm not going to be lectured on having big girl conversations by someone who hasn't accomplished even a tenth of what I've accomplished in my life. That's number one. Number two, you came in here
How much
wanting,
older are you than
it's
me?
my time.
Aren't you like 20 years
It's
older?
my time.
I do want to give Rachel a
You
chance.
gotta shut up at some point and let me talk too.
Yeah, only
You
me
came
is
in
All right,
here
we
wanting
do-
to have
hold on.
this friendly female conversation that was all subterfuge, that was all trickery,
It wasn't.
because you were the quickest
All right.
to insult me personally and,
Nope.
and spurg out and go off on wild tangents. And I'm not going to be lectured about big girl conversations by somebody who is just over here having an absolute autism fit with her Red Bull or what. I don't even know half of what you said.
I could
But
tell.
here's the problem.
You definitely don't
The
know.
future belongs to those who show up for it. And we have a choice to make. We cannot have women working full-time jobs and dedicating all their lives to careerism and have them be good full-time mothers, raising the next generation of human beings above replacement level. They will continue to abort a third of every generation. They will continue to remain single and unmarried, or if they even, do have children, they're doing it single and
15
unmarried.
seconds.
This is the only question that matters. Everything else economically won't matter if this doesn't get solved.
Thank you very much for that closing. Special thanks to our sponsor, Maine First Project, fighting to put Mainers first. Check out mainefirstproject.org. Huge thanks to Revival. If you want to have a Q&A, if you're going to have a conversation, please do step outside. All right, we're ready for you.
Kyla.
I have a name.
What's that?
I'm just kidding.
Kyla.
Yeah, hi,
All
sir.
right.
What's your name?
John.
Hi, John. Nice to meet you.
I heard somewhere that the three most influential things, I guess, on the planet are the nuclear bomb, the transistor, and birth control, right? I don't know if that's true, but it sounds right to me.
Okay.
If you could remove one of those, you can't remove the first two. The third one is something you could do about, and to me, that sounds like that's under feminism. Can you at least acknowledge feminism as at least part of the problem? And if we eliminated that part, would that not help everything?
So feminism is part of the problem and it's part of the solution to a lot of issues, right? Society isn't just like a simple thing, right? Pakistan is a really good example of a country with exploding birth rates. They really solved that issue, but their economy is struggling and they keep on getting dumpster.
Does anybody know why Pakistan's birth rates are exploding? Does anybody know? Comment now. Tell me why. You tell me why. Real quick. Anybody know? I can pull it up for you.
By India in war, right?
Nope.
Pakistan is a great example of why in a country, lots of things matter all at once. What you're calling contraception, is that like feminism or technology? It's probably a bit of both, right? But what it really is pharmaceutical companies making money from a technology that's utile, right? So the issue is you're pointing at one of the technologies as being like useless and we don't need it. However, I don't even know how we begin to make that argument, because we do need women in the workplace, and giving them more control of their family planning has allowed women to massively excel in workplaces and achieve higher levels of education and productive output than ever before.
Hey,
I know
James,
you can't respond, sorry.
just a
51 to 65% of marriages in Pakistan are between cousins, making it one of the highest countries with the highest rates of whatever that word is, marriage in the world. That's so their cousins are marrying and fucking each other and having little babies. They go marry their cousins, and that's the reason Pakistan's IQ rate is one of the lowest in the world.
quick note on that. The reason that Pakistan's economy sucks so bad, even though the birth rate is high, is because they are a Muslim nation with the highest rate of inbreeding in the world.
Oh, I forgot brown people. How did I not think of that?
Are you going to sit here and say that that lowered IQ from inbreeding is not a serious factor in their economics?
It's a huge issue within Pakistan. The issue is that if your birth rate dream was so awesome, their birth rate is like 7.1.
Well, you don't have to marry your cousin.
Well, you kind of,
I'm not saying marry your cousin.
Rachel, I know disconfirming evidence sucks for you, but you actually have to deal with it and not just go, ma, brown people.
You just sat here and said, well, birth rate is not always so good. It's like, no, you're
It's almost like countries that only invest in birth rate and don't invest in GDP tend to be shit. Yes, countries that control women and don't let them in the workplace and don't allow them any autonomy are shitholes.
There are more people wanting to ask their questions. All right.
That's Islam.
All right, next up.
Kyla,
I need folks just so they can hear the speaker.
You mentioned Saudi Arabia and Qatar, but from 1960 to today, Saudi Arabia's female participation rate went from 15% to over 35%, and they've delayed the time to have a first child to almost age 27. How does that not make Rachel's point?
Because, again, I don't think I would look at Saudi Arabia as a bastion of it. In fact, Saudi Arabia, a close ally of America, is letting women who are very educated in Saudi Arabia, for example, participate in their workforce because it's useful for them. That's why they're letting them do it. They're, by the way, still cutting off clits, so not exactly a feminist bastion.
I mean, it makes her point, though.
It doesn't make her point, because if the point is feminism is causing this problem, it's actually modernization that's causing this problem.
They more than doubled their female workforce.
I do want to move
and
to the
they're
next
educating women and pushing them into the
Look,
workforce.
if you want to take the claim that Saudi Arabia is a famous feminist bastion, you can take it. I just think it's absurd on face.
Why are you so angry?
All right, we're going to go to the next question.
I'm not angry.
You've been
I'm having a great
freaking out
time.
this whole time.
I got a cute outfit on. I'm feeling
all right,
great.
we're going to go to the next question.
Hi, sir.
So I wanted to ask you about Henry Ford.
I don't know much about Henry Ford.
So he started human resources, you said, in the 1910s. So
I believe
like
it was 1910 that the Ford industry
In
did,
1916, he was sued by the Dodge brothers for improperly investing and not protecting shareholders and lost that case.
Okay.
So wouldn't that kind of show that Henry Ford was not a good actor in the corporate space?
I don't know much about the case, but were they sued over HR?
They were sued over wages and improper investment.
HR?
Using dividends to pay for HR.
That's a big stretch there, sir. So was it HR that they were sued over, or was he doing fraudulent behavior? Sounds like the fraud might have been a bit more of a spicy problem. Okay.
Come on. Hi, Kyla. Hi, Rachel. Appreciate the debate tonight. Juicy, as James would say. My question is for you, Rachel. You and Andrew sometimes deal with this idea that like guns are an equalizer, as in they can sort of minimize the distance between men and women.
No. I'm just gonna say this. This is a free speech platform, and if I want, and guess who's on this platform? This is my channel. Yep, that's me. That's my name up there. And if I want to tell you to go with a dick, I will. And you know what you'll do about it? Nothing. Cry in the comments. So get over it, bro. Get over it.
In terms of the physical force they can exert.
Right.
And I know you have problems with that argument, but I can pretty easily imagine a future where a technology that's a true equalizer, like maybe gene editing is just one example, could just be a reality not so far from now.
I could.
So I just wanted to ask, what does that world look like to you? And in a way, does it make kind of an egalitarian philosophy or fact of life inevitable?
Just wait till this is
Does
over.
the gene editing you're talking about make it
Just
so
know
that
that
men
he
can have
caused
babies?
This person right here?
Probably not for a
caused your
while.
ass.
Probably not for a long time.
Then
Remember
I
that.
would say no. Will it make it so that we have women that are the
I let 'em know
same
that-
rough
let my
size
imaginary know.
and strength as
I let
men?
my
'Cause if
imaginary know.
basically,
Good
unless you're
Lord,
going to turn
I can't
women
talk over people. This is so loud. I'll let my imaginary girlfriend know. I let her know just a minute ago. I let her know that she's in trouble after this because of you. So, you're welcome.
Famous
Men, then
biologist
no.
here, by the way, knows a lot about CRISPR, I'm sure. Did you know that that's what
Oh,
the
yeah, she's
technology is
doing
called,
great.
by the way?
But I'm not gonna whoop her because I like her.
Thanks,
But my
Mrs.
girlfriend over here,
Turner.
she's
Look,
in trouble.
baby girl, you're gonna love when I go through your book.
I
Okay.
love when she educates me.
All right.
It's my
When
favorite.
did Hypatia? Who's Hypatia, by the way?
Look, I
It's in your
can't.
book.
You're like meth-spurging, and I can't right now.
I-
I would
We're
like
gonna
to
go
get to
if
the
you,
the
you
next
can keep
question.
like insulting me, Rachel, but
Terry,
first of all,
I'm
between me and you,
debating
you, I'm
I'm mugging
all
you
right.
every
to the
single day.
We're gonna
But
move.
second
We're gonna
of all,
move the next
who's
question.
Hypatia?
Tyriek.
Yeah, you don't want to answer,
What's
do
great.
you?
Yeah, so Kyla, I was wondering, like, what is the proposed solution from feminism? Because in terms of Rachel's proposed
Can you
solution,
say that again? Sorry.
what is the proposed solution from feminism that we're going to get at least 1 million lives back into the economy for workers and all that stuff? This is what Rachel's talking about with the mathematics. We get rid of elective abortion. That's 1 million lives each year coming into America.
Yeah, a lot of those.
What's
so
the
getting rid of the
feminism
abortion
council?
also means that you're going to have a massive amount of those lives going on the welfare state, which I think you guys don't like, actually.
It's still more
The
people.
solution for birthright that I've offered a number of times is we need modernization solutions. So probably tax credits, making it affordable to have children, making it easier for moms to stay home or work
Get
at
out of
home
the camera,
and be
shithead.
economically successful. There's a lot of things that we need to try. It's not really a simple solution because it's not a simple problem anymore with modern technology. But we should try things, and we haven't really tried enough things, and we should.
Yeah, so 1 million lives a year is not worth banning elective abortion, is what
much
you're saying.
bigger tax base to help fund those social safety nets.
Again,
Who's
unless they're
insecure?
on welfare, which you would assume that they're going to be if they're being
No,
born to
you would
single
not
mothers.
assume that they're all going to grow up and be on welfare.
Is the insecurity in the room with us? Because I don't. I'm not talking to you. Is the insecurity? It's not here. I don't know what you're talking about. The insecurity's not even in the same room, so maybe you're projecting.
I wouldn't assume all of them, but I would guess that it would probably be 20 to 30% of them because probably
You
the
could
women
be
most likely to
projecting.
seek abortions are going to be
For a-
women in situations where they become single
a
mothers. And so
temper-
those
oh.
children are going to be on welfare, which is going to be costing tax receipts. So I guess your system, not so great. It feels really great when you chat GBT
All
your
right,
numbers. When you
we're gonna
actually
jump
get real about economics,
next
it
question.
kind of falls apart.
We're jumping to the next question.
I'm sure if you talk faster and say more, everyone will think you won.
I'm sure that if you're just bitchy and
We're gonna go-
rude, everyone will
we're
think you're
gonna
funny.
go to
but I don't
James.
know.
We're gonna go to James.
All right, so my question's for Kyla. So if greater, it's based off something you said in your opening, if greater reproductive autonomy predictably results in more murdered babies, what's the benefit of that autonomy that
It was
is
her opening.
justifying the outcome?
I don't think anywhere in my opening I talked about reproductive autonomy. I think that was her.
No, you said that
You
it's
said
better
the
if women have
predictability.
control over their
You said these things were
reproduction, they can-
predictabilities when you were
Do you
talking
think
about.
reproductive autonomy just means abortion?
It results. Are you going to
Are you gonna
answer
answer
my
that
question? Or
question?
are you asking me questions?
Yeah, my
did
following
read
up
your
because you're talking about
If you
reproductive
want to answer the
autonomy.
question,
Jews
or
don't
no?
feel rest-
Do you want to know anything that you're talking about? What's reproductive
This is
autonomy?
that likability
Cody.
problem Andrew
All
was
right,
talking
there's no
about.
shit here.
Yeah,
You wanna
there's
sit
one
there
thing.
somewhere
We're going to. All right. Let's rein it
What?
in.
In a room full of Rachel
right.
fans, they like
Can
you
you-
more? That's crazy.
Can
You know, it
can you
helps your
just
arguments if you're
hold
not
on.
insufferable.
All right. Sorry
I
to do
would,
this.
it
I do have to-
actually
I do
helps.
being
have to-
insufferable is
All
good
right,
for your
I do-
arguments, actually.
Just to get
That's
through,
funny.
just to
No,
get through
everybody
people's
likes
questions.
me.
That's
Just to
not
get through.
true.
I'm very popular.
Just to get
and
through people's
well-liked.
questions, can you restate your question in a rephrase it?
Do you want to just talk about abortion? Sounds like you want to talk about abortion.
Okay, do you want to
Relax,
answer
sir.
my
Keyboard
question,
warrior
or do you want to
first.
ask me questions again?
Okay.
If
go
greater reproductive autonomy results in more murdered babies, what's the benefit of that autonomy that justifies that outcome?
The benefit of more reproductive autonomy for women is that they're able to better control family planning, which allows them to do things like investing in a career and investing in better marriage status, which is why college women, by the way, have the happiest education.
Trump is not
reproductive
God.
autonomy
That's
allows
not-
them to
that's
decide when they
bullshit.
go to college because they can offset having children, which is good. It also results in things like abortion, which I agree it would be great to get those numbers down, but that's why it's valuable, because it does more than just one thing.
Again, that what you just said is okay. Is
Oh, get out of here.
as
You're
a
not even keeping
benefit.
up. Get out.
We're going to go to the next question. Okay. All right.
Your mom's super proud of you, though. Proud of her. Well, probably not, actually.
This is a PR disaster.
All right, we're going to go to the
It's
next
not.
question.
You are not
All
going
right,
to recover.
We're going to go to the
It's
next
not.
question.
I can assure you.
Who
So the people in the crowd are not allowed to make fun of them, but she's allowed to make fun of the people in the crowd. Seems kind of hypocritical, right?
would invite
Here we
you
go.
to an event
What was-
after the way you've behaved?
All right, we're going to go
Like,
with Jonathan's
honestly,
question.
Jubilee.
We do have to go to the question. Jonathan has
Like
a question.
if you were my daughter,
All right,
I'd be
I hate
hauling
to
you out
interrupt
of
you
here by
guys.
your ear to
And
give
if you were
a
my
talk
mom, I'd have a lot more
about
drama.
your
Yeah,
behavior.
I know.
We're going to jump to the next question. Come on
Well,
up,
your mama
Jonathan.
should've.
All right, folks, we do need you. Do us a favor if you can keep it down just so we can hear the speakers and the question asker. All right. Jonathan, go ahead.
So, what is the biggest roadblock to abortion, Rachel?
What is the biggest roadblock
To abolishing abortion.
to abolishing it?
Yes. So there's no more abortion ever.
Women voting for it.
There you go. Thank you.
Okay.
I don't know about that.
You guys talked today about about how men work and why they don't get to spend time with their children. But feminists constantly run away from the issue that men are treated unfairly in family courts, and that here in Dallas, 95% of the time custody is awarded to women, and they take those children and they abuse men and take our children away from us in family courts. So what is feminism going to come to the table and make 50-50 shared custody the standard bills and stop voting to take away our children from us all the time?
Yeah, so I'm guessing that you're not particularly familiar with my work, right? Not everything that feminists do I think is good. I actually think that what you're highlighting here is a really big issue, which is why when I started my work in debate, I was in men's spaces advocating for male issues. Family court planning and, for example, things like financial abortion are rights that men don't have access to that creates an unequal rights. And I think that that's an issue that we have to address. And I think the fact that fathers are assumed de facto to not be a good caregiver and therefore they get limited access to their children is a fucking tragedy. I totally agree with you.
All right.
Not at all. Kyla,
Hi.
you said something I really liked. My name's Chris.
Hi, Chris.
You said something profound, one of the best things I heard all night, actually. And I want to acknowledge it. And you stated, what you invest in early in life yields the best returns. Is it your position that women should not invest in their families when young? Are those returns not as valuable as serving a corporation or being a boss babe that can get fired when the boss's nephew needs a hobby?
Yeah, so I think what I've pretty clearly advocated for multiple times is that I want women to be able to have the option to do both, right? I've said this numerous times, and increasing technology is allowing that sort of thing, right? When I was talking in that context, that was good. That was a smart one. You're a cook at that. What I was actually talking about when I said the word returns was an economic label, right? So you can like switch the definition to a different thing, but I agree that there's a tragedy that's happened where families, not just young women, but young families don't feel like they can invest in children because it's so expensive and they can't be good stewards of their future things. The reason that parents are delaying isn't because they don't think children aren't beautiful. What they're delaying for specifically is because they know that if they don't have a stable economic thing to rear their children in, they're not being good parents. And I think it's a tragedy that you're gonna yell, hold on, don't yell at me yet.
All right,
I think
folks.
that's a tragedy, but actually engage with my words and the ideas that I'm talking about.
All right, we're going to go to the next question.
Thanks, both of you, for coming. Taylor here. To me, it seems modern feminism is antithetical to a biblical worldview. From your earlier debate with Andrew, which I listened to, it appears you keep a fairly sharp separation between your private...
You're right, 2026 H1X. In the history of the American voting system, not one single illegal alien has ever voted. Not one. It doesn't happen. It's never happened ever. Neither have dead people. Dead people have never voted in the American system. If you believe that, you're more of a fucking idiot than I thought.
Faith and how you would integrate that with politics, etc. My question is this: do you believe the Bible affirms the equal ontological value of men and women while also establishing a specific order of responsibility? God, man, wife, children, for example. If so, isn't this consistent to hold that a society could still follow that biblical order with men as the primary heads of voting, repeal the 19th?
The great thing, just the last thing I'm going to say to you, and I'm going to ignore the rest of your comments. The great thing about the YouTube platform, right? The great thing about the YouTube platform is if you don't want to be here and you want to watch a different channel that aligns with your values and aligns with your thoughts, you can leave and go there. That is the great thing about the platform. You have the ability to go, you know what, I don't want to watch this anymore, and then go somewhere else. You have that ability. Whether you choose that ability or not, it's up to you. But you have that ability.
Public life, primary breadwinner, while fully affirming women's equal value ontologically and encouraging distinct roles. This was the arrangement before the boom of feminism and seemed to sustain a strong society. And why wouldn't that be a good solution, even though it does seem far-fetched?
Okay, do you want to tackle the theological question or the policy question first? Because there's kind of two baked in there.
Yeah, whichever you'd address first.
Okay, sure. So when it comes to a theological question, I think one of the most important things that we need to recognize from the Bible, and most of you are going to disagree with me on this, is that it is not a prescription for statehood. In fact, it's a strong resistance to that, right? Jesus, for example, was quite resistant to being named as the Messiah and King and creating a kingdom of Israel.
Even one vote that is illegal causes a disruption in the democratic process. Just one.
Israel, which is in part why the Jews wanted to kill him. So you might theologically disagree with me, but when I look at these things as far as policy goes, I think God made both of us, right? All people were made in the image of God. And I think that what God wants isn't to make didactic biblical interpretations policy, because that's not what he did, right? To a policy level, it seems to be the case that there is just better benefits overall, broadly for society. There are cons, but there are mostly benefits when you have a policy of allowing your human capital to have opportunity and choice. And I would argue to you, there's a greater Christian imperative than men should be the household, which is choice, because the entire bracket of salvation is about choosing God. So why on earth do humans think that they know better than to try and insist that women can't have simple choices like where they work or whether they get to vote? I think that that's a bastardization of Christianity when we do that.
All right.
Thank you,
This
sir.
is going to be our last question.
Rachel, if your position is so attractive and so elusive, why do you need so many restrictive and regressive policies to maintain it? Because as it stands, your lifestyle would be able to coexist under Kyla's worldview, but Kyla's lifestyle would not be able to coexist under your worldview. And so I just think that if women were not able to do all these things and be able to sustain this lifestyle, you wouldn't need the restrictive policies to stop them. It just wouldn't be possible in the first
Can you
place.
point to one restrictive policy that I advocated for in this debate?
Would you advocate for the regression of the 19th Amendment?
Yes, but only because universal suffrage.
Okay, well that's that.
So
that.
it wouldn't be just women can't vote. It would be most people.
Do you think
can't
mothers
vote.
would mothers be able to enter the workforce under your worldview?
They've always been legally allowed
Under your
to.
worldview.
Yes, they've always been legally. I've never argued to legally prevent women from working or mothers from working. I think it needs to be the culture. These things come from the culture and the religious values, not from policy. We don't just outlaw things. I've never advocated for restrictive policy changes other than we need to limit suffrage. But that does not just. But that doesn't just limit women's votes. It limits all votes back to what the founders had framed. I think we need to return to a limited suffrage republic if we're going to try to have a republic.
Hi, Kyla. My name's JS. Your counter to feminism having the biggest detriment on birth rates was industrialization or modernization. I'm wondering, can you elaborate on how that makes sense when what I see, industrialization and modernization makes it easier, safer, cheaper to have and raise kids?
That's actually a really interesting question. This is the one thing that's kind of like called the paradox of urbanization, is that you're right. In many ways, we have more technologies, more supports, more welfare available than ever before. But it seems to be the case that as industries and nations modernize, birth rate tends to fall. And we see this across the board of every country that begins to modernize. And that is a great question. I actually don't know the answer to that, which is why what we have to do is go, well, what are ways that we can offset this declining birth rate so that young families feel like they can't afford to have children and then do?
All right.
Yeah, so my question is actually for Rachel. So Rachel, we heard Erudite make a lot of claims, but based on her standard, we can't actually know if anything she said was true. So if we don't have access to certain truth because she doesn't understand Agrippa's trilemma anyways, from Erudite's view, why ought we actually debate? And since we can't know who is correct, why can we know that Rachel's the one who won this debate anyways?
Well, that's true. I could have, rather than just sticking to demographic doom, I could have just precepted her and said, you don't believe in objective truth anyway, so why are you here?
So here's the thing that it seems like you guys have like never understood. If we want to talk about the Agrippas, right? Are you a methodological skeptic?
What? Say that again?
Are you a methodological skeptic?
Methodological skeptic?
Yeah.
I don't know. What
so
does that mean?
I don't care about the problem of levying the accusation of Agrippa's trilemma because I just engage with the assumption that sometimes assumptions have to be made to we have to engage.
Oh,
all
so you just want to start with
systems,
random axioms?
No, not random, just like yours aren't random. What I've done and what you guys seem to not quite understand is I've labeled the thing that you do, what you call presuppositionalism, is levying Agrippa's trilemma against your opponents. All I've done is pointed out that just as your opponents fail Agrippa's, so do we. I just don't care because I'm not a methodological skeptic.
So, but why should we grant your starting or foundational axioms and not mine?
So that we can have a conversation and you can critique it to see if you think it makes
sense. But we're doing it
sense.
arbitrarily based off of nothing but
well,
preference.
How do you, again, all you're doing is you're levying the Agrippa's problem to me, but I would say to you, you have the same problem. I just don't care. I don't think it's interesting. I'd rather just contextually grant certain presuppositions and axioms and build from there.
We're just going to go with this.
You asked Rachel about Hypatia. So being an educated philosophy person, could you name one work by Aristotle and one by Hegel?
Sure. I don't know works by Hegel.
By the way, if I'd have known that's what she was saying, I would have answered. I couldn't understand her because she just talks like with a dry Adderall mouth, and I couldn't understand.
You're like slowing down with your age. It's a little hard to keep up.
No, I'm just like a normal person who's not on speed.
Aristotle would be the 5 dialogues.
Plato.
Hello.
What was it?
Be the 5 dialogues.
5 dialogue.
Hello. Hey Jay, are you gonna unblock me yet, or are you just gonna keep running from me forever? And I thought you quit debating, or did you not? I just also want to be clear.
We're gonna jump to the next
I'm
question.
not an expert.
All right.
James, I'm so sorry. Is we're just gonna turn this into like shitting on Erudite session?
We do. We have to keep it. Let's keep it orderly, folks. And I think this is gonna be our last question. Sorry, brother.
Hello, I'm Victoria.
Hi, Victoria.
Hi. First off, you had made the comment that most men in hospice care express that they have a lot of regret about not being in their children's lives enough.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like there was a recent study that showed that men currently, I want to say it was like back in the...
So the five dialogues is Plato, so she was wrong. Even though she said she was right. She argued with him and she's wrong. So
80s, less than 10% had ever changed a diaper, and now it's over 80%. So I feel like that point is kind of moot for modern times because dads are around more and they are more involved with their children. Excuse me. And then besides that, the main point or the main question was, is feminists doing more harm than good, or more harm or more good? Margaret Sanger, obviously Planned Parenthood, she was a eugenicist. As a black woman in America and a mother with special needs kids, do you feel like modern feminism has truly helped equality for all women or just white women?
I think it's been better for white women because I think when you have intersectional layers of oppression, the reality is that something that benefits just one intersection will benefit the most privileged group of that thing. Is it true that Sanger was a eugenicist? Yeah, I believe most feminists have disavowed that, and I would disavow that, right? I think that that's bad. Does that answer your question, Victoria?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
All right. Before we give a huge round of applause, I just have to get these important things out. First is... All right, Andy, you want to come on? All right.
So I just have one question I didn't actually hear an answer to. Can you concisely tell us what you plan to do about demographic collapse? Concisely, not, blah, 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 we need this and we need this. Tell us concisely. What is Kyla Turner's plan to stop demographic collapse?
I hear you, Andrew. It seems age is affecting you both. Very simply, tax credits. Tax credits. Matt and Pat leave. Making education. Making.
All right, we got to give her a chance.
Do you
Girl,
want me to answer?
hold on. We got to give her a chance to actually talk. Go ahead.
Tax credits, making educational reform so you can go into careers faster, making it so it's cheaper to have babies, making it affordable to raise children and have dual income households where a woman works at home. Simple stuff like that.
All right.
Yeah, just give everyone money.
I do want to just hold on one second. Okay, before we hold on one sec. Hold on, bear with me. Before we do a huge round of applause, just a couple quick housekeeping things. First is if you have a signed emblem page, which if you saw that when you got your ticket, which is if you bought it probably earlier than May 12th or so, at 6:40, come out there. We'll get it for you. And then also 6:40 is when the meet and greets are. So be at one of those places, depending on what ticket type you have. Also, Brandon, can you stand for me? There's Brandon. All right. So Brandon is helping us put together a DebateCon promo video. So he'll be out there in front of the banner, and if you'd like to share about how amazing this debate was, for example, because you can feel the energy in the room, it feels good. Okay, so talk to Brandon about that. And then also, just because it was so heated, I just want to be very clear, is that I want you to, if you want to say something, make sure that if you say anything to either of these speakers, it's something positive. If you say anything negative, like any sort of smart-ass remark to where they don't feel welcome, you're going to be banned. I'm serious, because our speakers are the most valuable part of this, so do show them respect. So say something positive to the speaker that you like, not something negative to the one that you disagree with. With that, we will break for dinner, and then we will be back for the main event. Thanks very much, folks. We'll see you then. It was an amazing debate. Amazing.
Amazing. All right. Well, that was fun. Would y'all like to watch the Andrew Wilson debate or one of the other debates? Up to y'all.
And all right, I'm saying that the secularism in Israel is a result of a rebellion against Judaism.
Just so it's no surprise, what we're going to do is right after their opening statements, which will be at the podium for 5 minutes each, we are going to move the podium and then bring the tables closer together so that the speakers are closer together for that open dialogue session. With that, we're going to start the debate. Dinesh will be going first. I have the timer set for you, Dinesh, and I will start it on your first word. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you very much. Well, I feel like I'm going to be in the lion's den today. And there might be a few of you who support Israel, some of you on the fence. Most of you are probably going to be a little hostile. And so my presence here should be taken as well, I'll try to make it as painless as possible, but it's going to be a little bit of an intellectual suppository for you. I want to clarify some terms in the debate to make it clear what we're going to be debating about. And then I want to try to focus the argument in its most kind of primitive or fundamental way so we don't get drawn into sort of side issues. We're talking as Christians, so I'm assuming that the premise of the debate is that we are Christians, we're Catholics, we're Protestants, we're in the mainstream of the Christian tradition. My own work in apologetics has taken the C.S. Lewis kind of mere Christianity approach. I'll be using generally that in this debate. By way of background, I come from a very old Catholic family in India. It goes back about 400 years. My grandfather's brother was the Cardinal of Pakistan. So I'm deeply rooted in the Catholic tradition, the Catholic intellectual tradition. I've studied it, I've written a lot about it, and I've debated it against generally leading atheists, people like Christopher Hitchens and others. Now, Israel is not my topic. And by that I mean in a career spanning 35 years, I haven't written about it. I barely mentioned it. I'm not known as a Zionist. I don't identify with Zionism, which was a secular socialist movement of the 19th century. I have no particular stake in Israel as a country. I'm America first all the way. And so keep those things in mind as we have this debate. If you're looking for me to sort of channel Ben Shapiro or Mark Levin, that's really not going to be happening here. I'm not a professional Israel advocate in any sense of the term. I discovered Israel really 2 or 3 years ago when I visited for the first time. And I found it interesting in 2 ways. The first one was simply that we live at a time when cities have become really homogenized. These days, you know, there's no point going to Zurich and Copenhagen. It's all kind of one thing. Israel's not like that. In Israel, you're very conscious that you're in the land of the Bible. That is a very important feeling for Christians. You get the sense that this is your spiritual homeland. And by spiritual homeland, what I mean is that our faith is not some kind of abstraction that is delivered in the sky. It could have been. God could have put the 10 Commandments, he could have put it on the moon. But he didn't do that. Our Bible, our history, our Christianity is historical. It's rooted in real people and real events and real places. It took place somewhere in the world, and that somewhere happens to be Israel. That's worth remembering and worth noting. I also discovered in the course of now 4 visits to Israel, the thing that really interests me, and that is biblical archaeology. And biblical archaeology has the definitive effect of authenticating and corroborating the people and events in the Bible. We can go into it a little bit later. I will give you the most shocking examples of this, but it is a massive refutation of the skepticism and atheism of the 19th century, which basically said that the Bible was written hundreds of years later and most of it was kind of made up. Biblical archaeology shows us that the Bible is talking about real people and true events. You can debate the miracles, you can debate the theology, but that these things are real, these people are real, the events are real, has been authenticated down to the most excruciating detail. That's very important because it also happens to establish the presence of the Jews in their ancestral homeland. And in a way, to me, the fundamental question that we're discussing today, when I say morally obligated, what I really mean is, what's the right thing to do? Now, saying what the right thing to do doesn't solve the problem of should we give money to Israel or how much money should we give to Israel. No, supporting Israel here basically means having a certain recognition of a kind of spiritual and historical kinship or line of continuity established, by the way, in the Bible. And don't think of the Old Testament as Jewish. The New Testament is just as Jewish as the Old. Both are describing Jewish communities, and Christianity came right out of that. In fact, the first Christians were Jews. They were Jews who followed the Messiah. I think historically we could say with great accuracy they were the very first Judeo-Christians. The apostles were Judeo-Christians. Now, to me, the core of this question is whose land is it?
30 seconds.
30 seconds? I was just getting warned. This is my introduction, guys. All right. Let me just put it this way. There are 3 ways to get a country. First, you were there first. That's the ancestral claim. Number 2, you got the country by some kind of negotiation or treaty. Or number 3, you got the land because you captured it. Every single country on the map in the world now has gotten its claim based on one of these 3 ways. The argument I'm going to make is that Israel succeeds on all 3 ways. It checks all the boxes. Even America doesn't. The American Indians were here first. We might have conquered them, taken the land from them, so we got it by conquest. They got it by original inhabitancy. And there's a little bit of an argument over here, but I'm going to argue that the Jews were there. It's their land. Number 2, they got it by treaty. It was given to them by the United Nations. They accepted it. The Palestinians rejected it. And 3, they got it by not just by conquest. They fought 3 defensive wars against massive coalitions of Islamic forces that are into essentially global colonization. The Muslims are the real colonizers. And so whichever box you choose, Israel succeeds. And therefore, supporting Israel isn't just sort of the biblical thing to do, it's the right thing to do. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Understand.
And I've got the timer ready for you, Andrew, on your first word. Oh, that's right. If you're able to.
Got to set the mood. First of all, big round of applause for Dinesh real quick. Great opening. But that's not going to save him. I want for everybody to remember that the topic of this debate is if Christians have a moral obligation to support Jews in Israel. He didn't give us one. It is obvious to me that since the answer is clearly no, that Dinesh likely gave no reason, which means I predicted he wouldn't give us one. I will begin by expressing to you, the audience, that when discussing normative claims, or in this case, moral claims, you need to demonstrate why the moral obligation is there. Dinesh's view comes down to a whole bunch of really stupid propositions that actually make no sense. Note, I'm not calling Dinesh stupid. He's far from it. But even intelligent people can believe stupid propositions and often do. Logical proposition 1, Christians need to support a Jewish state of Israel because their ethics and Christian ethics overlap. This is something which Dinesh has said multiple times. The reason this is a stupid proposition is because the modern state of Israel is a secular state. This state supports abortion, and most of the public supports it. They have pregnancy termination boards, which grant 99% of applications abortions up to 24 weeks and beyond. They support gay marriage, and while not marrying gays themselves, as there is no civil marriage authority, they recognize all out-of-country gay marriages as valid, and all gay cohabitation has identical social and financial rights. Let that sink in. They are extremely pro-transgender, and their public health care system provides generously for trans surgery and voice mod training. According Sorry about that. 1 second here. According to their own polling, the Israeli Institute for Gender and LGBTQ Studies has supported 75% or more for homosexual acceptance, advocacy, and gender care, which includes 90% from secular Jews and even over 50% from the religious Orthodox Jews. Now, I can keep going. Women in the military, IVF programs, national health care, prostitution, pornography. These are libtards, essentially, who live in Israel that Dinesh wants us to support. A whole nation of them. Christian ethics here in the USA determines that we resist these things in our own nations. Why would we support other nations which codify these things as law any more than we would Sharia law? I don't want millions upon millions or billions of my dollars to be used to support a system which allows for these forms of degeneracy when we are busy combating them in our own backyard. Why would Christians support that? Now, Dinesh can argue the USA is plagued with similar problems, and that's true. And Christians here oppose our own governmental national apparatus and strongly attempt to legislate against these forms of policy. We do the opposite of funding it, except through force of tax. Proposition 2, Dinesh believes that the Christians have a stake in Israel because it's the holiest of holies, and the holiest Christian sites are there. I grant this is true, but that doesn't give us much reason to keep the population there Jewish. If Christians in the West truly want access to the holy sites, then why not just demand Israel, who is our protectorate, take a certain amount of Christians per year? I think 100,000 or more should do the trick. The USA has no cap on Jews immigrating here. Why not just demand they allow Christian immigration with no cap there, or we cut off all military funding and support, and that's that. Then we get the holy sites. He argues that Israelis guard these things better than Muslims. I can see that's true, but I'm certain millions of Christian immigrants could protect them just fine. Not sure why there needs to be a Jewish state to do this, or why we have a moral obligation to keep it Jewish at all. Proposition 3, Dinesh often cites the biblical principle of those who bless Israel will be blessed. That's Genesis 12:3. Does a modern state of Israel seem very blessed to you? If you took every Jew in Israel and put them in Germany in the year 2026, they would be safer than they are in Israel. How's that for irony? Is God blessing their abortions, their homosexuality, and prostitution advocacy, the rejection of the Messiah? Doesn't seem like it to me. If that's what a God-blessed nation looks like, then I would be very wary of the blessings of that God, because he sure seems like he isn't very fond of them at the moment. Proposition 4, do Christians have an obligation to support religious Jews naming a Messiah, considering that that Messiah figure will certainly be false and antichrist? This is obviously no. Don't know about Dinesh over here, but the proposition of naming a false Messiah and Christians supporting that by funding the religious, more conservative section of Jewish population claiming its morals seems insane to me. Proposition 5, are secular Jews blessed or non-religious Jews blessed by the same Genesis passage? In other words, if I bless atheist Jews and all their liberal policies, will I in turn be blessed with magic Jew blood? Do I need to fight and die on their behalf for this blessing? Is it just a mind state, like I just kind of cheer them on? Does it require action on my part? What are my actual obligations here as a Christian? What's the normative framework to receive said blessing from my support of atheist Jews? I say the opposite. As a Christian, it's my duty to resist and oppose the radical atheist and secular Jewish agenda of Israel. Until they conform to my ethical model, I would like and would do, in all cases, I would demand this of every nation, pull all financial and military support and deal with them only as a limited capacity as they could be dealt with. I am not in the business of funding abortion, homosexuality, prostitution, female empowerment. Christians must resist these propositions and demand, if Israel wants our aid, they need to conform to the standards and normative ethics of the very Christians they endlessly demand help from. To clarify a few terms, when you're making a normative claim, Dinesh, when you're making a ought claim, you need to tell us why Christians ought to support this nation. So far, you have not done that.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for those openings. So for the open dialogue, I have the timer set. This will be 80 minutes, and we're going to move the speakers just a little closer. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Excellent work. And then, Sean, if you can give us a thumbs up on whether or not that's where we need them. Maybe if you could bring it just a little closer, maybe with the V shape, if you can just squeeze a little bit so it's a tighter V, a more acute angle. Thank you. There you go. Let's see, Sean, is that better? So, you want them straight across?
Andrew needs to move over.
Okay. I'm not sure what that means. I'm sorry.
Andrew needs to move to the left.
Thanks for your patience. All right. With that, I've got the timer set for 80 minutes for open dialogue. And of course, as usual, let this be as organic as you guys would like it to be. I'll just jump in if it gets really crazy. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Do you want me to go first, just to get us going?
It's your claim.
Okay. Would you agree that
what was that?
The New Testament not only follows the Old,
what did he just say?
but incorporates? Would you agree that the New Testament? Would you agree that? Okay. Would you agree that the New Testament
that was really
not
loud
only
in my ears.
follows the Old, but incorporates the Old? In other words, to put it differently, that Christianity is the only religion that takes the scriptures of another religion and incorporates it wholesale into its own Bible. True or false?
That's false.
Maybe you're projecting.
That's false.
Maybe.
So you would prefer to see the Old Testament removed from the Bible?
No. No, it's on I have a different worldview than you do. I see these things as a continuity, whereas you see them as a multitude of covenants. Is that correct?
No, I didn't say that. I started out with the physical Bible. When I look at my Bible, it's about 800 pages long.
Okay.
About 2/3 of it is the Old Testament, and the Old Testament is in the Christian Bible.
That's correct.
Right? The Christians didn't say it's an historical document that we should read in conjunction with our scriptures. It is included in the Christian scriptures. I asked you true or false, and you truly said false, which to me is deeply heretical because it implies that you're saying that the Old Testament does not belong in the Bible.
Yeah, that's not what I'm saying. So
What are you saying?
To clarify, I'm just saying that I would agree that these things are on a continuity, right? And maybe I misunderstood what you were saying, but now that we have that clarified, I think that these are on a continuity rather than covenantal.
All right, so they're in a continuity. Would you agree that the Old Testament is no less inspired than the New? In other words, it is just as sacred, it's sacred scripture, no less than the New, and on the same footing as the New. You agree?
Sure.
Okay. And you agree that the foundations of Christianity are anchored in the Old Testament, by which I mean that Christianity would be inconceivable without Genesis, the account of creation, the Exodus, the Ten Commandments.
Yeah, it would be totally incoherent.
The prophets. You agree?
Yeah, it'd be totally, totally
you
incoherent.
agree that not only is that Jewish scriptures, but it is no less the Christian scriptures.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And do you agree further that when the Pilgrims and then later the American founders in America saw themselves as building a civilization anchored on Athens and Jerusalem, when they spoke about Jerusalem, they were referring to Christianity, the Old Testament, and the New? True or false?
I would say that that's true.
That is true. And therefore, America itself, our own country, is based on these two foundations, including the foundation of Jerusalem. If somehow the foundation of Jerusalem, historically, morally, ethically, were to be kicked out, we would be essentially cutting off our own feet. True or false?
Well, just can I ask a clarifying question? So when you say if Jerusalem is kicked out from under our feet, what are you referencing?
I'm referring to the continuous tradition, as you described it, that begins with not just Genesis and Noah and Adam, but then continues with Abraham.
Yeah, you
and
need to have the Old
David.
Testament for there to be a continuity, yes.
Right. And so Jerusalem refers to the whole biblical narrative that begins about 2000 BC with Abraham and continues to the Acts of the Apostles, which is about 60 or 70 AD, that whole story is Jerusalem.
Okay.
And I'm saying that that is a core foundation of our civilization. And
so what?
Well, what it means is that that as a country, we recognize that we have moral, philosophical, and historical continuities with certain countries. And I would mention two. Great Britain.
So overlapping ethics.
Great Britain, because a lot of the ideas, not only were a lot of the founders coming from Great Britain, but we have had a special relationship with Great Britain that's now extended for many, many years. And it's based on the idea that we've got something in common with these people, even more so than with, say, the Germans or the Norwegians. And therefore, if there's an international crisis, the United States will team up right away with Great Britain as its European sort of, what do you call it, protectorate, and then try to get Great Britain to win over the other European countries. In other words, this special relationship.
So what?
Okay.
Where do we get to the moral obligation here, Dinesh? Great, we've established, hey, we have a the most special relationship ever with England because our ancestors come from England and France.
Right.
I'll happen to note very quickly, the top white demographic inside the United States is German, not English. Just want to point that out.
Fair enough.
Very, very far removed from what it was initially at our foundation. Where do we ever get to the moral obligation?
Okay, so first of all, let me address your German point, because there is a key difference between immigrants and settlers. The British built the country. The Germans came to a good country that the British built. So a settler is the guy who makes the country, makes the system. The immigrant is the guy who moves because he believes it's a really good club that he wants to join. So it doesn't matter how many immigrants have come later. The building of America was done by the settlers. Now here's my point. With countries as with people, we have a certain... If you're a conservative, you have a certain respect for your own patrimony. It's yours. It's your lineage.
Blood and
it's
soil?
kind of like saying...
Wait, are you making a blood and soil? I thought you rejected blood and soil.
I'm making an historical, immoral, and an
didn't you
intellectual
write a book
argument.
where you rejected the entirety of blood and soil? And that's the argument you're making here. Blood and soil.
I'm simply saying...
Do we have a super special relationship with other white people because they're white, Dinesh?
No, because those white people in other parts of the world had nothing to do with America.
Then
but
what the hell are you talking about, dude?
I'm talking about the fact that the British did. I'm talking about that the fact that the Bible is situated in that country and no other. It's not as
So what?
So, as Christians, this is something that should be important to us. It's evidently not important to you.
Okay, look, let's break a couple things down. Absolutely, it's important.
Okay.
Great. Can we get to the moral op part?
Okay. All right. So now let's turn to the people who live in Israel. Do you agree that the people who live in Israel are Jews?
Yes. Mystery solved.
Okay. And all right. And do you also agree that they are directly in the lineage of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob? In other words, they come in a sort of historical, religious, and ancestral line from the old Jews. In other words, what I'm saying is...
You mean that particular tribe, coming off the 12 tribes, they can be traced back?
I'm simply saying that there's a line of continuity in the same way that there's a line of continuity...
I agree. Do you agree that that's the case with Palestinians as well? They come from the same...
No. Let's take, for example,
Even though
Gaza.
ancestral DNA points this out?
No, it doesn't. Let's look at Gaza, for example, which is the heart of our debate, Gaza.
It's definitely not the heart of our debate.
Well, I mean the Palestinian debate. The Palestinian debate right now is not about the West Bank, it's about Gaza. That's where the... Okay.
Yeah.
So the point I'm trying to make is that historically, the people who lived in Gaza are not Palestinians. It is a fakery of the name through history that we call them Palestinians. The people who lived in Gaza were the Philistines. The Philistines were Europeans. They came from Greece. They came from Cyprus. This is archaeologically definitively established.
Are they more closely related than like Ashkenazi Jews are to the historic people of Israel?
The Philistines have vanished off the pages of history.
That's not the question that I asked you.
What is your question?
Mike, the question that I asked you is, would it be the case that the modern Palestinian people would have more ancestry in common with the Jews who currently live in Israel than an Ashkenazi Jew would?
This is a little bit debatable because some of the people who are from that region
It's a little
of
bit
Canaan,
debatable,
No,
huh?
well, here's what I'm saying. If
Okay.
you're making it sound like it is 100% of a genetic argument.
Can you
but
answer the question I asked you without obfuscation? Is it the case or not that Ashkenazi Jews generally have less shared ancestry than Palestinians do with the current Jewish population of Israel?
And I'm
Isn't
saying-
that in fact the case? No, they don't have as much shared ancestry as the Palestinians do who currently live inside of Gaza with the Jews who currently live in Israel. Isn't it true Ashkenazis don't have as much ancestry?
Yeah, but Judaism, hold on. Judaism is a combination. You're acting as if Judaism is purely a function of genetics. Judaism is a function of genetics plus history plus religious devotion.
No,
so
Dinesh,
that's what
you
makes
were making
a
that argument because you say you were making it an argument based on continuity.
If Jews are
but if you
thrown
say the
out-
continuity gets broken, the second it is that we have Ashkenazi Jews who still have the right of return to Israel, though it is the case that they are now outside of that continuity, Dinesh. Now outside of that people group, Dinesh?
Yeah, and let's look at why they're outside. The Jews are forcibly ejected from their homeland. They scatter all over the world. Unsurprisingly, they settle in London, they settle in Europe, they settle in Africa, they settle in Asia, but they never relinquish their claim to the land. If they had said, all right, we're out of here, you could then say, all right, other people can wander in, can claim it's theirs. The Jews never gave it up. They were thrown out. Of course, when they settled elsewhere,
And what
there
is
was some.
your-
Hold on, there was
Okay.
some intermarriage. There was some imports to Judaism by people who converted in. Some people converted out. But the Jewish community, as a tribe and as a community, remained solidly intact through the centuries. I mean, just read.
Wait, this is hang on.
We're
making a
talking about-
you're making a continuity argument, then breaking continuity. You're making a blood and soil argument, then breaking the idea of blood and soil. You mentioned in the beginning the right of conquest, which is your third criteria. Then you say the Jews got thrown out of Israel, which means somebody else had conquest. That's how they got the land, right?
That's right.
So that's a legitimate way to get the land, right?
That's right, and it was
Okay.
legitimate to take it back by the Crusades. So using the conquest ethic, I agree. The Ottomans captured the land
Okay.
and ruled it for a long time. The Ottomans lost World War II, and so by the same ethic of conquest, they were displaced and it became part of the British Mandate. And then the UN basically proposed a partition for the... Now, the point
Hang
is
on,
this.
I'm willing to agree to these facts.
Yeah, with any...
I'm not sure how we get to the ought, though. When do we get to the ought?
Well, when we say we get to the ought, as Christians, we're trying to do what's right. We're trying to support the people who are on the right side of the issue. And
Well,
you
I
seem
don't
to be
know.
saying...
hang on. When you say Christians, they have to support what's right.
Yeah.
How do Christians know what's right?
Well, okay. Well, in looking at what's right, we look at historical arguments, moral arguments,
Christian ethics.
spiritual continuity, shared moral principles. We also look at the fact that America is a force for good or on the good side in the world, and therefore there are bad guys trying to do us in, and their allies are going to be people that we oppose.
Yeah, okay, so I agree with you in a secular sense that those can be reasons.
Right, but secular
hang on,
reasons-
but you're a Christian. We're talking about whether or not Christians have a moral ought.
Well, Christians
what
are
is the
also-
specific moral ought a Christian has based on Christian ethics, our paradigm, our worldview, not the secular lens, not the secular view, the Christian view. Why do we have to support a Jewish state that could name Antichrist? Why?
Because, first of all, you can't make up your mind if it's a Jewish state or a secular state. You alternate both based on
Ethnically
convenience.
Jewish.
In fact, you alternate it within the same
Ethnically Jewish.
sentence.
Hang on, ethnic. Don't equivocate. This is pure equivocation. Do you agree with me that there's ethnic Jews and then there are religious Jews?
I agree with that.
Then don't equivocate and say you can't figure out if it's a Jewish state or a secular state because Dinesh, it can be a secular Jewish state, can't it?
Israel was
Can it be a secular Jewish state, Dinesh?
Israel
Can
was...
it be a secular Jewish state, Dinesh?
Israel...
Can it be a secular Jewish
Yes,
state?
it is.
Thank you.
Okay, but I've never denied it's a secular
You
Jewish
just
state.
got done
I
lecturing me
said-
about how I called it a Jewish state, then a secular state.
Right,
like
because
that was a
I think
contradiction.
on the one hand, I think you're trying to appeal to anti-Jewish sentiment, and for
Oh,
that,
no,
you need,
anti-Semites.
For that,
Hold on one sec, I wanna
you
give
need
I wanna
the
give
Jewish
Dinesh-
label.
Anti-Semite.
I wanna
If
give
Israel
Dinesh-
was truly a secular state, a lot of your antagonism would be diminished. I noticed, for example, you don't have the same hostility to Great Britain. right? Why not? They're a secular state. But they don't have the Jewish label, so you don't get excited. What I'm getting at here is
hang on. You're saying that
I'm saying that.
Can you explain to me just real quick?
Yeah.
Does England, by chance, is there a possibility that they're going to name Antichrist in my lifetime, Dinesh?
What do you mean by name Antichrist? What are you talking about?
I'm not talking about naming the Antichrist, but if Jews get together inside of Israel and they name a Messiah, is that going to be Jesus Christ?
Israel is not going to get together and name a Messiah.
Okay.
What are you talking about?
You're saying
First of all, you just said 1 minute ago they're a secular state. Now you go, what if a secular state names a Messiah?
Okay.
Does that make any sense to you?
Inside of Israel, do you agree with me that you have the Temple Institute and you have many Jewish organizations that are indeed willing and support the naming of a new Messiah?
There are messianic communities, apocalyptic Jewish messianic communities that believe that the rebuilding of the temple is a prelude to the end times. So what?
No, that's not what I asked you. I asked you if it is.
A person can convert to Judaism, yes. But that would not make them a Jew by birth. So it's not the same. I'll even tell you that. You may believe in the Judaism, but it doesn't put you on the same level as them. They still think that they're above you because they're full-blooded Jews.
It's the case that if these right-wing elements inside of Israel, this would be more the right that is doing this than the left-wing elements which are there, which are more secular. If they get together and they do name an Antichrist, or I'm sorry, a Messiah, would that Messiah necessarily be Antichrist? Not the Antichrist, but antithetical to Christ because it's a false Messiah.
Absolutely.
Okay, great. Then we have established that right now, by the way, do you know how big this movement is in Israel? Could you point, for instance, to England and say 30% of the population wants to name a new Messiah? No. And by the way, hang on, I just want to point something else out. When you talk about this, you say anti-Semitism. It's the opposite. I'm telling you right now, Jews are safer outside of Israel than inside of Israel, and you know that that's true. Can you explain to me how it's anti-Semitic for me to point out, using logic, what's obvious to everybody?
Okay, now explain what you mean. What do you mean when you say Jews are safer outside of Israel? How are they safer?
Yeah, right now, at least in every Western nation, there's not a single Western nation that I can look at where Jews live and have lived for the last 40 years, where they're not safer inside of those nations than they are right now inside of the state of Israel.
You mean because there's a war going on?
Well, not just because there's a war going on, but because there's been a continuation of attacks of terror. In other words, from my view, and while I think this is irrelevant to the debate, I'll bite on it. From my view, it seems to me that Israel has not fulfilled its promise of safety for the Jewish people. It has not done so. And right now, you have more Jews who live outside of Israel than inside of Israel, and they're a lot safer than the Jews who live inside of Israel.
Right.
They are not fulfilling the promise of protecting their people group at all. In fact, they're relying on us to do it for them.
Well, it's a pretty astounding claim when Jews not only have, but to this day are, moving to Israel from all parts of the world, willing to endure the risks and dangers that they face in Israel. And here you are from the kind of comfort of Dallas lecturing Israel on whether it's doing an adequate job.
All right, so there is a difference between Jew and Jewish, right? Is if you're called, the term Jew is used often to refer as individuals as religious or ethnic identity. For example, someone may say he is a Jew, it indicates the person practices Judaism or has Jewish descent. However, if they are Jewish, they just converted to Judaism. They do not have to have Jewish descent. There's two differences. And if you identify as a Jew, you think you're on a higher level than someone who just comes over to Judaism.
Protecting the Jews who are voluntarily choosing to come there. There are American Jews who have moved to Israel.
What does that have to do with
and
anything?
there is more danger for them. The reason that there's more danger.
Yes, there is more danger for them.
And the reason for that is that Israel is surrounded by Islamic fanatics.
No shit.
Yes, right. Okay.
So, in this
your
really dangerous country surrounded by Islamic fanatics, are they less safe or more safe there than in Western nations, Dinesh?
And are you
answer the question I asked like I've been answering yours. Dinesh, is it the case that these people who are in this desert completely surrounded by Islamic lunatics less safe there than they are in Western nations? Yes or no?
Yeah, they are more safe in Western nations with fewer Islamic fanatics.
Why do I have to beat these things out of you when you just agree with me?
Because you are pursuing a tactic of pretending like you're making a point when there is actually no
Points
point
you
to be
agree
made.
with?
If a country based on a common identity in their own ancestral homeland it's like saying I have a ranch. I'm surrounded by outlaws who want to burn down my ranch, rape my wife, kill my kids, and you go, well, why don't you then give up your homeland, give up your ranch? You're obviously safer if you move somewhere else. And I'm like, no, this actually is my homeland. I have every right to be here. And all I want is the right to fight back against these monsters who also hate you and declare you, America, to be their great Satan. I'm their little Satan. And you're pretending like you're doing us a massive favor.
You're giving me or describing all sorts of positions to me that I haven't given, which is hilarious. For one thing, let's use your ranch example.
Okay.
You're absolutely 100,000% correct. I have outlaws. They're all around my little ranch, right? It's my ranch. I got the deed. I'm fighting for that shit. Do I have a right to go over to my neighbor and demand that he help?
No.
No, wait, what?
Hold on.
Wait, what?
Well,
did you say no?
I said by itself, no. If your
By
ranch
itself, no.
Yeah, if your ranch was encircled and your neighbor's ranch was not imperiled at all, and if your neighbor had nothing to do with it, then you're right. You would be appealing on the basis of like mercy or common heritage. You would be in Churchill's position because the Nazis had not attacked America. America faced no immediate danger from Hitler, and Churchill basically was reduced to begging. But the United States entered in on the Allied side. Why? Because we have historical, moral, philosophical, even spiritual continuities with Europe, and we came to the aid of Europe for that reason.
More like
now,
the
Israel
Japanese
situation,
attacked us and blew up our entire Pacific fleet and drug us into a massive war. Did we just forget like a whole big part of this?
I think you've got your dates all garbled. The Germans invaded Poland in 1939. Right?
Yeah.
The United States, yes, did get into the war in 1947, but the point I'm trying to make...
Wait, what?
47?
What?
I'm saying that the American ranch was not threatened.
No. What did you say before that?
Okay, well, let me put it this way.
What did you say before that?
The United States...
Hold on. From
the
the audience,
United
I need you
States
to be
could have
quiet.
fought against Japan and left the Nazis alone.
Oh, I thought before I was getting my dates all mixed up.
No,
and I
you
didn't
were.
know. And then you're like,
No,
well, wait a second.
I'm saying the United States had no reason to fight in the European theater when the attack came
Except
from
that
Japan.
Germany declared war on us?
Germany did declare war on the United States, but...
We had no reason to go to war except for philosophical reasons.
Exactly. And so here you have the Iranian parliament burning the American flag. Here you have Hamas and Hezbollah declaring that we are their enemy no less than Israel.
Sure.
We are the infidels from the point of view of Islam. But according to you, our ranch is not threatened. I think it is. I think our ranch and their ranch are both in the sights of the bad guys who have a massive global movement. By the way, they're not content to fight over there.
Hang on. Let me concede a couple of points here. Now we're getting somewhere. That's kind of nice.
Yeah.
So the first thing is that never conflate my ideas here with the idea that I don't think that Islam is one of the worst, most horrific ideologies known to man, because it is. I argue against it often and all the time. But you see, I'm a true America firster, Dinesh.
Yeah.
Neither of these ideologies needs to overlap Christian ideology at all. When you talk about how this country, this 10 million people, are surrounded by enemies, right? Great, I understand. I completely agree. They have the right to defend themselves. Great, I completely agree. Why do we have to go in and defend them, though? You say, well, we have a shared common enemy. I can even grant that that's true. Why is it then that we need to leave that state in Jewish hands if we have to defend it? Why? Why do we have an ought to do that? Why can't we demand Christian immigration to Israel? Why is it that we can't demand, as their protectorate, that we have tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of Christians move into that area so we can protect our own holy sites, Dinesh? Why not?
Well, number one, 3.8 billion doesn't buy you a whole country. Second of all, we make all kinds of alliances with countries where we don't basically tell them what they should do to their LGBTQ people. We have alliances with Korea, with Japan, with India, with Great Britain. Great Britain is just as LGBTQ as Israel. Our alliance with Israel is based upon mutual defense. It's not based upon supporting gay rights or the Pride Parade in Tel Aviv. No one's saying that we should support that as Christians. We oppose it equally. What I am saying is that
So then where does the ought come in? I still don't understand where the moral obligation or ought actually comes in here. I've been listening. I've been waiting for it. You have not yet given me you're a Christian and you're a Jew who lives in Israel, and so therefore you have some obligation morally to support you. What is it?
I'm saying that in the ensemble of countries where good guys are fighting against bad guys, and let's start with your point. You agree that Islam is a truly pernicious and evil force, no less here than over there,
I
correct?
believe that both ideologies, both Judaism and Islam, both lead to massive problems because they're both heresies. Both of these
but
heresies, from my
even
view,
heresies are not equal in the
That's
sense
true.
that, hold on,
That's true.
the Jews aren't trying to make us Jews. Jews are not in
That's
the
true.
conversion
Jews-
business.
you're right. Jews don't evangelize. I agree with
Islam
that.
is not only trying to dominate us spiritually or religiously, but Islam is a religion of comprehensive law. It covers the whole orbit of life. It tells you how you should sleep and whether you are allowed
Whether
to
you can
fart
own a
when you have
dog.
sex.
Whether you can own a dog.
Islam is a manual of instructions of life. Now, here's the point. And this is, I think, something that's a little hard for us to accept, but it makes a lot of sense. The Israelis know how to fight Islam and radical Islam in a way that we don't. Our record in fighting radical Islam is abysmal.
So is theirs.
Their record in fighting radical Islam is outstanding.
It is, isn't
yeah.
it?
And in fact, all the things that
So they wouldn't need our help
complains
with
about
that then, would they?
is
They wouldn't need the help of this nation that's just terrible at fighting these crazy Islamists. They're so good at it, right? They don't need our help.
Okay, let me put it this way.
Do they need our help?
Our debate has nothing to do with giving money to Israel or arms to Israel. Let me ask you this.
Well, then what are we supporting?
Well, when
we're just cheering? Yay!
Well, no.
What are we doing?
Okay, so when you say that somebody is morally if I were to say to you, you know what? You've got a kid who lives in a really bad neighborhood. A lot of bad guys out to kill your kid. You're morally obligated to support your kid.
Uh-huh.
It doesn't follow that you have to buy your kid a house, buy him a gun. You might practice tough love on the kid. You might tell the kid, you better cut this shit out. You might have all kinds of instructions that the kid will oppose.
Sure.
You will also accept that your interests and the kid's interests will sometimes diverge. So I'm admitting all of this with regard to Israel. I'm simply saying that the obligation to support is generic. It doesn't specify give them 3.8 billion. Let me ask you this.
Well, hang on. I want to use this analogy. I want to use this analogy real quick.
Oh, here we go.
Let's go back to your analogy. I think it's fine.
Okay.
You say, hey, there's like a mom and her son, or a dad and the son, and they're in a rough
And you're
neighborhood.
saying the son
And
is a
you say-
heretic. He doesn't go to church.
No. You say, hey, there's a moral obligation for you to get your son out of this neighborhood, and then you give a bunch of qualifiers. Nesh says, that means. Maybe you tell them to stop doing this, or maybe you take this action, or maybe you take that action, or you do, blah, blah, blah. But the whole point of this is to say that there's a moral obligation there with a must, ought, do something in order to prevent this from happening to their son, right?
Right.
Okay, great. What's that with Israel?
So our interests and Israel's interests diverge on many points. Israel would like right now for the United States to go all the way, pulverize Lebanon, have regime change in Iran. Trump is saying no.
Yeah.
This is a recognition where we are saying our interest is the same as yours insofar as pulverizing Iran and breaking its military back. Once we have done that and stopped the nuclear possibilities, we're ready to quit. We're ready to go home. If you want to continue, you can. If the
This is just gibberish, dude. Where do we get to the
Gibberish?
moral ought? Where do we? You still haven't given me a. You have a moral obligation, like that mom does, to move the kid out of that rough neighborhood with all of those bad guys. Wouldn't I just use that analogy and say, okay, great, then we have an obligation to move 10 million Jews among the Western nations to get them out of the neighborhood of the bad guys?
And that would be your solution?
No, I'm saying if I'm using your analogy for the obligation, wouldn't you say that the mom should move the kid out of the neighborhood
The
with the mom?
the analogy was intended to clarify the meaning of what does it mean to have a moral obligation to support. No analogy travels on all fours.
I
so
agree.
if I say, okay, I'm going to get my kid out of the bad neighborhood, it may be that I decide, okay, the kid can stay there, but I need to help with providing security. Or I need to make sure that I go visit every week to make sure that the apartment isn't being wrecked.
But where does the moral obligation here come in for the United States,
It
sovereign
comes-
nation,
it
and
comes
the
with
the Christians inside of it specifically? That's what we're talking about. The Christians. Where does their obligation come in to help the Jews in Israel do fucking anything? Where's the obligation for that? Where?
Well,
What?
Do you agree that the Iranian regime and the forces of Islam in the region are evil?
Sure.
Okay.
I believe that their ideology
Their
is
ideology
evil.
is
Here,
evil.
let's
And
do-
would you agree
let's
that
differentiate
Israel,
a couple of terms. Yeah.
in fighting to change, clean up, remake, transform the Middle East and produce... Hold on.
Hang on, I got to clarify one thing.
Yeah.
Just the terms. When you say evil, for me, evil, the doing of evil, would be moving away from participating in the energies of God in Jesus Christ. That's how I would differentiate what evil is from good. Good would be participating in those energies. So when you say the ideology of Islam, you don't believe Arabs are evil, right?
No.
You believe Islam, the ideology is evil, right?
Right.
Okay, Jews, from my perspective, that ideology is also evil.
Right, but I think we're talking about evil in two completely different senses. There is a
How?
sense in which heresy is evil, right? Because
Yeah.
it departs from the theological straight path. In fact, orthodoxy means a straight path. Heresy means a deviation.
Sure.
We're talking about evil in a more natural law sense, by which I mean
I don't
things
believe
like,
in natural law.
You don't believe in natural law?
No.
Okay, do you believe
I'm
in
not
the
a
Ten
natural law
Commandments?
proponent because I'm not a Catholic. Sure, the Ten Commandments are fine.
Do you believe that do you believe that to take a 5-year-old kid and forcibly transition that kid is evil?
Of course.
Okay. Now, is that the same as the kind of evil that you were describing when you were talking about Christian heresy? I mean, in other words, Judaism is a heresy, and that's one type of evil, I grant. I'm saying there's another type of evil.
I just want to make sure.
Murder is evil.
Yeah. I just want to make sure I got it right. So when you're making the differentiation, you're saying this is evil, and this is evil, and this is a lesser evil than this one.
I'm saying that this is a force for good in combating this evil.
Yeah, but you're still saying both are evil.
Well,
if you're
I'm saying
both are evils, you want us to support the lesser evil.
Well, I certainly do believe that. There are many cases of supporting the lesser
But then
evil.
aren't you admitting Jewish ideology is evil?
Well, I'm admitting that Jewish theology is a heresy, or at least
and that is evil.
It's evil in its rejection of Christianity. I agree
Great.
with that. Theologically,
Perfect.
of course. But that's,
So you're just saying support evil to stop evil.
No.
Support evil and to stop evil. Perfect.
So the man who insisted that Israel is a secular state makes a convenient switcheroo and is now making Israel a theological state which is out of sync with Christianity. Go one way or the other. You're trapped on your own.
Actually, perfect. I love this trap.
Okay.
Is secular ethics evil?
Yes.
Oh, yes. Oh, shit. You got me.
Wow. we have had secular ethics in the world for about 500 years at
evil.
least.
Right?
And we have secular ethics that dominate this country right now. Would you say that the United States right now is evil?
I would say that the secularists who are in charge of it are fucking evil.
Okay. But
evil fucking bastards.
But notice that when it comes to Israel, you foist the evil on the nation.
Oh,
when
no.
it comes to America, you're pro-American, your 4th of July, your 250th anniversary, your America rah
Jacob, do you know why he doesn't have to defend his worldview or his point of view? It's because he didn't make the assertive claim that we must do something. He is doing the claim of, so he don't have a claim. He's saying, Dinesh is saying, we must. The other guy's saying, I don't think we do. The affirmative claim has to defend the worldview, not the other person.
Rah, rah, but there are these bad secular people in the country. You're against them, but you're not anti-American, are you?
Perfect. Let's use this exact same analogy.
Okay.
We'll use the exact same analogy back the other way.
Are you? You're America, rah, rah, rah. You're on this. But notice that when it comes to Israel, you foist the evil on the nation.
Oh,
when
no.
it comes to America, you're pro-American, your 4th of July, your 250th anniversary, you're America, rah, 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 but there are these bad secular people in the country. You're against them, but you're not anti-American, are you?
Perfect. Let's use this exact same analogy.
Okay.
We'll use the exact same analogy back the other way. Right here in the United States, there's tons and tons and tons of Christians. They're not evil, right? We don't consider them evil. They're not evil. Trinitarian Christians are not evil. You don't believe it? I don't believe it. Great. That's not an evil ideology. The secularists in charge of the United States are evil bastards with an evil ideology. You agree. Let's move it over to Israel. Same analogy. If you have a Jewish state, the secular Jews, evil ideology. The Jewish theology, which also exists there, evil ideology. So both of these that we're combating are evil ideologies. You want us to support both of those evil ideologies to take out another evil ideology when right here we have an evil ideology we're combating in our own nation in order to support the ideology which isn't evil, Christianity. Perfect.
Now, it is a fact of the world, and it is a fact of the Bible, that many figures, nations, evil in themselves, are nevertheless, A, on the side of good, or B, the chosen instruments of God. God will frequently use not only flawed, but downright evil people. God talks in the Bible about the fact that the Assyrians, monsters, pagans, are, quote, the rod of my justice.
Yes,
God is
uses
using
evil
the
to do good.
Assyrians.
Yes, I agree.
Yeah.
So why is he going to use the Muslims to do
And
good?
this is also
then?
true of individuals. All the things that you talk about that are bad in Israel today were going on in the Old Testament. The worshiping of the golden calf, all kinds of sexual
do you
immorality.
understand why this is illogical?
Here's why. Because you're drawing the fallacious conclusion that somehow if the Jews are secular, if they have LGBTQ rallies, somehow they have ceased to be the people of God. They are no longer sort of real Jews. They are now secularists. They are outside our area of moral concern. And I'm simply suggesting that the God of the Bible takes the opposite view. Never once does God say, you know what, you Jews, because you worship the golden calf, I'm taking back all my promises to Abraham. Give me the land back because I never gave it to you unconditionally. I gave it to you conditionally, hand it back over.
Does
God ever say that in the Bible?
He just punishes them. No, I'm not making that claim.
And Israel has been punished.
You're just putting words in my mouth. Again, back to the ethical claim. None of this even matters. It's completely irrelevant to what you're even talking about.
Why is it irrelevant?
I'll tell you why. This is hilarious.
You think the character of God is irrelevant to our discussion of good and evil?
You made the claim that God will use evil for good. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay, great. You agree with that. Then why do we assume that he's going to use the evil ideology of the Jew for good, but not the Muslim?
Well, God may well...
Hang on.
Yeah.
I want to repeat that question because I want you to answer it.
I'm answering it.
Why should we assume that it's only Jewish people who we both agree hold an evil ideology instead of Muslims who we agree hold an evil ideology that God won't use them for good? Why do we just instantly assume it's only going to use Jewish people for good?
Well, number one, we are fallible people in the world. So we have to look and make judgments. It is possible to argue, for example, someone might say, due to the fact that America has become like Sodom and Gomorrah, God used 9/11 as a form of divine punishment on America, right? You could make that argument.
Yeah.
It's kind of, it's a very speculative type of argument.
I agree.
Yeah, and so I
So
wouldn't,
is the
wouldn't
argument
make
that
it, but
God's
in
going to use
theory-
Jews to do good.
In theory, it's not impossible.
Speculative. That's a speculative argument to say God's going to use this evil ideology to do good. That's your argument.
So my argument was not, quote, God is using the Jews who are evil to do good. My
No, with an
argument
evil
was a
ideology.
refutation. Hold on. Let's be really clear.
Okay.
You basically were saying these are bad people and they are outside of God's purposes. And I said many times God uses people, even people who are have completely rejected him, as his instruments for his divine purposes.
Like Muslims.
He's done it repeatedly. Now,
Like Muslims?
Now, I don't deny that in principle,
Uh-huh.
God could use the
I'm sorry. I'm an idiot. My bad. All right. Let me try that again. All right. Dinesh made an affirmative claim. Andrew made a refuted Dinesh's claim. Andrew. So when Andrew refuted Dinesh's claim, I'm not muted anymore. Dinesh. I'm not muted, bruv. I can see it. But go ahead. Tell me when you can hear me again. Until then, we'll sit here in silence. Dun 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 dun. Good, that's what I thought. All right. So Dinesh made a positive claim, affirmative claim. Andrew disputed his claim. Dinesh was like, you know what? You're right. The logic does follow. Dinesh conceded. So right now, what you hear right now, and I think Tom is the one that made the comment that I was responding to, where Tom said that, oh, maybe it wasn't Tom. Anyway, whoever it was that made the claim, whoever it was that said that Andrew was saying that that secular Jews were evil, that is not Andrew's claim. Andrew has taken Dinesh's worldview and he applies the same logic to Dinesh's worldview to make Dinesh understand that, okay, what I just said was kind of stupid, and it follows all tracks of logic. It's an internal critique that you're listening to right now that Andrew is doing on Dinesh, and y'all are not picking it up. Listen to what he's saying, because Andrew's not making a claim. Andrew is refuting the claims from Dinesh, using his own logic against him. Everything that's going on right now is Andrew disputing his claims with his own logic in an internal critique. That's what's happening right this very moment.
Indians, the Muslims, the Chinese, yes, God can use those
That's
people.
the whole point, man. You
the point
just
of
are
what?
defaulting for some reason to say only this specific people group who I think holds an evil ideology, which you did say, that people group God's going to use for good. These other people groups. So you're asking us to pick an interest between two evil ideologies, pick and choose which ideology we prefer, because you think that God's going to prefer that we prefer one of those evil ideologies.
Well,
Dinesh.
first of all,
that's the reduction of your logic.
First of all, you're arguing as if there is no connection.
You catch it now?
Between God the Father. I mean, if you look at the Christian Bible, you could almost say that
Magic Jew blood?
Hold on. You could almost say that the Old Testament is the biography of God the Father, the Gospels are the biography of God the Son, and the Acts are the biography of God the Holy Spirit. This is the Trinity right there. And this is the historical unfolding of the Trinity in the Christian story. And now you're pretending like there is no relationship between Yahweh, the God of the Old Testament, God the Father, and the Jews?
Are you
Is that what you're
pretending
saying?
that there's no relationship between God the Father and Christians?
Yes, no, I'm saying
What's
that
really what's hilarious here.
No,
and
I'm saying-
we can
I'm
break it down.
saying-
Hang on, we'll break it down. I'll break it down with you. I'll go right along with
Okay.
you.
Would you
Jews
agree-
have magic Jew blood? Yes or no?
Have what?
Magic Jew blood, so they're preferred by God?
No, Andrew wasn't
Well,
arrested for
God
free
isn't
speech.
picking based on magic Jew blood. God is picking based upon a particular community that is built around a set. Hold on, on a set
community.
of divine instructions, rights, laws, commandments.
Does this
prophets.
particular community have a specific DNA by chance?
Sure.
Got it. So, and we could trace that through their blood, right? So you would basically just say that people who have this particular blood are favored by God.
Well, no more. I mean, you could make the same argument about Christians. Christians
Right.
have DNA.
Exactly. So, and
Right,
I would
but-
make the argument, I would make that exact argument about Christians. What's kind of hilarious here, as we're kind of moving through this, we're finding out that, one, you still have no moral ought for why it is that Christians are supposed to support Jews or Israel. I haven't heard a single argument.
Well, that's because
not one.
you're-
And by the way,
that's because you're setting a standard where I am a Christian monk sitting on a sacred pillar in the Himalayas, and you're now asking me, give me a reason to support Israel.
Yeah.
I'm talking about Christians living in the world where we recognize that in the world there's a lot of admixture of good and evil, and there might be good people in an Islamic world, but the Islamic ideology is bad. There might be good people
the
in
Jewish
Iran
ideology
right
is
now.
also bad by your own admission.
Jewish theology is bad. Judaism isn't, quote, an ideology.
All right. The debate topic, real quick. Dinesh D'Souza has the affirmative claim that Christians are morally obligated to support Jews and Israel. So, with that being said, Andrew has no need or reason to bring in his beliefs. They do not help this debate at all. D'Souza having the affirmative claim, D'Souza has to defend his beliefs. Now, and there are lots of, doesn't matter, David, doesn't matter. There are lots of debates out here where Andrew is defending his beliefs because he made an affirmative claim. Now, if you want to go watch those, they're out there. Or you can find one and we will watch it together and break it down. But what you're watching right now, Andrew has no reason to defend his beliefs because he does not have to. Because it's not part of the debate. Just like all the stuff y'all keep saying about Trump or Charlie Kirk. That's not part of this debate. It's irrelevant.
Judaism is a theology, and I agree.
Where do you get your ideology from?
Well,
your
what I-
theology.
Well, what
you
I was
know
getting
who said
at,
that? You in your book.
Well,
You in your own book said
I
that.
said a little minute ago, and you agreed, that Islam is a comprehensive ideology that includes family law, divorce, honor killing, Sharia. Judaism
all
is
that he
not
has
an
to do.
ideology in that sense. It is not trying to create a sort of
All he
comprehensive
has to do is
supervision over the world.
argue that he's
its
wrong.
own
is.
state? Its own state
It
with
doesn't
its own
do it in
laws?
Israel. Israel doesn't have. When is the last time you've heard, for example, of Jews being stoned for adultery, like in the Old Testament?
Oh,
Happens
not
all the
in
time?
Forever. Not in forever.
Exactly.
Yeah, of course.
So, in other words, there's a big difference. In Islam, you still do get stoned. You
Yeah,
get thrown
sure.
out of windows.
Sure.
You get killed by your own family members. You get killed for leaving
But
the religion.
nobody's making a dispute there. The dispute that we have is whether or not
and so the
Christians
point I
have
was
any
making-
obligation to morally
Okay.
to support Israel
All
or
right.
support Jews who you, by your own admission, you say is an evil ideology.
And I was saying that Israel, against that ideology, is doing a lot of good. If there's a ring of pedophiles and a cop decides, I'm going to go in there and I'm going to beat the shit out of all these people and I'm going to save all these kids, you go, wait a minute, isn't the cop a Jew? And I'm like, yeah. And you're like, well, isn't he a heretic? Doesn't he have the wrong ideology? Shouldn't we be rejecting him as much as the pedophiles? Dinesh, why are you making arguments for the lesser evil?
This is backwards. It would be like,
how is it backwards?
It would be like,
I'm saying that
it would be
Israel,
like a cop who was also a pedophile beat the shit out of 10 pedophiles.
How is the cop?
And I'm like, oh. I'm like, okay, that's
we just
right on,
agree.
Pedophile cop who beat
Wait
a
a minute.
Like, what are you talking about?
So pedophilia,
an evil ideology. You make me want to pick and choose, but why? Why should I support either? Why should I support either? Why?
Right. So because the cop is a drunk and he insults his wife and he got divorced and he has a mistress, we're not going to support him in his campaign against the pedophiles because he's no better than the pedophiles because they're both evil, according to you.
No, you're taking. So if you want to take the extremes there, we can actually do that, and we can look at that.
Why is it an extreme?
Let's
sure.
Hang on. We'll look
so
at
pedophilia.
Same logic.
Is Sharia.
Yeah, hang on.
Pedophilia equals Sharia. It's the comprehensive Islamic law.
Are you going to use your national resource or your resources? Let's just use your same example. We'll use the example of the drunk.
Yeah.
He's a drunk, and we're all morally against drunkenness, let's say. I mean, I'm not
me, but
I'm not.
Perhaps you are.
But let's just say in this hypothetical that you are. So the drunk cop comes in, he beats up all the pedophiles, and we go, right on, man. You beat up these pedophiles, that's great. And what you're doing is a lesser evil, because we assume in this analogy that drunkenness is evil, right?
Exactly.
Now, are we going to give this guy any resources to go get beer?
Yes, if he did a good job. I would give him some resources.
So you're gonna support a thing you consider to be evil?
No, I'm not. I'm not supporting the evil. I mean, if you ask me if I was
then what makes him evil? What makes the drunk evil in this analogy?
What I'm getting at is that the cop who did this deserves a medal. If you ask me, are we morally obligated to support cops
great.
who are
Give him a
kicking
medal.
the ass
Here,
of pedophiles?
we'll go over
my
every
answer is
time.
yes.
Every
and
time
it
a
has
Jewish
nothing
person,
to do with what their private lives are like and whether this is like.
Oh, this is great.
Yeah. So what I'm getting at is you agree. Let's talk about what we agreed. You agreed that
I don't
Islam
even know what you're
represents a
arguing,
kind
David.
of comprehensive evil. You agreed that because that is the case.
No, I agree. Both of these ideologies encompass
and are they
an evil.
So you would say, for example, that Judaism poses the same menace, for example, to Western civilization, to your and my religious freedom, to taking over America that, say, Islam does.
I would say that the embrace of secular Jews and that being a part of the extension of the ideology of Judaism, exactly because they don't have the same formations that you just explained Islam does create an existential threat of progressive liberal ideology all the time, including in their own nation, Israel. And I do consider that to be the existential threat of humanity right this second. Progressivism is the worst threat to planet Earth right now.
I agree.
Even above Islam, for now.
I agree. See, okay, so this is why debates like this are good. I would argue that the primary authors of Western secularism are, well, if I had to name a single religious group, it would have to be the Episcopalians. Why? Because where is progressivism the most ensconced in America? The answer is in the Northeast. That's why the guy from Maine stood up in the beginning and said, Maine has been ruined. It hasn't been ruined by Jews, by the way. It's been ruined by white, Protestant, Anglicans for the most part, but Unitarians. Okay.
So these heresies lead to bad outcomes due to the fact that they push in secular ideas. But just like you would make the claim, and I would agree with you, that many Protestant ideologies, especially out east, which is where it landed first, right? What we end up seeing is that they push in progressive value structures. The problem that you have with Judaism is it does the same thing. It often pushes for secular ethics, secular values, due to the fact that it does not evangelize nor have these same foundations you're criticizing Islam for.
Right, but it's not because
is that true though?
No, because
it is too
because
true.
you are blaming. Look, let's put it this way: with the Christians, you're saying that the deviation comes from departing from Christianity. So you would say, well, these Unitarians aren't really Christian.
Didn't Jews depart from Christianity?
No.
Judaism?
No.
Yes.
Hold on. Of course,
The main part of Christianity called Christ?
The analogy we were making is as follows. You are saying that secular Judaism is the fault of Judaism. That's why you said
Yes.
Judaism produces this.
Yes.
But
Yes, I
secular-
am. In fact,
right.
it's just like I'm saying that this Protestants who have bad theology, that leads to a secular ideology,
Okay.
provably.
And let me
That's
ask you
what
this.
we saw with Judaism. Its same foundational heresy leads to secular values and progressivism. All we have to do is look at the state they're currently in that they founded, and what do you see? Dinesh, honestly, is it a progressive state or not?
It is a progressive state, but so is America. And what I'm getting at
And
here
America's
is
founded
that
by Protestants who
what
are
I'm
in
getting at
heresy,
is
exactly.
Why does Judaism have to account for secularism as a fault of Judaism, but Christianity suffers no blame, no responsibility, no inherent objection
Does.
by the fact...
Protestantism does. You just gave an accounting of it. You just said Protestants hit out east. When you have all these different Protestant heretical sects out east, that led to a progressive ideology. I said, yeah, I agree.
Hold on one sec. Hey, Sean, I think the mic, we might have lost Andrew's mic.
Testing.
Okay,
I think we got
we're
it.
good.
Okay,
Yeah,
so I say I agree. The Protestant ideology led to progressive values. Somehow, though, when it comes to another heresy you agree is a heresy, which also led to huge progressive values in a state you just got done saying is progressive, that has nothing to do with Jews.
Because-
that has nothing to do with Jews. It has nothing to do
I didn't
with...
say it has nothing to do with Jews. I
It
said
has to do with
nothing to
Judaism
do-
being a heresy,
I
man.
said it has nothing to do with Judaism, just like I would say the same, that in the case of the Northeast, the progressivism comes out of a rebellion against Christianity. Now, what
Like
the hold on.
Judaism? Like
It's a
Judaism?
rebellion against Judaism, whereas you're presenting it as a manifestation of it.
Wait, say that again?
I'm saying that the secularism in Israel is a result of a rebellion against Judaism, not a...
What do you mean science is never wrong? Science is refuted and changed every few years. What do you mean? How can it not be wrong if they change it?
manifestation of it. You are maintaining that
It's a
Judaism...
rebellion against Christianity. The reason that these people groups become so ensconced in progressive ideology is because they reject Jesus Christ as their foundation. That is Islam, that is Judaism, and from my view, that is also many sects of Protestantism, which are non-Trinitarian. The reason they have to adopt those things is because the theology is so bad, they have to fill in the gaps with other
All right,
things.
so what we're saying here, and this is a point of agreement, we are dealing with a menacing radical secularism that has developed in the world and in the West.
Yes.
The West invented it. The Jews did not invent it. Its authors...
Protestants didn't invent it either.
Was Charles Darwin a Jew?
Yeah, but
was Nietzsche
Protestants
a
didn't- the
Jew?
Protestant
Was Heidegger a
Reformation-
Jew?
The Protestant Reformation paved the way for progressive ethics. I agree with that.
I agree with it
but
too.
It happened before the great thinkers of progressive enlightenment. The Protestant Reformation paved the way, but it happened before these things came to fruition. By the way, many of these Protestant heresies are considered by both Catholics and Orthodox to be Judaizing heresies for a reason. Same reason that we consider Jews to be heretics, not ethnic Jews. Remember, I'm making the distinction now between people who believe in Judaism theologically versus people who are just ethnic Jews. I don't have any problem with Arabs, and I don't have any problem with ethnic Jews. That has nothing to do with anything.
Right.
My point is, you can't look me in the eye and say that Protestant heresies led to the embrace of progressive ideology, but that Jewish heresies don't. And I can prove it to you. If you reject Jesus Christ, who is the source of all truth, what do you end up with? What do you end up with?
Let me say that even here in America, over the past 30 years...
This is not an answer to my question.
It is an answer. It is an answer. I have had a fair amount of experience with Orthodox Jews who have been fans of mine. They come up to me at events. Now, why are they fans of mine? They socially, politically, morally, they are to the right of me. They are totally against abortion. They are totally against LGBTQ.
So are Muslims.
And not only do they say it, they actually live it.
So do
I can't-
Muslims.
hold on. So are the Muslims, correct? But what I'm getting at is that to argue that Judaism is itself responsible for secularism is stupid because the most religious Jews are not secular at all.
Great.
They
then,
are
then to argue that, look, let me
on
show
the
you how
moral issues.
I'm going
if
to
we
show you how
were-
stupid this is. Then
Oh,
to
yeah?
argue that Protestantism is responsible for progressivism is stupid. Because out in the hallway, I met some Protestants and they were really fucking based.
No. Hold on.
That is literally the
That's
stupidest thing you've said tonight
This is
out
pure
of many
sophistry.
stupid things. No,
this is pure
it's
sophistry.
not sophistry.
Well, let me tell you why. Because what you do with an analogy is you misstate the analogy. If you could find me a group of devout evangelical Christians and say, these devout evangelical Christians who go to church on Wednesday, they go to church on Sunday, they are really into it and serious about their faith, but they happen to also support trans surgeries, they support abortion, I would be shocked because I would say no. If someone is devout and serious about their faith, they're not going to support those things. They're going to be solid on the moral issues.
So Episcopalians are not
don't interrupt
solid
me.
in their faith?
So
They don't
I
believe-
just
One
told
sec,
you
one
that
sec.
Orthodox Jews are very solid on the moral issues, and they are not part of secular degeneracy.
Yeah, but this is
And then
crazy.
you switch the analogy and give me a generic Protestant.
I'm going to repeat it to you verbatim to make sure I got it right before I respond.
Okay.
I'm going to steel man the position and so that there's no doubt this is not a straw man.
Okay.
You are saying to me, there are Orthodox Jews who are just super based, Andrew. They don't like abortion. They don't like LGBTQ. They don't like any of that degenerate stuff. Right?
Right.
Okay. Can we agree that there's lots and lots of Protestants, including Episcopalians, who you say are responsible for the current state of progressive Enlightenment principles being enacted in this nation, who are super based and also don't like abortion,
Right.
and they also don't like LGBTQ, they don't like any of that. True or false?
Yeah, and those Protestants, hold on, those Protestants
Perfect.
fall into the Assemblies of God. They fall into the Baptist denominations, very different from the Unitarians, the Anglicans, the Presbyterians, and the Methodists. I mean, the reason
But,
people...
but you just said, you just got done saying, though, now you're in contradiction.
I'm saying that
the
the
second you say Episcopalians are responsible for this, but not some Episcopalians, you're making the same argument with the exception that I would. You're right. Judaism is also a heresy, therefore responsible for the integration of progressive values, especially in Israel, but not all of them. Great. What the hell have we established here? Except that heresies lead to progressive ideology across the board, which is why the church has always been against them.
Heresies should be rejected theologically.
Yes.
But it's possible in a decent society to make moral alliances with people who are heretics but agree with us on certain moral issues.
Agreed.
And so you could find someone in America right now who's an atheist, but they don't think that kids should be killed in the womb. They don't support euthanasia or infanticide. They don't support trans surgeries. And you would say, guess what? You know what, buddy? You're on the right side. Now, are you going to heaven? No. Theologically, you are on the outside.
But is it immoral not to
but
support them? Is it immoral not to support them?
what I'm saying
Is it immoral not to support that same group you just said we could make an alliance with if we so chose? Would it be immoral for us not to?
It would be immoral to reject them when they want to be in alliance with you on the side of good. It would be like the pro-life movement deciding that anybody who's going to hell cannot be allowed in the pro-life movement. It would be wrong and immoral to do that because these are allies on a good cause. It doesn't matter if they have bad opinions on their socialists and other things. You don't support them in the socialism, but you support them in the area that they are on the side of good.
Got it.
And that's what I'm saying about Israel.
And this makes complete and total sense to me. So, if I'm breaking down your position and I'm getting it totally correct, you're saying that if it is the case that, let's say there's a group of atheists who oppose abortion, you're not going to reject that help because the greater good is to stop abortion.
You would not reject their help in the pro-life cause, correct?
Right.
Yes, correct.
Okay, so it would actually be immoral in that context to reject that help.
Correct.
Got it. Now let's get an equivalent analogy
Yes.
for how it is that if we decide that we're not going to send billions of dollars to Israel, we're not going to send a single soldier over to help them at any time because the United States electorate doesn't want it, and if it is the case that we no longer want any Israeli influence in our government whatsoever, why would that be immoral?
Well, it would be a wrong decision both tactically.
Why would it be immoral?
It would be immoral because what we are ultimately doing is we are taking an ally
David, I don't think
that
you
is
know what you're
on our
talking about.
side and is
I'll be
kicking
honest, I
the
don't
ass
think you
of
know
the
what you're talking
bad
about.
guys in a very dangerous
They're all
neighborhood.
bad guys.
No, they're not all bad guys on this issue. The Islamic project is global caliphate. There's
Yeah.
no equivalent Jewish project to that. The Jews are fighting that, and they're doing it with great effectiveness.
So then tell me this. Let's just play
So,
pretend.
so in other words,
I'll
I'm
grant
not
it.
saying that we have democratically, we could decide by the majority of people saying we don't want to have anything to do with it.
Let's dive right in.
And we have every right to do that.
Let's
by
dive
the
right
way.
in. Let's find out if this is true, if this is logically true.
Okay.
Let us play pretend.
Okay.
Tomorrow, all of these Islamic nations right around Israel unite and they crush it and they wipe Israel out in a single day. Let's just say in this hypothetical.
Yeah, okay.
What happens then to the United States? What happens to the United States?
What happens to the United States now is that you will have created what Islam has long dreamed of, which is a restoration of the. We haven't had an
Yeah,
Islamic.
why do I give a shit about the Islamic Caliphate though? Why do I care?
The
now,
Islamic
remember,
Caliphate
they have
is in
destroyed
Dallas.
Israel.
The
They've destroyed
Islamic
Israel.
Caliphate is all over Texas. It is not only taken
That's
over.
immigration, though. We can fix immigration whether or not you have a Jewish state or not.
Hold on. Many of these Muslims have been here for decades. This project has been going on. Muslims came to Detroit in
what
the
would that have to do with
1920s.
Israel
It was the
being gone?
anti-Semitism of Henry Ford, where he said,
Dinesh,
"I
you
want to
gotta
go
stay
and
on
bring a
topic
bunch
here.
of
Hang on.
Muslims
You
over
gotta
here."
stay on topic. Israel's gone now in this hypothetical in a single day. They just steamroll.
Andrew falls under the Eastern Orthodox religion, so I'm not sure that what you are saying will follow. I'm pretty sure that he would believe the same thing that the Eastern Orthodox Church teaches today in 5 years. And so I'm not sure what you're even referring to.
It. They take all the land.
Right.
Okay. They are reforming a caliphate. Let's even say.
And you're like, who cares?
Well, yeah. When I go down to my toolbox to grab the wrench to wrench on my fucking car, I care about this. Why?
Okay. Why would you care if the same thing happened to Alaska?
Because those are my countrymen.
Oh, those are your countrymen.
Uh-huh.
But you still can go to your toolbox and you can work in your garage. And if Alaska's off the map,
No, that would have
it wouldn't
drastic.
matter to
That would
you.
have drastic, direct
How?
repercussions upon me if
How?
it was the case that one of the states of the country that I live in was steamrolled by Islam. On the other hand, I think that there would be far less drastic and direct consequences were it the case that, let's just say, Israel steamrolled by Islam. What I want to know specifically, if it was, what the hell does the mechanic in the garage down the street, what does that do to him? Specifically, what?
Well, in your view of the world, if it is outside the geographic border of America,
That's
the
not answering
toolbox
the
guy
question,
has
dude.
nothing to do with it.
Answer
Would you say the same
question.
about Mexico?
I want you to answer the question I ask instead of the obfuscation.
The world is a much more
Yeah,
dangerous
the world's
place.
a dangerous place, dangerous neighborhoods
you don't
in the
care.
world. I know.
It
It's,
doesn't
it's
matter.
terrible. That's all rhetoric. Answer the question I ask. Forget the rhetoric. Give me the logic. Let's pretend, seriously pretend. Game out the hypothetical with me. Israel's destroyed in a single day by its Islamic neighbors. Okay, that's what happens. It's gone, let's just say. How the hell does that negatively affect the United States? What is it going to do to the average citizen here if that happens, even if Muslims are getting super uppity and want their caliphate?
Okay.
How, what?
All
what does
right.
it do?
Let's play it out.
Let's.
Okay, so number one, let's assume that a juggernaut launched out of, let's say, Iran and Qatar takes Israel.
Uh-huh.
And not only that, but now all the other Gulf kingdoms are intimidated, and so they submit to a single unified force. Let's just call it the United States of Islam.
Okay.
And that's the whole Middle East.
Okay.
It is fantastically rich. It has nuclear weapons, and it has a suicidal and genocidal ideology that says we love death. We don't like life. These guys, right, are now going to start bankrolling the Islamic project in America to a degree that you can hardly imagine. So we are now talking about the fact, and let's just game it out. You want to game it out?
Yes.
Let's game it out.
Okay.
Every politician in Texas, by and large, if you want to get their attention, just write them a check for $10,000 and they will call you within a week. Within a week to hear you out and what's on your mind.
Sure.
Now imagine an Islamic regime, 2 billion people in the world with almost infinite resources, offering every U.S. congressman $100 million in their PAC if they vote on the side of Islam. What percentage of Democrats do you think would say no? I would submit it's about 1 or 2%. What percentage of
most
Republicans would say no?
no.
I submit it's about 10%.
Okay, great.
My son-in-law included.
Okay.
But what we're basically talking about is a buyout of the United States of America, Inc. This is on the table. The Muslims say they're going to do it. They are doing it. We would
And
fortify
all that
them
stands in their
ability.
way is 10 million
so
Jews.
You started out.
All that stands in the way of all of the Muslim world uniting, even though there's nukes there now, even though they have a shared value to destroy Israel now, is 10 million Jews that are sitting. That's the stupidest thing that I ever heard. Here's actually much more likely. Hang on. I said let's game it out.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I'll game it out.
Let's game it out.
I'll game it out a different way.
Okay.
They destroy Israel in a single day. Isn't it equally possible that they open up relations with the United States and the rest of the West because they want to enter into massive trade agreements? Because it is the case that they want their own people groups to thrive? Because it is the case that they are geographically landlocked away from Europe for the most part and definitely the United States? Isn't it
Okay.
the case that we could then get oil for cheaper?
Yeah.
Isn't it then the case that there's all sorts of trade agreements we could have that we no longer have to sanction them on because we don't have to have this protectorate there? That's equally logically possible. The problem that you have here, I'm not saying that this should happen. I'm pointing out an analogy that you are making the determinative kind of quality here that 10 million Jews are stopping this nightmare scenario, and it's absurd. That's not what's actually going on. What's actually going on is the United States military is what's stopping that nightmare scenario, not 10 million Jews in the United States. And if we had mass migration of Christians to that region for their own holy land, for them to have their own holy relics, for them to have the Holy Land back to them, that region would be infinitely safer than it is right this second.
So I think here we've reached the point where the core naivete of your position, which is that the Muslims are just like the rest of us, comes to the forefront. When the Barbary pirates were menacing American ships and Jefferson sent ambassadors, Jefferson's question to the ambassadors was, go talk to the ambassador in Tripoli and ask them, what is their beef with America? They've been fighting with Europe for a long time. We haven't done anything to them. Why are they doing this to us? And the ambassador, Abdul Rahman, replied, he goes, it has nothing to do with you. We are doing this because it asks us to do it in the Quran. You are an infidel, and our job is to fight, defeat, and destroy the infidels. This is in the Quran. It is the actual constitution of the world of Islam.
Great.
So when
I
you
agree.
say, these are guys who want coffee shops and tall buildings and Trump Tower and high tech, yes. But I would say, and here is where you would say that the Muslims who want those things are actually the Muslims least attentive to the Quran. These are the Muslims who are actually less Islamic.
And less
the
inbred.
true Muslims
And less inbred.
The true Muslims see all of America as the house of war. So the idea that you suggest, which is that, gee, we're landlocked, we need to make some trade deals, is a complete misunderstanding of the nature of Islam. And this is part of the reason that you see Israel as an unnecessary add-on.
I just want to make sure the naivete is on my part that you believe the only thing stopping this future is 10 million Jews who are in that region.
No.
I just want to make sure that that is the actual position.
I'm not saying, look, you gave me a hypothetical.
Yeah.
And you said, if Israel is obliterated, the scenario I'm describing doesn't require the obliteration of Israel. It simply requires the complete mobilization of those countries. I think what Trump is doing is he's playing a game in which he's trying to set one Muslim off against another. He's like, listen, let me see
This is actually perfect. So that if it is the case, Dinesh, that this does not require the obliteration of Israel for Muslims to do this right this second, if they do begin acting this way, and I agree with you that they likely will, then I could see how Christians would have an obligation to intervene, especially in our own interests, because now they're coming here to kill us. Great. We would need to do something about that. But you see how you carefully took Israel out of that equation and 10 million Jews are out of that equation? What's the obligation morally that we have to go help them right this second when you just made the claim that without them there, or with them there, this can still happen, even without their obliteration?
Well, let's extend out the same analogy to see why what I'm saying makes total sense.
Okay.
Let's envision a scenario where it's not Israel that is overrun, but Australia, Canada, Great Britain, France, and Germany are overrun by the Muslims.
With their immigration policy?
That's right, with their immigration policy, but not just immigration policy, massively supported by terrorist infiltration, money coming out of Qatar and other Islamic countries.
How did the terrorists infiltrate without the mass migration, Dinesh?
No, many of them are already in the country.
Because of mass migration, Dinesh.
Because of original mass migration. Yes, I agree.
Because what we've done
is
that this is suicidal empathy, but that has nothing at all to do. If we have good border policy and we have good immigration policy locking Islam out of the United States and Western world, which I would love to see, right? This problem goes away regardless, regardless of us helping Israel or not.
Number one, many of them are already here. Number two, the Muslim Brotherhood has made it really clear in its memoranda that we don't actually want to focus on bin Laden types with long beards and white robes.
They want to focus on the
that.
womb. They want to focus on the womb.
We want American-born kids, dude, and American-born converts to take the vanguard. We need Islamic lawyers born in America. So unless you have some plan for getting out 30 million Muslims who are legal, and U.S. citizens, by the way, you're talking nonsense. You're just hypothetically saying if we close the border, the problem will go away.
We're not the UK, Dinesh.
We're not the UK.
We have very few actual Muslims here in comparison to the population total size. We have a lot of Hispanics here in comparison to the population of total size, especially illegally. If we were right this second to curtail off immigration from Islamic nations, this problem does go away. It's not usually the fourth, fifth generation Islamic kids, who by that time, by the way, have usually left Islam, who are the problem with this. What it is it's usually within the first couple of generations, or people coming in on H-1Bs, or coming in with different visas who conduct those terror operations. We've already absorbed Islamists. We've already absorbed a few million of them, but there's not that many of them. That's one. And two, over several generations of integration, that ideology, many of them move to Christianity, they move to secular ethics, they move to the general kind of civic ideology of the nation that they're in, if they're that small of a minority. So I don't think we would really have to worry too much about terror attacks.
Almost everything you're saying is factually untrue.
Which thing?
Okay. Number one, while it is true that European immigrants and Jews, hold on. No. I mean, it's my way of talking. There are other immigrant groups, including Jews, that have assimilated, that no longer practice Judaism. This is least true of Muslims in America. Why? Because the mosque in Islam does not fulfill the same purpose as a church.
Yeah, but that's a half-truth, because...
It's a half-truth.
Yeah, so it is in fact the case. Do you agree with me that by the third generation in an Islamic family, the children by that time are actually way more likely to leave that faith? One leaves for every one that joins, and usually the people who join, right, you have another one who leaves. It's a revolving door, which is declining. It is declining in the United States, not increasing.
You are missing a really important counter trend, just as true in America as in Europe.
Okay.
The children and the third and fourth generation of Muslims are far more likely to become terrorists and radical Muslims than even the first generation or the Muslims in the Muslim world. Why? Because in the West, we have a crisis of identity. Like, who am I? I'm in a meaningless life. I have a meaningless society. So Islam provides for people in the West that sense of higher purpose, motivation. You can be a soldier for Allah. If you go tell that to some guy in India or Pakistan, he has no identity crisis. He's not going to be talking this bullshit. If you tell him, listen, we all need to go pray in the middle of the street, he'll be like, are you insane? We don't do this anywhere in the Muslim world, but we do it in London. We do it in Dallas. We do it in America, because the American Muslims have this sense of identity, and they are much more likely to see themselves as fighting in a higher cause than some ordinary Muslim on the Muslim street
Yeah, but
in
when
Jordan.
we're talking about
That's true.
When we're talking about domestic terrorism, most of it's not even conducted by Islam. Let's be real. And by the way, the ones who are here already, if we cut off and curtail any more from coming in, this cross-generational problem does eventually go away. It has to. You're
Well,
not
I
having
support
any
that.
more. You're
I mean-
not having any more come in. The ideology is terrible at spreading in Christian nations. Never been good at it in the West unless you import it. The thing here that's really funny, though, is that out of all of this, you still haven't given me an ought for why it is that
Well,
Christians need to support Israel. And with all
Still
of the
no ought.
tangential policy that we've gone over, which I think much of this we can find some kind of even ground. Like you, for instance, I'm sure you would love to stop Islam from immigrating to Western nations. I'm sure you would love that, right?
Right.
Okay, I would too. So we have like an olive branch there. Neither one of us wants to see ethnic Jews persecuted, destroyed, hurt, anything like that, right? We can agree on that too.
Right.
And we don't want to see if that happened to Arabs either. We can agree on that too.
Yeah.
So we're talking about ideology here. So when we're talking about and we're discussing ideologies and these ideas, I'm still going to take you right back to the original point. And the original point is that Judaism leads to the same type of secular progressive poison ideology. The Jewish faith itself does this. Just like it is the case that the heretical Protestants do the exact same thing. And I would say that that is 10 times more damaging even than if we had 10 times the amount of domestic terror attacks we have right now from Islam.
Let's test your proposition that Judaism itself gives rise to secular degeneracy.
Sure.
You've had Jewish communities in many, many parts of the world over many, many centuries.
Like Israel?
No, I'm talking about the diaspora.
Okay.
And I'm talking about through the Middle Ages, through the end of the Roman Empire, in the time of the Renaissance and the Reformation. Now, you would expect, if Judaism is the problem, that all the secular degeneracy would emerge by itself inside of these tribal Jewish communities. You'd expect, for example, that when Shakespeare talks about the Merchant of Venice, the Jews would be like having sex with a dog, or they would be, killing off their kids, or they would be engaging in all kinds of moral degeneracy. You get the exact opposite picture. The Jews maintained not only their tribal identity, but a strict regimen of laws and codes and commandments. Shylock is upset with his daughter because she marries a Christian. But from Shylock's point of view, that is not moral laxity. That is a rigorous enforcement of Jewish orthodoxy. So, the secular degeneracy emerges in the West, outside of the Jewish community, then it penetrates and pollutes the Jewish community, and you're trying to blame Judaism for it.
No, I'm not. I'm telling you that all heretical ideologies lead to secular progressive values because they don't hold the truth of Christ. If you don't hold the truth of Christ, you cannot know the truth, period. You, for instance, Dinesh, I'll give you an example of how it is you don't hold truth. You claim, for instance, that you would say that Jesus Christ isn't a Christian, right?
Jesus Christ can no more be a Christian than
Then Marx can be a Marxist.
Or Buddha could be a Buddhist, or Confucius could be a Confucian.
Yeah,
it is
great.
actually impossible.
Great. Is God omnipotent and omniscient?
Okay. Before this goes, just remember and listen. He is using Dinesh's logic from what he said just previously against him right now. Ready for this?
This could be a Confucian.
Yeah,
it is
great.
actually impossible.
Great. Is God omnipotent and omniscient?
Is God omnipotent?
Is God omnipotent and omniscient? Dinesh?
Yes.
Okay, great. Then that would mean that he saw Jesus' crucifixion at the same time that he made the earth. Is that the case?
Yes, that is the
Okay,
case.
well then great. And what did he determine at the very second the earth was made? Then if he saw the beginning of time and the end of time,
Yes.
as Jesus Christ was being crucified, what was Jesus Christ's purpose?
To come as the Redeemer of the world.
And is Jesus Christ God?
Yes.
Then Jesus Christ was a Christian. Thank you. That's what happens when you don't hold
This
truth.
is called philosophical horseshit.
How? Refute it.
I'll refute it.
Go ahead.
Okay. I'll refute it.
I can't wait.
Okay. I'm going to apply your same logic.
Okay.
To let me think of what's the best way to unfold this. Well, let me get to what I think you're doing.
Uh-huh.
The Bible operates on more than one level. In fact, the early Christians spoke about the fourfold way to read the Bible. The Bible should be read literally or historically, number one.
Okay.
Metaphorically or symbolically, 2.
Okay.
Morally, 3. And eschatologically or prophetically, 4. And the early Christians emphasized that all 4 readings are simultaneous. Neither refutes the other. So there is the historical Jesus. He came into the world just like the flood actually happened. And Noah really did build an ark.
How is this refuting my logic?
Here, I'll tell you why. Because you then go, is God omnipotent?
Yeah.
Isn't it the case that the ark represents Christ? Yes, it does.
No.
Metaphorically, the ark does represent
Can
Christ.
you just give me my...
Metaphorically, the ark was foreseen as a progenitor.
This is prattle, dude. Look, can
Prattle.
you repeat back my argument?
Okay.
And then refute it.
Okay, I'm refuting it thus.
No, repeat it first.
Okay. Your argument is that God foresaw that Jesus would be the Redeemer of the world from the beginning of the world.
Because God's non-temporal, He's omnipotent, He's omniscient.
Correct.
So if that's the case, and Jesus Christ is God, right?
Yes.
Then how could it possibly be that as He saw Jesus' crucifixion, knew His purpose for the world, and heralded it with every single prophet He had, that His purpose in life, God's, wasn't Christianity? And He wasn't a Christian if that was the entire purpose.
Oh, right. And He wasn't a Christian. See, so that's that last quick move that you make that's completely fallacious.
How's it
God
fallacious?
could have seen from the beginning of the world, I will take an itinerant Jewish rabbi who was born a Jew named Yeshua, whose dad was a Jew named Yosef, and his mom was a Jew named Miriam, who kept all the Jewish rites and celebrated all the Jewish festivals and taught as a Jew coming to save the Jews first and foremost, and then later allowing other non-Jews to be grafted in. The Bible couldn't be more clear about this. Jesus was the Jewish Savior of the world.
This literally doesn't
Now,
refute my
in
argument
Antioch,
at all. It's not
it
even
does refute your
contending with it.
argument. It
If
does
God
refute
is
your argument
omnipotent
because
and God is omniscient, and God saw that the purpose for Himself was to die on the cross for our sins at the very beginning of time, His purpose was Christendom, and He was a Christian. How could it be anything else? It's not even logically possible for anything else to occur. You say you can't call Marx a Marxist. What if Marx was omniscient and omnipotent and knew that he was going to institute Marxism? Could we call him a Marxist then? Could we call him a Marxist then, Dinesh?
Well, the problem
Could we call him a Marxist then?
If Marx identified and said, I'm a Marxist, I'm going to start this movement in which I am its first leader.
Right from the beginning of
time. And that did not happen with Jesus.
Perfect.
Did it?
What?
Did Jesus say, guess what? I am a Christian, and I'm starting this new religion called Christianity, and everybody who follows it now is going to take my name. Jesus did not do any of that.
He didn't need to.
He didn't need to, but he didn't do it, right?
He fulfilled the purpose. If you fulfill the purpose for which you yourself foresaw and heralded would happen, Jesus Christ knows that He is God. He knows it. He knows what the fulfillment of His own ideology is going to be, and that is Christianity. Yet you still say He's not a Christian, even though the Jews reject Him. That's insane. He's omniscient. He's omnipotent. He's non-temporal. He sees the end and the beginning simultaneously. You can't refute this.
I am refuting
How?
it. Because you are using omniscience to get around logic.
2 minute warning.
Here's the logic.
Omniscience to get
let me lay out the logic. Let me lay out the logic. Jesus, hang on. Let's just pursue this for a minute. Let's think for a little bit.
I'm thinking.
Jesus is a Christian. Okay? Jesus is a Christian is a statement of the type A is B. Right? A is B. Jesus is a Christian. Now, in logic, if you say A is B, it must follow everything that is true of B is also true of A. Otherwise, A can't be B. A is B means whatever you say about B is true of A. Now, let's look at a bunch of things that are true of Christians.
Okay.
Okay? Do we follow Christ? Isn't that the meaning of Christianity? Yes. Did Jesus follow Himself? No. We worship
Then
Christ.
who did? Hang
Hold
on.
on, let me finish my thought.
Who did He follow?
Jesus followed the Father. We follow...
Jesus is Himself.
Jesus is Himself the Father, but Jesus...
So who did He follow then?
Just to be sure we hear the last thought.
Who the hell was He following?
Do we as
was
Christians...
He following
hold on.
Pharisaical
Do
Jews?
we as Christians...
Just to hear the point.
Do we as Christians worship Jesus?
Of course.
Yes.
Yeah.
Did Jesus worship Himself? No.
Who did,
Do we as,
Jesus
hold on.
pray to in the garden?
Just to let Dinesh finish his point.
Number 3,
Yeah.
we as Christians are in need of salvation, and we need a Savior to die for us. Otherwise, we can't be saved. Did Jesus need a Savior to die for him so that he could be saved?
No, he was the
No.
Savior. Yeah.
Right. So now what you're doing is in repeating back to me what I'm saying is you are reluctantly agreeing that the statement A equals B cannot be true, because I've just told you 3 things that are true of B that cannot be true of A.
Okay, so let me just make sure I got this correct. We'll see if this actually holds logical muster or not.
Okay.
Okay. So let's start with this. Jesus Christ, you say, is not a Christian. He's a Jew, right?
Right.
Okay, got it.
Historically,
right? He incarnates as a Jewish man.
Right.
Okay, so there's no dispute there, right?
Right.
Was his ideology Jewish?
His ideology was Jewish, yes.
So why did he die for our sins?
Because he was sent on a divine by the God of the Old Testament, the God the Father, the God who chose the Jews, chose Jesus to come out of that Jewish line.
And who was he dying for?
And while Jesus died for all of mankind, his ministry was to the Jews. It later took a Paul, it took other apostles.
Do you think that Jesus never intended his ministry to be?
No, I think he did intend it.
Great, me too.
I think he did intend it.
So the fulfillment.
But so what?
So the fulfillment of Christ's purpose is Christianity.
No one denies that it is. Yes,
okay, great.
it is the fulfillment of Christ's purpose. But that doesn't mean that Jesus was a Christian.
Dinesh, we'll walk it through.
Okay.
Okay, so if the fulfillment of Christ's purpose is Christianity, then how can you possibly say, if he has the foreknowledge that that is going to happen, that he wasn't always a Christian? How? Did God change his mind one day?
No.
No. So then he always knew.
Hold on. If through the particularity of history, a Jesus comes, let's just say Jesus came from America.
Okay.
Okay.
Sure.
But he had a ministry for the whole world. And he foresaw that the whole world would receive the message. Would Jesus cease to be American? Would he become a globalist?
No.
He would remain an American because he was born in America. He was American through and through.
Israelite.
He ministered to the Americans. And the fact that his
Sean,
ministry was worldwide and foreseen to be worldwide and known by God to be worldwide does not change one bit the fact that Jesus was, is, and will remain an American. That's a fact, and you know it's true. But you have to.
I'm going to show you how stupid this logic is.
Okay, how so?
Dinesh. So you say Jesus would remain American, right?
That's right.
And we agree that Jesus remained Jewish, right?
Right.
Okay, great. But the fulfillment of his ideology was Christianity?
Yes.
Okay, great. And we know that from the very beginning of time, he knew the fulfillment for all of mankind was Christianity?
So
then, if
that
the
make him a
fulfillment
Christian?
of the entirety of the ideology is Christianity, and you have the foreknowledge of that is the way, the truth, and the light, and you have that fulfilled in yourself, he comes and dies, how could his ideology right from the very beginning not have been Christianity if it was the case that he was coming to fulfill Christianity?
Okay. I'm Karl Marx. I'm born in Germany. I'm a German. I foresee that I'm going to write a book, the Communist Manifesto, that is going to be adopted by Russia and China, that will create massive communist societies on my model. And not only am I writing for that purpose, I know that purpose in advance.
So you have omnipotence.
Hold on. Does that make
omniscience?
Marx a Russian or a Chinese? Of course not. He remains a German. He remains someone who has put out a German message, which was then picked up. And
we are, right now, Dinesh is talking about a country, not a religion. Because just because you're in Germany right now, and Karl Marx, he's a socialist, doesn't mean that the people in Russia can't become socialists that follow Karl Marx. Karl Marx is still German, but he's also a socialist. Jesus was Jewish. He lived in Israel. That doesn't change the fact that his his message was Christianity. Doesn't change that.
Adopted worldwide, but it doesn't change who he was in the slightest. You're acting as if because Jesus knew
What?
in advance.
Wait, hang on. Just want to make sure I get this right.
Okay.
So you're talking about his nationality. So
Well,
because,
I'm just by
because
analogy.
because Marx knows beforehand that people are going to accept his ideology, he's still a Russian? But
He's
we're
not a
just-
Russian. Marx was a German.
Okay, but I'm pointing this out, right? Whatever he is, let's just
Yeah,
say.
okay.
He's that thing still. We still agree that Jesus was Jewish and he was born in Bethlehem, right? And we agree to these facts?
And we agree that Jesus subscribed to Judaism. It wasn't just that he was Jewish in the sense that he happened to be born over here.
But he knew that his purpose, he knew that his purpose was Christianity.
He knew that, right? He did. He
Okay.
knew that his purpose was a universal gospel message.
Now,
and that
let's
his
take-
followers would go by the name
Perfect.
of Christians.
Now let's
they would take his message.
let's take the Marx analogy very
Sure.
quickly.
One minute.
Let us pretend just very quickly that Karl Marx had the gift of foresight and he knew that Marxism was going to lead to capitalism. That was going to be the fulfillment of Marxism. It was always going to lead to capitalism, and he knew it. And that's why he instituted Marxism and allowed Marxism to happen, because he knew it was going to turn into capitalism. Was Marx a capitalist?
No, he would remain a Marxist.
Okay.
Isn't it true?
This is
Are you
we
saying
do
that?
have to-
Are you saying that if Marx realized that in the unfolding of history, Marxism would let's say Marx foresaw that my Marxist model will somehow be changed, and capitalism will replace Marxism.
He only had Marxism there to get to the capitalism. That's what it was there for, to lead to capitalism. Was Marx a Marxist then, or a capitalist?
Well, first of all, the reason your analogy is so dumb is it actually reverses Marx. Marx thought that...
I know it reverses Marx. So one more time, Marx foresees that Marxism is going to lead to capitalism because he's omniscient, and his ultimate purpose is capitalism and not Marxism, but he knows Marxism will lead to capitalism. Was Marx actually a Marxist or a capitalist?
Well, Marx would be a Marxist whose followers would be capitalists. It's obviously true because the fact that I foresee...
And you know logic, huh?
Okay, well, I think what we're talking about is...
the logic doesn't follow. If Jesus can be both, right? If Jesus can be, that's the three, the Father, Son, Holy Ghost, Holy Spirit, whatever you want to call him. And if he foresees that his message is going to lead to Christianity, then he would be one of the founding pushers and followers and purpose for Christianity. He would still be Jewish by birth, but his message is Christianity. Exactly. If your goal is implementing socialism to get to capitalism, your goal is not socialism. Right. Your goal is to get past the if my goal was if I had a goal to sleep with this person, but I had to promise a relationship to get to sleep with this person. My whole purpose was to sleep with this person. After I do that, I don't have to stay in the relationship. So it's the same thing. Just they're circulating. Dinesh is on his heels because I don't know if he's ever going to realize what he just said or what he did, but Andrew's got him in a trap, and there's nothing that Dinesh can do about it.
History
He wouldn't be a capitalist.
versus eschatology.
30 seconds.
Yeah. But that's my whole point. And
okay.
I think that went off on a side tangent. I did want to address it because I know it's part.
Hey, I want you to know this. Interactive, whatever your name is, all murderers and not the majority, not the majority. I'm going to say this: all murderers of all human murderers in the world were humans. They were every one of them. So, okay, Christianity was religion is in every culture. So the majority of bad murderous leaders were all indeed religious. Yeah, because there's not a plethora of non-religious people running worlds out here.
Well,
Of what it is that
you're
you believe.
using.
But I'll just point this out.
Okay.
we still haven't actually established any moral oughts
Well,
at all for why Christians have to support Jews or Israel, not one time.
well, you're using Islamic logic. Islamic logic is to take
There's only
somebody
one
like
logic.
Abraham, who was Jewish, never saw himself as anything else, and the Muslims will go, he was a Muslim. They will take Jesus, who saw himself as Jewish. Of course, Jesus foresaw Islam, but they'll go, Jesus was really a Muslim. Now, the reason we would immediately recognize this as bogus reasoning
do not claim
is because you don't have the right to foist on people identities that you
Messiah.
invented later and give them names and labels that belong to you as if you can somehow appropriate them out of their environment.
That's not
right.
why-
That's what you're doing.
That's not.
Because atheists, they believe in transgenderism, LGBTQIA, LMNOP. They believe in all of these stuff that crushes worlds. They have no boundaries. They have nothing to put their morals on because it's my feelings.
Right, that's what you're doing.
That's not why
every time I
do it, gentlemen.
play it loud as shit.
This is the time that we do normally go into the Q&A.
Oh,
but
okay.
It has
Can we-
been an
can we get a
amazing-
brief closing each?
Yeah, that works.
Okay.
How much would you guys like? 2 minutes? 3 minutes?
Just 2 minutes. is fine.
Yeah, you go first.
Okay.
Yeah, you should close last. I agree.
Well, I went first in the beginning.
Yeah, no, I agree. You should go. You should have the last word.
Okay.
So, first and foremost, this was really fun, and I really appreciate
Get out of the way, you
coming up here and tangling with me, Dinesh. And by the way, I never take any of this personally. We have different ideologies that we're fighting for, slightly at least, but we have a lot of overlap too. And for that, I thank you. It's never personal for me. With that said, I kicked your ass in this debate bad because you never established a single moral ought or reason why it is that Christians have an obligation to support Jews or Israel. In fact, I got a lot out of you here I was not expecting. You claim that Judaism is itself an evil ideology because it's in heresy. You also claim that Islam is an evil ideology as it's in heresy, which is exactly my position. I believe those two things as well. And we both established another fact we can agree on, that ethnic Jews nor Arabs are evil because they're ethnic Jews or Arab. That's ridiculous on its face. So we can make this ideological distinction immediately. The problem that we have is that I think due to your bad theology, which I'm happy to tangle with you in a different debate on the theological aspects of this, it's led you down this road where you seem to believe, for some reason, there's this ambiguous moral reason why there's an ought or a must for why it is that we must support Judaism or we must support Israel, this secular state, which you agreed was a secular state, and you also agree, well, it also has religious Jews in it, and those religious Jews who are in it, they're following an evil ideology, and the secular state itself is part of an evil ideology because it's secular. We never got to the establishment of the ought. Now, I will give some credit to Dinesh. He had the harder position to defend, and usually that's me. So credit where it's due. It's a much harder position to defend that there is some moral obligation versus saying that there's not. So credit where credit's due. But honestly, my friend, you just never established one. And we tried and tried and tried and tried. Most of your analogies got turned back on you. Basically, every hypothetical you had got turned back on you, and your
15
reasoning
seconds.
was shown to be completely fallacious. And with that, I'll end the debate, and I thank you very much for having it with me.
Thank you very much. Ready for you.
As Christians, are we morally obligated to support the Crusades? Yes. As Christians, are we morally obligated to support the spread of the Roman Empire and the Roman legions who carried Christianity across Europe? Yes. Were the Roman legions good guys? No. Were the Crusaders always good guys? No. Were we morally obligated to support the Allies in World War II? Yes. Were they all good guys? No. But they were on the right side of a terrible evil that was being unleashed in the world. Were we right to support Stalin against Hitler? Yes, because Hitler posed a greater threat at the time. Having supported Stalin against Hitler, were we right to have a Cold War against Stalin himself? Because he represented an embodiment of a different kind of evil in the Cold War? Yes. The world is no different today than it's ever been. There are lots of bad forces in the world, and there are some good forces that are trying to counter them. It's a very big world, and there are in it Buddhists, Confucians, Taoists, Jews, Muslims. The fact that they are not on board with us theologically is one thing. It says that we need to promote the Great Commission, we need to promote the gospel, we need to support missionary efforts throughout the world. I don't disagree with any of this. But this is being deployed in a kind of brutish fashion to somehow imply that Judaism is different than any. We make allies with countries all the time. We have common cause all the time that lasts for decades, sometimes centuries. We have special relationships with countries for good reason. We support, and we should support, South Korea against North Korea. That's why South Korea is a prosperous Western society. Now, maybe they allow a pride parade, but they are nevertheless a much preferable moral alternative to North Korea.
30 seconds.
The Jews are basically the good people in a really bad neighborhood made up of really bad people who wish us evil no less than them. Right there is a link, and this is not even considering the historical, the religious, the civilizational, the Athens and Jerusalem, the fact that our own heritage is inconceivable without the Old Testament no less than the New. We are linked historically, morally, and it so happens to be that there is a current serious threat, in some ways greater than threats we faced before, and it's a threat faced not just by America, it's a threat faced by Christianity, because the Islamic project is a religious project. It is the first totalitarian religious project in world history. We've had other totalitarianisms, but not based on religion. We're dealing with one. And what we've had, this whole debate, is a pretense that somehow there's no fundamental difference between the Islamic project and the Jewish project. And all of this nonsense about the fact that somehow Israel is just as evil arises out of that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nash. We're going to have a brief Q&A, and as people line up on the left side of this inside column, I want to give a final thank you to all of our sponsors, including Maine First Project, Roar, Uncensored America, Apologetics Arc, and Yonaguni International Cuisine. Check them out in the description box. We are grateful for all of our sponsors who believe in fair debate. With that, we're going to start the Q&A. If you guys can move right over here, thanks so much, and we're ready for you. And then, folks, if you can do a favor, if you want to have a conversation, do us a favor, just do it in the hallway. That way people can hear people asking the questions and the speakers answering their questions. All right, here we go. Folks, need you to keep it down. Otherwise, it's okay to talk, but just go in the hallway and talk. Here we go.
All right, so my question's for Dinesh. Dinesh, the United States is $40 trillion in debt. Only 1 in 4 Gen Z adults own their own home. 69% of Gen Z reported living paycheck to paycheck in a 2025 survey. So my question to you is this. How much money am I, as a 22-year-old husband and father, obligated to give to Israel? Or if it's not that, if it's not a monetary obligation, do you just want, like, warm, fuzzy feelings towards the Jews in Israel?
May I ask you a question?
You can answer my question
answer mine first and then ask me the question?
Yeah, I'll answer yours. I'm asking you with a view to answering yours. What is the total amount of money that we give to other countries?
I don't think we should give any money to other countries.
I'm not asking you what we should do. How much is it that we do give?
Couldn't tell you.
You have no idea.
No, I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know the
How much do we give to
totality.
Israel?
About $3 billion a year.
Okay. Do you think it's kind of interesting that you are super well informed on the $3 billion we give to Israel and
That's 'cause
not
I looked it
informed
up.
at all as to how much do we give to Egypt?
Well, you did say that in this debate, to be fair.
What?
That's also true.
That we gave $3 billion to Israel.
No, correct. But what I'm saying is, isn't it interesting when the
I
United
learned it from you,
States...
Dinesh.
What I'm saying is...
It's
You've
your
been
fault
learning
that
them
I
up.
know that.
The United States, unfortunately, is a profligate country that both domestically and internationally throws and wastes giant amounts of money. I'm simply saying it is really interesting that you have a surgical eye toward the $3 billion we give to one country, and you don't even know, you can't even say approximately, what if we were giving, let's just say, for example, $300 trillion or $10 trillion to other countries and $3.8 billion to Israel. Wouldn't that be interesting that you have no objection to all the others? You don't even know anything about them, but you're really
This
well
is
informed on
entirely
this
a
one.
non sequitur. You didn't answer my question.
85 billion, by the way. The United States provides $85.8 billion to 175 countries.
Question, and you went on
Well,
this
I'm
random
answering your
tangent
question.
about other countries, and I asked you
Israel,
specifically, how much am I obligated to give to Israel? How
You're-
much?
You're not
all we
obligated
do.
to give a single penny, but you're not obligated. No, you're not obligated.
Yeah, baby.
No. We as a country have to make, hold on, we as
All
a
right,
country,
folks need you to keep it down in the back.
we as a country have to make a political calculation about what is the value of our alliance with Israel. Zero. Okay. Well, what is the value? You know, we have NATO.
Oh, 12.
We have alliances with
12.
South Korea and Japan. What is the value of having an...
Listen. 12.4% of the money that goes out for foreign aid goes to Israel. 12.4%.
with India and Korea and Japan to check the growing power of China? You might answer again 0. And that will put you into a position where the United States, by and large, is just remains to itself and protects its own borders. And that's a defensible position. I'm not arguing against it. I'm simply saying
I
that
agree, Camaro.
with Israel, we actually do get a lot for our money. With other countries, not only do we get nothing, we don't even ask. We don't even ask what we're getting.
Well, Dinesh, should Israel pay us to protect them?
Well, I mean, Israel, if the United States, does Israel buy our
sorry.
military equipment?
Just-
Yes, so they do
Dinesh,
pay us.
Well, I'm asking them,
just
should
so
they
can hear
pay
you,
us?
Dinesh, just so they can hear you, your mic, if you can bring your mic back towards you.
Right
oh,
here,
the
this one.
second mic, though.
Yeah, sorry.
I'm asking you specifically, should Israel pay us to protect them?
Yes, and I think it does. Israel does pay us.
What? How much per year do they pay us?
Well, does Israel buy our military equipment?
Do
Yes
we
or no?
buy theirs?
We buy theirs and they buy ours.
That's a trade agreement. We actually send them cash. We send them money yearly. How much should they send to us for protecting them? I don't want to hear about, we trade with them. We trade with everybody. How much do you think they should pay us to protect them?
How much should the Europeans pay us to protect them?
A lot.
A lot.
And
how
Trump
much do they
demanded
pay?
that they pay more.
No, Trump is not even demanding that they pay us. Trump is simply demanding that they pay more to their own defense. Trump
yes,
has not even
yes,
asked for $1
because-
that the Europeans should pay us.
Yeah, but what's funny-
why? Look,
Then they should pay more for their own defense. But the
Okay.
thing is funny is like,
all right,
the European Union is not even a protectorate. They can defend themselves. Israel can't. They can't defend themselves without us. How much should our protectorates pay us? How much? Can we ask reasonably? Can we ask reasonably for fairness? Why not $500 a day per citizen of Israel?
I can give you a chance to respond, and then we got to go to the next
how
question.
much should Taiwan pay us for preventing an invasion by China?
They should pay for whatever the naval cost is of doing that.
Right. This is why you're not president, because billing the Taiwanese per citizen isn't really going to work. We don't have to defend Taiwan if we don't want to, but it is in our interest to do it, by the way. It is in our interest to protect South Korea. It is in our interest to prevent bad stuff from happening in Europe. That's why even Trump, even though he's not involved in the Ukraine war, is keeping an eye on it. We do have interest
Well, I'd actually
even
say
over
this
there.
is why you shouldn't be president, because we can easily force
Folks need
these
to keep it
nations
down.
to pay a protection cost for us protecting their asses from invasion from their enemies.
Folks need you to keep it down.
Okay.
All right, just to get to the next question, and then folks, do me a favor and just keep the backward or the background. Thank you.
Dinesh, to get to the Bible, right, in Isaiah 63, verse 10, God turns his back on the Israelites because they disobeyed and broke the covenant. Hosea chapter 1, verse 9, they did the same thing, and he said to them, you are not my people, I'm not your God. And then Christ himself, when he was brought before Pontius Pilate, the Jews said, we crucify him, something like that, and they accepted the curse. So why should Christians be morally obligated to support the ideologies that put God on a cross?
Okay. I'm going to read you from Paul's letter to the Romans. This is 11, 28, 29. I'm reading verbatim. This is Paul talking about the Jews. Hold on. He's talking about the Jews. He's talking about the Jews. Concerning the gospel, they are enemies for your sake. But concerning the election, they are beloved for the sake of the fathers, for the gifts and the calling of God are irrevocable. End quote. The meaning of this is that God never permanently turns his back on the Jews. God never revokes his promises. You will not find a single passage in the Old Testament or the New which says, God, whatever God gave to Abraham, God took it all back. Okay. Even though there are groypers who talk about that now, we should go occupy Israel, it really belongs to the Christians because Jesus was a Christian. The truth of it is that the salvation, out of Jesus' own mouth, salvation is from the Jews. I mean, this passage must really... I talked about some suppositories, right? Here's one from Jesus himself. Yeah. Salvation is from the Jews, and the rest of us have the opportunity to be grafted in. In other words, there's no salvation without the Jews. Now, is anything that Andrew said today even remotely consistent with that? No.
You know that same chapter you brought up? Paul actually says the people of the old covenant were the ones getting crafted out. And then we, the Gentiles, are the ones being put in.
11:22 and 27. It reaffirms the fact that the wild branches grafted can be cut off. There you go.
All right, we'll jump to the next.
Yeah.
So yes, Andrew did say things that remotely support that. Yes.
No, he didn't.
Yes, it did.
He paraphrased something that he's interpreting in his own way.
I know. Who interprets the Bible? You? You're the ultimate authority.
Well, no, I mean, I read it for you to interpret for yourself.
Well, and I just did.
It speaks for itself.
I just did, and I interpreted it differently.
Ready, Jonathan?
I was actually going to do the same scripture, but I think it's really we need to protect the Jews because God is going to say, hey, when the full number of Gentiles come, then the Jews have to be saved, and then the end will come. That's really what I would go with. And I actually have a great idea for your next debate. Should Israel become basically like a protectorate, like what's the word?
A vassal state?
Yeah, well, not like a vassal state, but more like how Puerto Rico is a territory of the United States.
Are you asking me?
Would you like to do that as like a feature?
Listen, what I think is this, is that I agree with a lot of what Dinesh says when he's talking about the rights of nations, especially when he's talking about conquest. Mm-hmm. I just think that you're not in a position to bargain if you're a protectorate.
Right.
The Holy Land does not just belong to Jews. An Orthodox church sits on the tomb of Jesus. Mm-hmm. Why is it that we don't continuously allow, Dinesh, for Christians to immigrate to Israel and make that demand that they allow it? Because there would be tens of thousands who would. And it's not like they're in a position to bargain. Why do we need to leave it a Jewish state? Exactly. Why is it necessary?
Well, first of all, we do live in a world of sovereignty where a lot of what you've been talking about, we need to seal our borders. America has every right to decide who comes in. But then when it comes to Israel, somehow they don't have that right. They can't decide who gets
to go to Israel. It's not a right.
Israel.
Hang on. It's not a right. A right is what you can enforce.
This whole
a right is what you can enforce, and they have no choice. We do. We're the United States. We can tell you can't come in here, fucker. But if we couldn't, what do you say? Conquest. It's conquest. If you're a protectorate, you don't have rights except the rights that you are given by those who protect you, and that's that.
All right. So you have a holy land. By the way, the Holy Land is not just Israel, right? There are holy sites in Jordan. There are holy sites all over the region. The Muslims maintain iron control over the holy sites in their countries. Christians have no rights. If you've been to any of the holy sites in Israel, as I have, the Church of the Holy Sepulchre is thronging with Syrian nuns and nuns from India and priests from Africa. It's open. All faiths can come there. There's no restriction. So the argument that we should use military force,
I didn't say military force.
or we should strong arm Israel, that we need 100,000 Christians to go over there to keep an eye on the holy sites. This is an invented solution to a non-problem.
Well, wait,
and it
every
is done with just
solution-
malicious intent.
every
because you would
solution
never
is-
say that of any
Yes,
other
I
country.
would.
No,
I would
you
say
wouldn't.
the same thing. Any protectorate that we have, where we allow immigration to us, we should demand that they allow immigration there. Period.
Okay, so
Period.
what should we do?
And then we got to go to the
Okay,
next one.
let's keep moving.
Yeah, I agree.
Dinesh,
If we allow people from Israel to immigrate here, then they should allow people from here to immigrate there. But they have a zero immigration policy. No one. You're not allowed to immigrate into Israel. So, kind of like, kind of hypocritical there. You want to bring all your people here, but you don't want to let anybody come there.
if I decided to convert to Judaism tomorrow, do I have the right to move to Israel and kick out a Christian family from their home, live in it? And if the answer is no, what percentage of my DNA being ethnically Jewish would make this morally justified?
Let's go through it slowly, because there are like 4 steps in there. Yeah. If you have a right to convert to Judaism, which you do, and then you would have a right to emigrate to Israel. If Israel takes Jews from all over the world, it follows. The rest of it doesn't follow. So I don't think that you have some right to go kick someone out of their home. I don't agree that you would have the right to displace a Christian family. So no, you would have the right to move to
Your
Israel.
great air
You
registers
could go buy
with-
an apartment in Hatzor or wherever you want and live there.
But what about a nation's sovereignty, man? Like, couldn't
Yeah.
they just say, hey, you can kick out this Christian and you'd be fine with that because they're sovereign and stuff, right?
Well, what I'm saying is that Israel is a democracy. They can make laws within their country, just like we can make laws in ours. I haven't heard you propose that we go take Jordan by force, even though there are holy sites in Jordan. There are holy sites all over the region, by the way. You have abstained from calling for any kind of strong arming of any Muslim country. Why? Because you know that that's stupid and we're not going to do it and it's not even on the table. Yeah, I don't. But somehow when it comes to Israel, it's like, okay, because...
Yes, I don't think Christians want to immigrate to inbred Muslim nations. That big-brained
gotta
Dinesh
jump.
over
Okay,
here.
and
Just
why-
always right.
Okay.
I do think
Sorry
that
to
they
do
would
that.
want to immigrate to Israel, the site
Just
of
to try to-
Jesus Christ, yes.
Try to get more.
Yes, this one's for you, Andrew. This was good, but at the same time, I was left a little disappointed, not from you, but because you weren't able to actually argue the ought. And so my question to you, Andrew, is if you came with any idea of if he actually would have an ought, obviously that's not your responsibility,
In my
but what would
opening-
your defense
in
be?
my opening statement, I predicted that Dinesh would not actually have an ought for this. Now, to be perfectly fair, and I'm going to be fair to my opponent, right? It was a spirited debate. I get all that. It is the harder position. It is literally the harder position, and usually you guys are just used to me taking the harder position, but for once, he had to defend a position. I thought it was important that he did, but I did not think he would have an ought, no, because I don't think it's easy to make one for this.
All right, so let me say a word about this. Somehow there is a distinction between an is and an ought. And there's a certain
guillotine.
naive view that an is and an ought are unconnected. That somehow if you say an is, no ought follows from the is. This is
It doesn't.
It doesn't.
It's called Hume's guillotine. It
Yeah,
literally
exactly.
doesn't.
And Hume is not only out of step with the mainstream of philosophy, it would.
Hold on, I do.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Want to let Dinesh finish? Want to let Dinesh finish?
I'm very familiar with Hume. Don't get me
Hang
wrong.
on, that door is gray. That implies what ought?
Okay.
That door
okay.
is gray.
Okay.
What implies
okay.
what ought?
All right. I am an author. I ought to write some books. I just gave you an is that implies an ought. I am an author. That's an is. I ought to write some books. He is a doctor. He ought to cure people.
We're going to jump to
This
one.
is a
This is the
keyboard.
last question.
This is the keyboard.
What's the ought?
Okay, it ought to be used for computing.
This is the last question.
I just gave it to you, and because you're stumped, the best thing that you can do is to guffaw, because you think that in classical Christian philosophy, every ought.
All right, folks, need you to keep it down.
Jesus died for our sins. We ought to worship him. Is and ought is more closely connected than Hume conceded. Hume wanted to attack morality. And his way of attacking morality is to put all of morality in the ought column, and therefore to say that no ought can come out of an is. You think Aristotle would have agreed with that?
You just said, well, first of
No.
all, these are two different philosophies, but you just said, I said this is a keyboard, and you said you ought to use it.
It ought to be used for...
Great. Hang on. All I'm asking, I'm just going to ask a simple question. How do we get to the I ought to use it? Because I described that it is that thing.
Well, the ought is teleologically derived from the thing that it is. I mean, a lot of the argument...
Why can't I just use it as a paperweight?
Okay, a lot of the classical argument against homosexuality is that you have a rear end, it ought to be used for the purpose of excretion and not...
All right, think about what he's saying now. All right, think about what he's saying. This is a phone. It ought to be used to call people. This is a drink cup. It ought to be used to drink out of. Right? This is a mouse. It ought to be used as a mouse to move around on the computer. Think about what he's saying when Andrew says the next thing.
To stick large objects in it, right? There is an ought coming out of an is. There you go. Objects in it. To be used for the quality is that you have a rear end. It ought to be used for the purpose of excretion and not to stick large objects in it, right? There is an ought coming out of an is. There you go.
That does not defer an ought from an is.
Women are constructed in a certain way.
We do.
Hold on. Women are built in a certain way. That is the is, right? Women ought to live a certain way and derive certain social roles and responsibilities which arises out of their nature. I've just given you an ought that comes out of an is.
Hang on, Dinesh. I just want to, real quick, it'll take me 1 second.
Yeah, let's
walk
pursue
into a
it.
room and there's a woman on the bed, spread eagle. I ought to fuck her, right?
Is that what I said?
No, that's what I'm asking.
No.
Why not? The telos, man. My penis goes there, bro.
Wow.
Woman is laying spread eagle on the bed. I ought to F her, right? That's what Dinesh has been saying this whole time. There is this. I ought to do that. It ought to do that. He goes there. So I ought to do it. Dinesh's logic, this is why it's flawed. Completely messed up.
Wow.
We're going to wrap up. I want to give you a chance if you would like to respond to Dinesh. Otherwise, we'll go to, we're going to do
Okay.
Do want to ask each of you if you can share for those viewing online where people can find you online, as we've got both of our guest links in the description, folks, but do want to share or want to hear where you can
I
share.
do a weekly show called Dinesh. It's on X and YouTube and Rumble. I'm publishing a book on biblical archaeology in October. It's called The Stones Cry Out. And it is about the massive findings in biblical archaeology, Old and New Testament both, that support and authenticate the...
Because with that same logic, right? What are people for? Meant to do? Procreate. People are to procreate. So if there is woman, spread eagle, I ought to for procreation. It's the same exact logic. And Dinesh walked himself into that trap because it's flawed. Just is and ought are two different claims, and they don't go together.
historicity of the Bible and support the foundations of Western civilization.
Thank you so much.
My name is Andrew Wilson. I am the host of The Crucible. I do everything from political commentary, news coverage. I do debates all the time, home of the TikTok invasion, where we make lunatics seethe. It's my favorite thing on planet Earth. And that's where you can find me on The Crucible on YouTube and Rumble. Not one step back.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Please join me in giving a round of applause. Special thanks to our sponsors,
say no, but it's
Main
still
First
true.
Project, Revival of the...
All right, boys, that's where I'm going to call it. Y'all have a good evening. I do appreciate you all coming by. Check out that. Look at that. That big, beautiful C-Squad logo. Appreciate y'all. Y'all have a freaking wonderful evening. Who is live, by the way? Who's live on the... So it shall be written. Who is it? Rob Norlive? Rob Nor? Nope, no lives. Alright, so I'm not rating anybody then. So y'all have a good night. We'll see y'all on the next time. We'll try to find some more stuff to review and read. Wait, is Ulvik live? I don't know why I just did that. Nope. Alright, well, I don't have anybody else because Andrew's not live. That's what it means. Yeah, I mean, by his logic, though, because by Dinesh's own logic, it does. Because he said, that keyboard ought to be used. Doesn't say it if you want to use it. He said it ought to be. This phone ought to be used to make calls. This mouse ought to be used to control my computer. So that, because she spread eagle, she ought to be effed by the person who walked in. That was his logic, and it was terrible. And he was exposed for it. If you don't see it, I don't know what to say. I don't know how to help you with logic. I don't know how to help you with logic. But thank you all. I am the host of the Broke Gamers YouTube, Twitch, TikTok podcast. Not podcast. Show, whatever you want to call this. And I do appreciate you all coming by. Before y'all head out, hit that like button. See y'all on the next time we